Introduction. Arnaud de Villanovo, perhaps, in certain respects, the most remarkable swimmer of his time, H. Delia. Simon, even one of the most extraordinary personalities of the Middle Ages, G. Sarton, always seduces scholars with the enigma of his work. He no less seduces historians with the enigma of his life. There must be few characters whose life can provide a most beautiful subject to the fictionalized biography, Chage and D. Singer. We say a riddle, and that is not saying too much. He doesn't have a historian in the Middle Ages, that goes without saying. He took advantage of editions copious documents since the discovery of the Codex Vaticanus by M. Pelayo, 1879, and yet he did not reveal his secret. 1. We're not even in a state to fix, don't say his place, say his country of origin. The whole of Occitania has disputed its cradle for 3 centuries, as Al-El of Ionia disputed the cradle of the poet, and the conflict, entirely academic, continued naked to divide. In modern terms, Provence, Languedoc, and Catalonia. 2. The documents edited by Pelayo and Finke have indeed a defect. In spite of their wealth, they are narrow, highly localized in time and space. They confine themselves on the one hand in the last 30 years of his life, 1,281 minus 1,311. They come, on the other hand, almost exclusively from Catalonia. 1. The modern general studies are M. Pelayo, Arnaldo de Villanovo, 1879, and Heterodoxos Españoles, IP 449 SQQ, 1880. Bihoro, Arnaud de Villeneuve, in Hist. Lit. Of France, XXVIU P26-126, 1881. Dr. E. Lalande. Life and the Works of Master Arnaud de Villeneuve, 1896. Dr. P. Debian, Studien zu Arnold von Villanova, I. Sein Lebens- und Bildungsgang in Archiv für Geschichte der Medizin P115 SQQ, 1909. 2. Our way of understanding the terms Provence and Languedoc is modern. At 13th century, the word Provence went from the strict extension to the widest. The word Languedoc was unknown. 4. The Arnaud of this Catalan period has reappeared with Al-El, The Colors of Life, but the initial period of 40 years which precedes remains plunged into a semi-darkness conducive to the most contradictory speculations, always distorting the data of the problem. It would be necessary in a way to make a clean sweep of Al-El that is not immediate testimony. First of Al-El, the influence of this final period, a more particularly Catalan period, a period also, and this is important, of public and glorious life, was exerted on the witnesses, more or less distant, in the sense of Catalan thesis. But there is more. If we place ourselves at the presumed time of the birth of Arnaud de Villeneuve, 1240, the entire area of the Latin coast corresponding to the 3 provinces in question was a homogeneous social environment. This environment remembered having formed shortly before a political community. Alfonso I had dreamed of it and almost achieved unity. His 2 grandsons governed, one Provence, the other Catalonia, and the Seigneury of Montpellier. This same environment, still L, formed a linguistic and cultural environment. The literary language was common. The spoken dialects were hardly differentiated. The question therefore did not arise in the present terms, for the contemporaries of Arnaud de Villeneuve, if indeed it arose, and their testimonies are thus exposed to mean something quite different from what they seem to say. We propose in 3 or 4 succinct studies, because we will only retain the positive documents. 1 to formulate in modern terms and to examine the value evidence of the various hypotheses concerning the origins of Arnaud. 2 to bring closer the study, almost new, of the various members of his family as far as we know them, in the deliberate intention to shed more light on one's environment of origin. The studies of Arnaud de Villeneuve, Volume I. The Origins of Arnaud de Villeneuve. 7. 1. Language. The problem is twofold. Arnaud must be assigned a country and a place of origin. We cannot simply leave the place name without introspection, considering that it is Cal-led Villeneuve. I accept indeed to see in this name an ethnic. But it gets us nowhere. Even today, there are 7 Villeneuves in Provence, 7 in Basse-Languedoc, 14 in Catalonia. We must therefore leave the country, and for that we can try first to find out what could have been the mother tongue of Arnaud de Villeneuve. No one thinks any more of attributing an Italian origin to him. Al-El Italy can claim is the Regimen Senatis, one which belongs to northern Italy, and the Breviarium PRC-TCC, which has at least suffered the influence of southern Italy. No one thinks more of real lie attributing an origin to it. French gin in the modern sense and supposing it a commerce, a special lie with the Languedoc. We tried to discuss the terms French of the commentary to the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum. 2. I'll unnecessarily, because this comment is reported. It would have been preferred Rabel, but also vain, to speak of the treasury of the poor, of which the first writing may have been French. It is between Catalan and Provençal, both Languedoc and proper Provençal, that the debate is circumscribed. Cf. In the opera Omnia, ed. of Basel 1585, to which we will refer the collars. 657-688. This treatise seems to have been composed at Arasi, 1331. By Mino de Maneri Magnanusia, the author claims to be from Milan himself. Friend, 1725, and Manget, 1731, having found this treatise in the works of Arnaud, had gone from there to give it a Milanese origin. 2. See Opera Omnia, Colonel, 1920. French and German, synonyms for names of fish. X. Piscis marinus apud gallus dictus sola, teutones dictus ein hoghit. In French, sole, trout, gudgeon, red mullet. Or can think of a loan to Albert the Great, de natura animalium. It will be low to lean towards Catalan if the text written in vulgar, intended for both sides of the Pyrenees, are decidedly Catalan. The theological works of Arnaud are, in this respect, what we will have more favorable. The 9 libels condemned in 1316 unfortunately did not reach us. We do not have any, only the title and the incipit, and again we take them from the sentence of Tarragona. The most important set therefore consists of the Lettre Tramesa, inspired, dictated, it is said, by Arnold de Villanovo. 2. 9. Frederick III and the Rahanament, 1-309. It must be the Lettre, conserved in vulgar, like collocucio, of which only the Latin remains. Arnaud says positively that the king is the author of the version in vulgar, and he says it in a rather disturbing way for the thesis Catalan. Write our call loquium in your language, in vestra vulgari, he said to Frederick, and we will have a translation done in Latin on dialogue in your language, juxtaciorem vestri vulgaris. And the king, he adds, wrote the above in his language, in sua vulgari. As for the Rahanament composed by the author in Latin, I believe that the Catalan translation was made afterwards by the translator of James I. 1. We are only certain that the letter sent by Arnaud de Villanovo to Queen Blanche during the summer of 1309. It was first a precious autograph. It is perhaps also the attestation that Arnaud knew Catalan. There are other traces of it. 2 or 3 of his medieval works quote under their Catalan names such plant or such reptile. And here are 2 examples. 1 degree secunda vera regula est abstinendum a fructibus quandoque. In terms tabafiant, quad in vulgari Cathalanorum dicitor entacar. 2 degree siv fructus herbarum ut cucurbit, melongan and q vulgarator albergan, vocanter. 2. Arnaud uses 2 different expressions here. We deducted that in the second case, he meant his mother tongue, Provençal, in the first Abard language, Catalan. See the texts published by M. Paleo, Opus-Iati, p. 125 and 215. 2. I correct the print. It should read entacar instead of anticar, albergini instead of albigini. Dialect terms are more exposed than others to change. Cf. Regimen Sanitatis ab Regem Aragonum, Colonel, 797 and 801. The word alberginia is a Catalan word. 1. Arnaud quotes elsewhere other Catalan terms, underlining them. 2. As far as Provençal is concerned, the question arises exactly the same. There is no extended text to Al-Ledge. The loss of Baby's treatises of theology has a double effect. The great works put in place cause the Regimen Sanitatis of which we have spoken, and the Traita de Geometrio Practico, are neither by Arnaud de Villanovo, the first belonging to a Milanese doctor, the second to an artesian surveyor. 3. One can, on the other hand, state the same testimony as on. Time, tangible this one. Such a medical work quotes under their name Provençal, a number of fish. For example, 1. Asinus quem provincialis griondam vocant and Galli gornardum, the ass which the provincials Calal grionda, and the Gauls gornard. 2. Rigidus quem provincial culin, vocant catalum molem. 4. Mention is made in the same place of a mollusci. 5. Of a crustacean. 6. Various fish. 7. 1. Eggplant was known in Europe c. 1600s according to de Candolle, in Italy c. 1400s according to Dialis. The text allows adding, before 1300 in Spain. 2. See 1 degree the Davineni, rich in Spanish allusions, Rahader Mayor, Corriere or Corroyer, plant similar to sumac, Dracones de Morum, kinds of stellions, Colonel, 1543 and 1554. 2. The De Conservanda Juventute, Metapoli, a kind of laurel Daphne meserium, assimilated to Daphne l'Oreal. Corriere was known as the name of Rodor in Catalonia, Rador in Languedoc. Today we say Rudu in France. C. Coromines, art. In Romania, 1939, p. 218. 3. Paradoxically, the Trata, alleged for the benefit of Catalonia, was others for the benefit of Provence. Javel, Teissier, and even Lalande, who rejects him under one title, Treta, and resumes it under another Book of Tears. We need them refer to the prologue. See below p16. 4. Tabel Q Medicum Informant, Colonel 1043. 5. Plana, lat, pecten, probably the scallop. 6. Cameros, lat, locustelli, not locucelli as in print. These are small crustaceans, squills, langoustines, or prawns. In the 16th century, there were Languedoc, Caramat, langoustine, and Efsquille chevret caramat. In modern times in Provence, carambat, chevret, cambero, gray shrimp. The yellow crab assembled in a wavy fabric, camaledo, would argue for clean Provence with its habitat of Antibes and El Rins, but it is less probable. See Girondellet from Piscibus Matrinus, p. 547 and 566, Montisecond and 47. 7. Arnaud gives the provenal names below: Mollis, lat, Regidas, Grionda, Asinus, Sus Gallus, Strupa, Scorpiona, Polagna, Solia, which I propose to reduce by mole, gray grenard, scorpion fish. Rockfish so, small sole, the scorpion so, Strupa Arnaud, Scorpma scrofa L, and scorpion fish, Sosa Arnaud, Scorpma porcus L, are distinguished by color. One is red, the other brown. The names current Marseilles are Scorpino and Rascasso respectively. In the 16th century, Rondelet confuses the two varieties but links Scorpino to the dialect of Marseilles, Rascasso to that of Montpellier. Sit, p. 201. LL, these passages have the advantage of giving the floor to Arnaud on the pitch issue. He had, by his own admission, the various dialects. He thus adapted his speech to the quality of his interlocutors, speaking Catalan to King Jacques, Provençal to students devils of Montpellier. This is how Arnaud's relationship with language appears to us: vulgar. But entering this examination is, as we see, confirming oneself in the conviction of the conditions a priori al unfavorable, in which we find ourselves confined. One, the language of the three provinces considered was quite uniform for being designated with a unique name. Arnaud, for his counts, does not distinguish among the provenals between those of the East and those of the Western RHNE. His friends perfectly distinguish a work in Italian in Secuyo, but confuse al his books in vulgar under the same name, in the Romance language in Romancio, they say. 2, the three dialects, as expected, were known and practiced indifferently by Arnaud. 3, the preponderance of one of the three dialects, if we arrive never to prove it, would solve nothing, because it would remain to be demonstrated that it is an original dialect and not an acquired dialect. Negative conclusion, therefore, with regard to the language. 2, the Catalan hypothesis, the attribution of a Catalan origin to Arnaud de Villeneuve, regardless of any more precise location, relied on reasons of very unequal value. The old documentation of the question lost a lot of his interest. His first point of arrival was Nicolas Antonio, 16672. Its final outcome, Menendez Pelayo, 1879. The facts then referred to were as full lows. 1, Arnaud's long stay in Catalonia, his long service to the court of Aragon, under 3 successive kings. These are good facts established, but they are no way in question. 2, the epithet of Catalan attached to the name of Arnaud, in which some manuscripts, 2, and even in some printed matter, 3. The copyist is translated here, as always, only a personal impression and of relative value. 3, the testimony in the same sense of 2 authors of the 14th century, not foreign to the regions which interest us. It's about of 2 Dominicans, Durand de Saint-Périn, c. 1270 to 1334, Division Divinae Essentiae, Magistro Arnaldo Gathellano, Nicolas Emery, c. 1320 to 1399. Directorium Inquisitorum. 4. Pelayo was the true initiator of the admirable archival research of Barcelona. His emulators and his disciples have, as we know, considerably enlightened, and all magnified, this contribution. 2. Examples of manuscripts. Regimesi Sanitatis ad Regim Aragonum, 14th century. Bibble. Of the Arsenal, no, 872. French Herbarium, XVC. Same deposit, N to the 872. Regim Sanitatis Salernitanum. Bibble. Nat, NS 6978 and 1478 and 32. 3. Examples of printed matter. Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum 1480 and 1493. Parables 15545. 4. We can add one in the 15th century. Pictula Mirandol 1463 to 1494. And Juan Paul 1491. Second in the 16th century. Bernard of Luxembourg 1524. Arnold de Villanovo, in partibus Cataloni Magnus Medicus, and Gabriel Duprau, 1558. The use of the word Catalan is not without ambiguity. First, in general lie speaking, the terms Catalan and Provençal are often interchangeable. 1. Montpellier and Perpignan, for example, being zone of influence, if not of allegiance, of Barcelona. Then, in the case of Arnaud, you always have to reckon with the influence of the final period. In the case of the Inquisitors, final lie, there is still the influence of the judgment of Tarragona and this location, without being a pure accident, is explained by circumstances irrelevant to the question at hand. For the supposed personal testimonies of Arnaud, unfortunately, the two sharper ones are worthless. The first is based on a misreading, Confessio Ilerdensis. The second on an apocryphal work, Traita de Geometrio Practico. The Tratta takes a prologue in verse 2, full load by a treatise on surveying and demarcation, L. in Provençal. The scholars who have studied it, L. for 65 years, are of different opinion on the real author, 3, but are more or less in agreement to put Arnaud de Villanovo out of cause, 4. Limited to these elements, the old documentation left so the question standing. It should also be noted that the words Provençal and Catalan were taken as sometimes as synonyms in the Middle Ages, M. Pelayo, p. 2. The prologue would be, it must be admitted, pleasantly affirmative, sapias lots per veritat, Arnaud de Villanova. From Quadalwena Nadiu fled. But everything denounces the forgery, nature of the work, poetry, and surveying, securities of the author, 6 doctorates, arts, laws, decree, medicine, theology, and astronomy, language and localization of the Rhone region, 1 manuscript in Carpenter's, 2 in Aix. Finally, date. The so-called Latin original is said to have been written in Naples by Arnaud, by order of King Robert in the 4th year of his reign, therefore in 1313 to 1314. Unfortunately, Arnaud de Villanovo died in 1311. 3. The Latin original, ultimately bearing the name Arnaud de Villeneuve, would have been transmitted by Arnaud Dupuy, notary au Pharos, to Bertrand Boisset, surveyor of the same place. At least that is what Boisset says in 2 superimposed notes, Ems de Carpentras, F33 and 140. Cf. Charbonneau, General History of Languedoc, XP 333, 1885, and Meyer, Art. From Romania, P116, 1-893. Scholars lean either for an unknown Neapolitan author, Meyer, 1893, or for Arnaud Dupuy, Anglade, 1921, or at least for a confusion between the two Arnauds, Colville, 1941, either for Bertrand Boisset himself, Hora, 4. The above negative argument, note 2, is found in Hora. Only Amledos again quotes the prologue and draws conviction from it. See Dictionary of Biography French Philosophy, 1939. The documents of the Archive of Aragon, whose prospecting has started 50 years ago, are on the contrary authentic, official, and very considerable. It is no longer a question of denying it, but only to determine its scope. The testimonies of the princes who employed Arnaud are the full lowing. One eulogy of Afno by Boniface Seca in 1301. I met a Catalan capable of doing good, unum Catalanum facientum good. The sarcastic old man even adds that the thing surprises him from a Catalonian. Tu plea of Frederick Ida Jacques I in favor of Arnaud in 1310. It is our subject and our servant as nostra natural and domestic. 3 intercession of James I for Arnaud with the cardinals in 1304. A man from our regions, from nostris partibus oriundis. Added to this is a personal testimony from Arnaud. In P. Antidotum, dedicated to the Bishop of Majorca, Guillaume de Villeneuve, he uses the expression, my compatriots, compatriotas meos. The Catalan hypothesis is therefore now based on 4 texts. None of the 4, however, completely excludes ambiguity. Catalonia or Occitania, homeland or adopted country. The agreement supposedly acquired on Catalonia. The disagreement reappears as soon as we try to determine the locality. 10 hypotheses have been issued, and it is not necessary to review them all. Let us discard, as purely speculative, those which do not, tooth not on a text. 1. The only ancient text relating to a Catalan Villeneuve is the Rosarium Philosophorum said of Pierre de Villeneuve. He could have to give a starting point, but for that it lacks a condition required, authenticity. 2. Two typical cases illustrate the period suggestion effect Catalan and final. The copyist of the De Viribus Cordis uses the term Bashuone, Barcelone, which steered Germain, Schmieder, and Luanco to the Barcelona region. 3. Mr. Pelayo, yielding to a similar illusion, was directed in Villeneuve de Alpiciat, in the Lerida region. This assumption is based on a reading error, where Pelayo read, Confession of A. of Lerida, it is necessary to read, with H. Finke, Confession of Lerida, nothing more. Arnaud passed to Lerida in 1302. With the court, it is his only sure residence. He received favors there on April 8, 1302, but they have no connection with Lerida, and they are not in no way, moreover, donations, whatever Pelayo says. 4. Two other cases, also typical, illustrate the relative character traditions. Such are the hypotheses of Beauferrul, Villeneuve de Praz, near Conca, Tarragona, Mille y Fontanals, Villeneuve y Geltrú, near Villafranca, Japau and P. Nunez, Liria, near Valencia. 2. It had two editions, Frankfurt 1550, The Hague 1590, and scholars font discussed, O. Borrichius and Schmieder for Lalande against. 3. Manuscript from Bible, Dalan N 414 plus the two editions of 1490 and the of 1494. Bashuone was taken without reason, for a surname. Reject from Rosemont has deduced a very personal, if not very recommendable, theory. Theirs would have two Arnauds, 1 degree Arnaldus Bashuon, born in Villeneuve in Languedoc, p. 269. 2 Arnaud de Villeneuve, born in Vence, Department of ER, Cessy, p. 233. The first, advisor to Emperor Frederick II, c., would be responsible for the University of Naples and chemical medicines. I don't quite know what's left of the second. 4. Lerida's party, 30 years after Finke, still has followers. Mollat, 1925, Vernet, 1937. They are disciples of Pelayo. The tradition concerning Cervera, reported by a Catalan author quoted by Zurita, 1562, was already out of the question before Pelayo. The tradition in favor of Girona would offer more interest. There is no trace of it before 1520. 1. And it was on this date that it was pointed out by Champier, in these terms. I heard from some Catalans that Arnaud is from a certain borocal led Villeneuve, 4 miles distant from Girona, town of Catalonia, and, they say, several very wealthy descendants of Arnaud settled there. Steele Elfine, too. This opinion, adds Champier, has no author for it. No lo sabe authors. The truth is that it is competed by a still more seductive opinion, the Valencian hypothesis, and this duality is not without harm to both. Arnaud says in the Eulogium, speaking of his relations with the Bishop of Girona, Todes quoties a bio dem domino et pastore furor requisitus. Pelayo translated, Tantas quantas veces me lo ordene mi prelado. This very free translation does not save and would be tendentious given Pelayo's system. She is only more curious. 2. S.J. Champier, note on a de Villeneuve, at the head of the Opera Omnia, 1520, and in Declaris Medicanac Scriptoribus FXXXVT. Arnaud's descendants cannot be a direct descendant. He had only one daughter, and she entered into religious region. Moreover, as each region has dangerous homonyms. Let us say here that the court of Aragon had, at the time of Arnaud, several Villeneuves, including an Arnaud de Villeneuve among his dignitaries. The Valencian hypothesis had for it several of the author's modern people who have not resigned themselves to uncertainty. Fiester's argument, 1d 827, is now outdated. 1. The 6 documents he analyzes illustrate the links between Arnaud and his family with Valencia, his daughter's profession in a convent, of the city, the bequest by Arnaud to his daughter of various taxable estates forming the Valencian part of his fortune. In this form, the hypothesis is inadequate, because the passage of Arnaud in Valence is not in question. Porro's argument is more spacious. It was based essential lie on the following reason. Clement V, in his circular letter of 1312, qualified Arnaud as clerk of the Diocese of Valencia, Clericus Valentine Diocesis. What can we add that in 1309, in 2 privileges, the Pope qualifies Arnaud as a Medecin of the Diocese of Valence, 3. It seems to me that 5 or 6 other texts can be grouped following these and supporting the attempt to project into the past the Valencian life of Arnaud. His status as holder of real estate rights in Valence is attested, and Al allows us to refer to his relations with this city to 1287 to 1289. His quality as head of the family in 1281 obliges us to report before that, date the moment when he went from layman to cleric, changed men, which would have occurred, according to our first text, in Valence. Arnaud, as we know, stuck to the clergy without rising to the holy orders. He retained the status of married cleric during his last 30 years. The dedication of the little treatise De Improbatione Maleficiorum to Jasper, Bishop of Valence, 1276 to 1288, as a token of respect and gift of his servant, Reverentimus iti debitum servitudis. J.P. Foster, Bibliotheca Valenciana I, p. 303, 1d800, and 27. Precursors of Valencian theory, Gaspar de Escalano, 1610, Mariner, Escordo, quoted by Foster, J.R. Maypau or Paulo, and P.J. Nunez, quoted by Palaio. 2. Regestum Clementis Pap v. Anno VII, N. 8768, 1892. 3. Idiom, Anno 4, P. 219 No, a 4417 minus 4418, 1d886, would make it possible to go back to 1276 if the booklet was placed at the beginning of the Episcopate of Jasper, which moreover we do not know. Age conditions, for example, the 20 years required by the Canon of Montpellier of 1258, would in turn make it possible to envisage around 1261, the most distant date, for the time of his admission to the clergy. Admission, always supposed to have been obtained in Valence, his birth in Valence would oblige us to go back further, to 2240 around. The theory thus has a coherent aspect. We cannot shake it with bad reasons, saying, for example, that Arnaud could not be both Catalan and Valencian. This reason did not exist then. We know that Jacques III, sovereign of Aragon and Catalonia, reconquered Valence from Islam on October 9, 1238, at the presumed time of Arnaud's birth. The Catalans repopulated the city. Commonly then, we qualify the Valencian as Catalan, and we place Valencia in Catalonia. 1. The Valencian theory, nevertheless, has a hypothetical character. The only firm document is 1312, the last in the chain. The precedents are increasingly uncertain as one goes back in time, so that the interpretation of the first testimony decides everything. 1 degree Arnaud is, according to him, clerk of the Diocese of Valence in time of his death. Is this diocese for LL that of his birth? Abdieptian assures us of this on the pretext that, in medieval documents, one can generally consider the indication of the diocese as marking the place of birth. But the fact is not so general that it does not admit any exceptions. Jean Lefort, born in Paris, was a cleric in the Diocese of Arras, c. 1330 to 1390, to cite just one example. The brother preachers were likewise attached to the convent of their novitiate, attending separately from their place of origin. As far as Arnaud is concerned, Valence could therefore have been only the place of his admission to the state of cleric. 2. Does the text of 1312 even mean that the diocese of Valence or that of his cleric? Dipgen assures that as a married cleric, and therefore not eligible, he did not have the opportunity to. See the text by Jean Blaise, p. 41. It follows from these facts that if Arnaud was born in Valence, we speak of 1238 or 124 one. He was born either in the middle of the war or in the middle of a period of occupation. In any case, in a very troubled period, abductions and assassination of the first bishop in 1243. Change of diocese by changing of benefice, the diplomas of 1309, addressed to Arnaud de Villanovo, doctor of the Diocese of Valence, however somewhat dissociate the clerk and the Valencian. It is rather necessary to believe, and it was already the opinion of Moafatio, that Clement V did not want to designate precisely the place of birth of his doctor, but rather his place of residence. 3 degree, but there is more. Arnaud must have resided in Valence, but this residence seems to have been little more than an accessory residence. Puy Marty himself acknowledges this with good grace. The trace of Arnaud in Valence only appears in 1287 and spreads quickly. His interests there remain important, but we know their origin and consistency. Laid out in 1289, they remained unchanged until his death. They are rents and not properties. No doubt he has a house and a room in Valence. His papers are there in the custody of his friends. His attorney takes care of the return of his income. He hardly appears to be there himself. Valencia may never have been his primary residence. The quality of clerk in the final analysis taken between 20 and 40 years, foreign or not in Valence, is in any case a relatively late fact. The youth of Arnaud is associated with a completely different environment, that of the regulars and also that of Montpellier. The Valencian theory we see joins the Catalan theory. These are hypotheses lacking several necessary features to become certainties. 3. The French hypothesis. The hypothesis, which I will el French for lack of a better name and for greater convenience, is as old and as long-lived as the Catalan hypothesis. It oscillates between Vence and Montpellier, like the other between Lerida and Valencia. It owes its diffusion, if not its authority, to two authors as likely to inspire as to mislead their successors, in which they certainly did not fail. There are 8 lines by Giovanni Villani in his Chroniche Florentine 1310, and 3 pages of Symphorien Champier in his edition. Of Villeneuve 1520. Villani was able to inquire at the court of Naples. He speaks of Arnold de Villanovo on the occasion of his death, which occurred just after his stay in Naples. During a crossing between southern Italy and Genoa, these 8 lines are the only strictly historical text transmitted by a contemporary and even by the Middle Ages. Arnaud de Villanovo de Provence, Arnaldo da Villanova di Perenza, he says. And he points to his trial in Paris, his retreat to Sicily, and his death. He seems to cite Villeneuve as a city, but he probably means the word Provence in the extensive sense, that is to say in the sense of Occitan cultural environment. Saint-Anthony Fafon 459 adds nothing to Villani. He says in Latin, word for word, what Villani says in Italian to us. Champier, who does not derive from Villani 3, directly at least, seems to reflect the traditions of Montpellier. He did his medicine there, ver 1495 to 1498, and he kept correspondence there. 1. The opposition of 2 terms, then common, shows this well. We said provinciales, populations of Languedoc, and França, populations of Languedoc. 2. Saint Antoninus, Archbishop of Florence, Historiarum Opus, ed. 1480. 3. Here the year 1310 is associated quite rightly with Arnaud's death, Villani. Here the year 1300s very inaccurately with his birth, Champier. Say it, mediocrity. It has another interest. It signals the opening of the debate between French authors and Spanish authors. In this concerning the origin of Arnaud, his intention is clear, but his style is no less equivocal. He says in effect, Arnoldus nescens Gallus, a Gallia enim Narbonensi quoin provincium nostri appellant genus utrincaducit, nascitur igitur in provincia Narbonensi in apido quotum appellato Villanova. Champier hears that Arnaud draws his dual origins from the ancient Roman constituency Cal led Gallia Narbonnaise or Provincia, which encompasses Al of Mediterranean France, and this way of speaking smacks of his Renaissance humanist. He describes him as French, Alus, and this time it is the part of France in 1520 and of national sentiment. Final lie, Villeneuve is for him only a certain village, appedo quotum, which he obviously does not realize. Champier's notice, the first and for a long time the only biographical notice, was propagated by 4 editions of Arnaud de Villanovo, from 1520 to 1585. Medical analysts paraphrase this passage, either adopting his solution like R. Fuchs, 1541, or accusing the Franco-Spanish antinomy like W. Just, 1556. The ambiguity of this too vague Villeneuve and this too broad Provence is perpetuated. It lent itself to Al accommodations. 1. The first descendants of Champier include authors who are decidedly at odds with the principle of contradiction, for example, Olas Boretius and Lenglet de Fresnoy. They associate the region of Narbonne with the house of Villeneuve in a very painful way, at least for the reader. The Languedocian theory, first of Al emerged from the text by Champier. For the latter's vague terms, she substituted the Languedoc and Villeneuve à las Maguelone. This is the locality founded in the 8th century, after the destruction of Maguelone 10 kilometers south of Montpellier. 1. It seems that it was E. Strobelberger who put this theory into circulation, 1625. A pupil of Montpellier, he had picked up the tradition of Champier there, perhaps with an already fixed meaning. Arnaud was born, he says, in a very old small L town in Languedoc, Cal led Villeneuve, connected to Montpellier by a pretty road specific to the walk. 2. When J. Estruc, a century and a half later, reviewed Al the opinions, he traced it back to Champier. It is, he says, the most common opinion. 3. We were certainly not implausible in speculating on the Montpellier region. There was this Villeneuve, there was a district of Villeneuve in Montpellier itself. Arnaud's relationship with Montpellier has been intimate as with Valence, and older to our knowledge than with any other place. However, this interpretation must retain its essential lie speculative character because it is not in fact based on any text from the Middle Ages. 1. Department of Frault, 1T 410 inhabitants, 1T 555 in the town in 1936. Maguelone and Villeneuve were on either side of the Etang de Vie, Maguelone on the island and Villeneuve on the mainland. Homonymy again, Arnaud de Villanovo, Bishop of Maguelone, rebuilt the cathedral in 2. Natus anno 1300s in Languedocia urbecula vetustissima, Villanova dicta, eleganti via deambulatoria a Montepelio per stadium disita. Eo firm tempo quo Petrus Aponensis and Raymondus Lullius Clairban. Cf. Historia Montpelliensis, P. Reed by Germain in Mem. Essoc, Archeol of Montpellier, 1880. J. Estruc, Hist. From College. James Desines de Montpellier, Pou. In Colomus, Merklin, and Van der Linden, the hypothesis of Villeneuve-le-Grand, Diocese of Béziers. This is because of the consecrated expression. Opido Villanov in Gallia Narbonense. I will content myself with this specimen as far as the equivocal character of Champier and all the texts derived from it are concerned. The provenal theory is the second aspect of the theory that we call lead French. More independent, but not without link with Gampier, she holds for Provence in the current sense, and for Villeneuve's sense, we say today Villeneuve. 1. This town is located between Antibes and Nice, 15 kilometers south of the latter city. He owed, it seems, his birth to a gentleman from the region of Barcelona, who arrived in Provence, c. 1150, full lowing the first counts of the Catalan house. The anecdote is at least the index, among many others, of the oscillations of Mediterranean colonization. The Villeneuve family, whether its nobility goes back to this problematic ancestor or to the Great Pium, was the first in Provence at the birth of Arnaud de Villanovo and for a century. It counted a whole series of barons carrying the same name of Arnaud de Villanovo, too. It did not take more to engage genealogists, once again victims of homonyms and imagination, to incorporate Arnaud de Villeneuve into this family. 3. This is one more file to add to the legend of Arnaud. We also know positively that his birth was not noble. The provenal theory itself gave rise to a series of biographies. P.J. de Hazy in the 18th century, Autissier in the 1904, and at the end of its evolution, Emmanuel Lalande. Villeneuve LS Vents, like Allel its competitors, could not present any beginning of proof in writing a little old. There was indeed the dedication of the Liber Experimentarum. 1. Département des Alpes-Maritimes, chief town of Bailey and Claverie at the beginning of the 14th century today, 680 inhabitants. 1,520 in the municipality. 2. The Lords of Les Arcs, Arnaud, c. 1239 to 1251. Arnaud II, Arnaud Tisri to 1307. Arnaud Nay, etc. 3. It suffices to quote, for the record, A. Tiraco, 1574, C. Nostradamus, 1614, La Mothelare, 1640, Olus Purchas, 1668. 4. P.F.J. de Hazy, Life of Arnaud de Villeneuve, 1719. Autissier, Arnaud de Villanovo, 1858. Made by Guillaume de Pries, so-called lead disciple of Arnaud. To Sibylle de Vintimille, wife of Paul de Villeneuve, 2. The dedication of this book represented at least a link between the recent memory of Arnaud and the Villeneuve of Provence in the person of its nobility. I will establish later the probability of contacts between the family of Arnaud de Villeneuve and the family of Paul de Villeneuve. As far as Provence is concerned, there is only one text, but it is a personal statement from Arnaud. This is the singular and famous dedication of De Conservanda Juventud, c. 1309 to 1311. Arnaud addresses Robert, Count of Provence and King of Sicily, and seems to consider himself his subject. I always pray, he said, for your salvation, by virtue of the devotion of a innate fidelity, ego, ex innat fidelitatis devotionis pro salute vestra merito semper oro. 3. This statement is embarrassing for the Catalan thesis. Pelayo and Diabgen also tried to destroy it. The sentence is only a polite formula, says the first. The meaning is, I pray because I am a devotee from birth, says the second. Diabgen indeed assumes that Fauditus is equivalent to Fides, meaning a priori clear is thus diluted into banality or flatness. I think we should keep this text in the same way and on the same level as the four texts Catalans. Such are, with Allel their strength and Allel their weakness, the differences annuities theses present. The study of the family of Arnaud de Villeneuve, much less well known, by illuminating its environment, cannot fail to illuminate to some extent its own history. 1. I retain the dedication alone, making all reservations about the work and the author. 2. Paul de Villeneuve, Lord of Vence in 1339, date of the tribute, married Sibylle de Ventimiglia around this date. His death was placed c. 1361. When de Lassini, his wife survived him. See below p. 47-48. 3. Opera Amia, p. 113. Planchai I. Planchai I. Jean Blaise. Jean Blaise, Johannes Blasi, younger son of Arnaud de Villanovo's sister, has an interest that goes beyond his personality. We have 7 main documents to study, and we owe them to the fact that he died childless and made his universal legatee of the Hospital of the Holy Spirit in Marseille, remembering no doubt that the Order of the Holy Spirit was like him, born in Montpellier. 1. His papers, kept with the Marseille Hospital archives, have thus come down to us. Without stopping at various title deeds. 2, let us say that a Will L of 1329, with the Book of Reason in which it is copied, and an inventory after death of 1,341 are worthy of Al L our consideration. There is little to regret except the disappearance of the final Will L of February 21, 1337, preserved in original and listed in 1872. Lost or removed since then. 3. A first allusion to archives, both hospital and notarial, was made in regionalist literature by a Fabry, 1854 and 1833, and L. Barthélemy, 1883, who mentioned the name of Jean Biais as doctor and author of Foundation Pius. Ph. Mabilai, archivist of the city of Marseille, took the initiative to read the Will L and the Livre de Raison of Jean Biais. While leafing through them, he had the opportunity to discover Jean Blaise's relationship with Arnold de Villanovo, 1897. The first useful surveys were therefore made under these auspices by regional writers, the interest extending this time either to the philological aspect, may belie Conio, or to the economic and social aspect, Armu, Villard, of these old texts. It is still possible to ask them to shed some new light on Arnaud de Villeneuve and his environment by adding to the Book of Reasons of the town Hal El of Marseille, the only one used so far, the documents of the Prefecture of Bouches-du-Rhône. 1. The Order of the Holy Spirit had founded its first hospital and home in Montpellier. The Marseille Hospital, founded in 1188 to 1189, very shortly afterwards, was the first nucleus of the Études, from which it took its name in 1593. 2. Prefecture of Bouches-du-Rhône Hospital Archives, Holy Spirit Hospital, call numbers B46, B47, B49, Second Skin Reconnaissance, B50. 3. It was marked B48 in the printed inventory. 1. His origins. The capital source, as far as origins and environment are concerned, family of Jean Blaise, is his Will L of May 8th, 1329, and more particularly the 2 pages of PL. I1. The best is here to give the floor to the person concerned. Item, I bequeath to Bernard Blaise and his brothers, my nephews, the property paternal and maternal, materna ante materna, that I have, or that I must have in Montpellier. Assets held from me by Master Armand Blaise, my brother, that is to say their father, who received and obtained these same assets from Pierre Blaise, my guardian, while I was in Venice. As appears from an act drawn up by Maitre Jean de Arnaud, notary in Montpellier, and is attested by Ponce de Montaubru to an Aimée Guillemette, wife of the same Ponce. In the act drawn up in 1290, or about that time, or 5 years before or after, and from which I have never had an extract made, we can deduce from this several sufficiently approximate data. 1. The parents of Jean Blaise, Al L, of whose property was Montpellier, had died in 1290. 2. Jean Blaise was a minor at that time, which seems imply that he was not 14, given the rules of the written law. 3. Its birth must in this case be placed, according to Al L appearances, between 1276 and 1281. 4. A stay in Venice, singular and unexplained for us, surely everything at the time of his minority, would be between 1285 and 1295. 1. Livre de Raison. At the Mairie de Marseille, call number I-187. There is also the Codicil, call number GGI. 2. Montaubre. There is a Ponce de Montaubru, syndic of Montpellier, cited for his resistance to Philippe le Bel in 1303. The identification would be reckless for the moment, although Blaise uses a very deferential tone, Domina Guilelma. Montaubre, once a parish, now a charming church at the gates of Montpellier. Cf. Dainville, the Romanesque churches of the Diocese of Montpellier, I. P. 111, 1937. The spelling Montaubre, after a period of hesitation, Berthel, seems set to supplant Montauberon, Thomas. 3. I suppose that the Blaze had traders and that business ties could explain the trip. Venice's welcome to the merchants of Montpellier had become particularly cordial since 1267. The stay in Venice, which this passage does not prevent us from evaluating at 10 years, was followed by a stay in Montpellier of comparable duration. The following tell LSUS that Jean Blaise did his medicine there, and his studies would conveniently take place between 1295 and 1305. The time and cause of his final departure from Montpellier escape us. If an assumption has to be made, we will remind Arnaud de Villanovo, first in difficulty on French soil in 1300s, incriminated a second time in 1303, in the indictment of Guillaume de Plaziens, had undoubtedly had to take off. His family may well have shared his fate. Arnaud, in any case the older brother of Jean Blaise, would support this hypothesis because he left Montpellier hastily, in the direction of Barcelona, at the end of December 1303. 2. The surgeon. In 1305, in fact, we find Jean Blaise established as a doctor in Marseilles. 1. He married, to all appearance at that time, Alsace, and if it is indeed Alsace-Huguelin, it may be added that this was an alliance with a family of traders. Jean Blaise later took the title of citizen of the Viscount town of Marseille. Then we ask ourselves a first question. The young was the practitioner a surgeon or a doctor? Surgery then triumphs momentarily over the prejudice that enslaved me. It is the most positive part of art. Despite that, or rather because of that, it asserts itself only after all others. Arnaud de Villanovo had once spoken of doctors of surgery and doctors of surgery. Jean Blaise was undoubtedly one of these doctors more or less specialized in surgery. The acts testify in this sense, which sometimes qualified as doctor, sometimes surgeon. The official acts of 1333 and 1341 only call him surgeon. The books that make up his little library support this idea, 3 volumes of medicine and 2 of surgery on 11 volumes. Galen, De Simplicibus Medicamentis, Helvetici. 3 parchment notebooks. 2. Maimonides, aphorisms from Galen, 1 vol, in paper. 3. Arnaud de Villanovo, Speculum or Marai, 1 vol, in paper. 4. Theodoric of Lucca, surgery, 1 vol, in paper. 5. Collection of 5 works on surgery. 2. 1. Al Barthelemy, Doctors in Marseille before and during the Middle Ages, p24, 1883. 2. Inventory of Books and Instruments in Provenal, published by P.H. Mabi Armana Marcis, p100 and 1-103, 1897. Jean Blaise had made his inventory c. 1330, and had transcribed it in his Livre de Raison. The instruments complete to convince us. Only, however, silver instruments are admitted to the honors of the inventory. A syringe, una silinga. 1. 2. Small L pliers, unas maletas. 2. 3. A probe. 3. 4. A curroir, a corridor. 5. An eye cup, a palpebrels. There is also a silver stylus Virga Chirurgi Argenti in the house of Villeneuve. The surgeon thus offers himself to us in a semi-reality. Did Jean Blaise have a master in Montpellier whose trace we can find? If we want to try to glimpse it, we must start from this first point, the only solid one, the preponderance of operative medicine in the medical activity of Jean Blaise. There is another, that he probably belonged to the school of Theodore. We have identified the report of Lucquois in the second third of the 13th century. He had made the first discovery of asepsis, for sore. We therefore see no possibility, if not probability, except in favor of a surgeon and a disciple of Thodery. One thinks first of of his uncle. Arnaud de Villanovo was teaching in Montpellier precisely at the appropriate time of my uncle. He keeps the medical tradition of Arnaud, speculum. It refers to 1 astrology. 1. White volume containing 5 or 6 astronomy books. 2. Red volume, Almanac of Astronomical Omens. 3. Brass astrolabe. The 14th century syringe, according to Nicaise, is in fact a urethral probe. According to him, the real syringe, a piston instrument invented by Abulcasis, would not have been known to the Latins until the 15th century. Bladder injection is not an objection. Raz may have done it long ago. Guy de Chauliac performed it with a bulb instrument. 2. In Low Latin Montplatum, Ducange. In modern Provenal Mileto, F. Mistral. 3. We find the lead probe in Raz, the silver probe in Avicenna. 4. The struggle against the party of suppuration, Pius Laudabile, goes back to Hippocrates. The doctrine of Bruno on Thodery, imported into France, perhaps by an opponent, Lanfranc, seems to have had a following with J. Petart and H. de Mondeville. It was ruined by Guy de Chauliac. Asepsis only became definitively established with Liszt. He himself uses the famous lion images, 7 in gold and 11 copper, against kidney pain, astrological remedy, and family alchemy. Arnold de Villanovo, who had only one treatise on surgery in his ample library, had precisely only the treatise of Theodoric. However, on this subject, an objection remains. It was not particularly a surgeon. Henri de Mondeville can be taken into consideration in this case. He thought to have been the introducer of Theodoric in Montpellier and in Paris. He says himself that he studied, exercised, and taught surgery in Paris and Montpellier for several years, and medicine at the Montpellier Studium only one. He is us, unfortunately, it is impossible to be specific about Montpellier, but one can suppose the last years of the 13th century for medicine, and affirm 1D 304 for anatomy. 2. There is final lie, and this is not negligible, indices of appreciation at Henri de Mondeville for Arnold de Villanovo and his family. The master-student bond between Henri de Mondeville and Jean Blaise is therefore hypothetical, but not absurd. Was Jean Blaise at the forefront of the surgeons of his time? There are some rather embarrassing presumptions. It is probable that he wrote nothing. He does not seem to have retained the most positive part. Of his uncle's work, he found a lie, it is said, left medicine early for business. He was, however, King Robert's surgeon, Regi Chirurgici Montes Pessolani, and he seems to have known a favor, al proportion guarded, analogous to that of his uncle Arnaud de Villanovo, who was at the same time a religious reformer, a diplomat, and a prince of science. We find the religious feeling in the nephew. His testament has 3 legacies in money to the Franciscans of Marseille-les, plus the bequest to the convent of Marseille-les of a wax statue of 100 books of St. Louis d'Anjou, brother of King Robert. The feeling loyalist is also found. Jean Blaise's bed had 1. There is therefore no way of excluding him as a surgeon from the official studium. He too flourished in both faculties. 2. Cf. Anatomy, first part of surgery. Edition of the first version, that of 1304, by J. Pagel, 1892. The book by H. de Mondeville belongs, except for this first draft, to the end of his career and to Paris. Curtain wall LS with the arms of Anjou. Final lie. The surgeon also had his house certain royal privileges, quodam privilegia regia, relating to an endowment from the king to which we will return. Arnaud surely helped his nephew win the king's favor, Robert. The prince's lieutenancy in Provence may have been the occasion Zion, 1305 to 1307, or rather still his coronation in Avignon and the political missions of Arnaud de Villanovo, 1300s to 1311. In all likelihood, the surgeon accompanied the King Robert in Naples, 1310 to 1319. That Jean Blaise was absent from Marseille between 1313 and 1320, this seems to result from the acts of which we have trace. His presence in Naples, on the other hand, could not be control-led. Foreign doctors authorized to practice in the Kingdom of Sicily have been listed, and the name of Jean Blaise does not appear there. 1. However, as royal surgeon, he was able to benefit from a special diet. Jean Blaise must have returned with King Robert and continued his services in Provence, 1319 to 1324. The return was for him defined if, and he remained in Marseille-les when the king returned to Naples. Communication from Mr. Filangeri, curator of the State Archives of Naples, whom we sincerely thank. The burning of the Angevin archives by the Germans, September 30th, 1943, prohibited any further research. 3. The Capitalist. The autograph book of reason by Jean Blaise, one of the most elders of the genre, 1. Sheds light on its last 20 years. It is the only period that we know of in any detail. He then appears to us from year to year in the guise of a retired civil servant who seeks to place and assert his money, in the guise of a merchant, H. Villard, and a capitalist, A. Sayus. 3. If it is necessary to make it a prototype of Marseille capitalism in 14th century, capitalism from a strictly commercial source, I must, however, to say that it is the surgeon who had to provided the first funds to the trader. The activity of Jean Blaise, by its nature, is representative of that of capitalists, big and small L, in search of investments and speculations. Its only semi-industrial operation is a ship demolition, 2334. Its business operations cover mainly on 2 products, coal, lectin in the region, and resold to specialists, olive oil, raw hides, and tan. As for the investments themselves, they are of 3 kinds. 1. A joint charter for the trip to Marseille to Manfredonia and back, 1333 M-1, 33 M-1, 30. 2. The loan at interest. Practiced a special lie in the form of the loan on pledges. The pledges most often consisting of women's ornaments. It was a sort of private pawn shop. The loan was a investment appreciated. It holds the first place in the operations by John Blaze. 3. The purchase of tax. This placement corresponds to a phenomenon social characteristic, the substitution of the wealthy bourgeois in the dean of the books of Reason of Provence passed for being that of Jacques Didier of Orleans. But this book does not begin until 1477. 2. H. Villard, a physician to King Robert of Naples. In the official bulletin of the Museum of Old Marseilles, P. 2 Ominous 98, 1932. 3. A. Sias, risk transfers in Marseilles during the 146th century in the Historical Review of Law, P. 477-478, 1935. Rights of the Ancient Lords. The right holder receives a perpetual royalty, the sens of the holder of the land. Rights of Jean Blaise should therefore not be taken for properties, modern sense. Most relate to vines, distributed in such a way that they give us a glimpse of a certain extension vineyards throughout the suburbs of Marseille. This activity is interesting in more ways than one. She documents on the state of Marseille trade in the third decade of the 14th century. The 14th century, a period of slump, contrasted with the 13th century key boom period. This is the general rule. But the data from fact are appreciated because they are rare. The Marseillais trade then presents two characteristics. One, technical progress, important progress, similar, that it accompanies him or follows him, to that of Genoa. 2, geographical shrinkage, with the Latin countries of the Western Mediterranean for limits. If, however, this activity interests us, it does not leave to surprise us. The metamorphosis of the surgeon into a capitalist, was it as sudden and as total as it seems? I don't believe for me. Jean Blaise, according to various clues, may have lost contact during this period, neither with his art nor with southern Italy. Moreover, as far as we know them, his first transactions were simply investments. 1313. Jean Blaise has a house bought in Marseille by his stepfather. 1320. He already owns 7 tax dollars in Marseille. 1320 to 1327. He tax. His installation in his house in Marseille was acquired c. 1320. His notebooks seem to have served mainly in the period between the two will ls, 1329 to 1337. His more strictly commercial operations take place in this later period. 1329-1,340, debt securities. 1333 to 1335, main commercial operations. 4. The family. We now have to identify the main interest of the character. First, by studying his family. This study already brings us to pronounce the name of Villeneuve. But it is necessary to quote this capital passage, the first in importance, of the Will L of 1329, in which Jean Blaise evokes his Aunt Aines and his cousin Marie, the wife and the daughter of Arnaud de Villanovo. Item, I bequeath, I will L, and I order that be returned and paid to minor brothers of Montpellier, and to Sister Marie de Villeneuve, of the Order of Blessed Marie Madeleine of the city of Valence. In Catalonia, daughter of the late Master Arnold de Villanovo, doctor, my very dear cousin, Irisim Consobrain, me, 100 books of tournament menus. Of France, bequeathed to me by Madame my aunt, Domina of Oncolamea, mother of the said Sister Marie, so that, if I happened to die without a legitimate heir to my body, the said locuj pounds would be reimbursed to the said friars minor and to the said sister married. Jean Blaise thus discharges, towards his cousin, the debt of gratitude contracted towards his aunt. The imperative legacy of 1329, confirmed in 1337, was settled in 1341. Item 100 pounds tournaments of money, counted for 15 denarii in obol, and paid to Sister Marie de Villeneuve and the minor brothers of Montpellier. Arnaud de Villanovo and his sister closely associated with Montpellier throughout this process. It was in Montpellier that the latter had married Blaise. Their sons, Armengau and Jean, were born there. The full lowing table summarizes, very hypothetical lie of course, our new acquisitions 1. The will of 1329 contains various legacies for the collaterals of Montpellier. One in favor of the nephews of Jean Blaise, Bernard Blaise, 101. Bernard Blaise and his brothers, Jean's unliquidated share in the estate of his parents in Montpellier, Jean Blaise. Another nephew, apparently living in Marseilles, 50 LJ. 2 in favor of his cousin, Jean de Montaubreu, 12-1. Were these legacies absent from the will of 1337? It seems so because they do not seem to have been acquitted in 1341. In this table, I follow the sign. the supposed but unproven descent. The prescription of the family of Jean Blaise, parents and collaborators being thus approximately unraveled, let us try to appreciate her own home in Marseille. His wife Alsace was called exactly, I believe, Alsace Huguelin. Guillaume Huguelin being her father and under Huguelin his brother. This would justify Jean Blaise calling him his brother-in-law. 1. This would explain the intervention of these two characters in the succession of Villeneuve, Guillaume for the liquidations, Ander for the formalities. 2. The in-laws of Jean Blaise is in itself one more link, and very worthy of attention, with Villeneuve-Loubet. 3. 1. Jean Blaise calls him Conhat, originally allied or related by women Renouard, brother-in-law in modern Provenal, Honorat, Mistral. C. H. Villard, Luxit P. 86. 2. Guillaume Huguelin pays the estate the price of 30 mines of wheat and 2 goods sold. Under Huguelin pours into it the remainder of 110 souls, received from the bail of Villeneuve for the funeral. I suppose it's a hypothesis that the first could have been the father of the second. 3. The cradle of our characters is in eastern Provence. I found Huguelin in Nice, 1342, in St. Paul, 1333, etc. Guillaume Huguelin has his family home in Villeneuve, and he inherits it from his father Raymond Huguelin, 1333. He was then the city's attorney and trustee, and, to our knowledge, he owns 7 or 8 properties in the territory of Villeneuve. On the relations of the Huguelins with Marseille, I note that an Ander Huguelin has a vineyard across from Jean Blaise in Bonnavain, 1342. I dismiss, for the moment, the 2 daughters of the late Bernard Huguelin, Bernardus Huguelini, mentioned in the will of 1329. The Blaises lived in a small house with a garden, the replacement of which, once raised, is near the quay to the left of the town hall of Marseille. It was at the corner of the Rue de la Chaudronnerie, Perillaria, and the Traverse, Rue Ventomage. The dwelling and the furniture were representative of the simplicity of the time. Essentially 2 large rooms, the bedroom and the kitchen, the latter common room for all uses. 4 kinds of furniture, bed, tables, benches, chests. Alsace had enough ornaments and jewels. 1. She had only 1 maid. Such was the train of a retired court surgeon in the 14th century. In 1341, Alsace shared her husband's estate with the Hospital of the Holy Spirit. She appears to have died in 1366 and to have thus survived her husband 25 years. We find, in fact, in the registers of the hospital, Blazeda on July 3, 1350, Alsace on December 9, 1366. As wife of Guillaume Blassin-Saïcy, the second date is that of his will and his codicil, too. Jean Blaise and Alsace died without issue 3. 1. Inventory of Jean's wife's dresses and jewelry. Blaise, published by P.H. Mably, Armand of Marseille, P70, 1899. Source, The Book of Reasons. 2. Libre del Tresor, Dimension D, 1, Art. 3 and 5, 1399. Copy of the same, Dimension B, 1, F3, 17th century. These 2 registers at the hospital archives, Prefecture of Bouches-du-Rhône. 3. Jean Blaise had only 1 goddaughter, and also a kind of posthumous goddaughter. The 2-year-old girl who had been brought to the hospital the day we learned of Blaise's death and who was, because of that, called Blaisine. This is the only detail that seemed notable to a Faber. See Hist. McPeel Hospitals, P387, 1854. 5. The death of Villeneuve. The death of our character also leads us to Villeneuve, to a perfectly individualized Villeneuve. Jean Blaise died in Villeneuve-à-les-Vents at the end of August, perhaps at the beginning of September 1341. On August 28, he had dictated an articulo renordis, a codicil on the subject of his burial. The care of a Jewish doctor did not save him point. His death actually followed closely because 2 months were barely enough for the formalities. Trip from Villeneuve to Aix, 16 days, sending a team from Marseille to Villeneuve and back, 19 days, etc. On October 31st, the will was presented to the judge of Marseille. On November 6, 1341, the inventory after death was drawn up. The inventory, a parchment in excellent condition with 363 lines, 1, divided into 4 parts: assets of Marseille, assets of Villeneuve, liabilities, debts, liabilities, bequests. Used here for the first time, reflects, as we will see, the life of Jean Blaise in Villeneuve. These rights are official on April 21st, 1333. The syndics of Villeneuve, in the absence of Jean Blaise, declare them to the king's investigators on an inspection tour, saying that Master Jean Blaise, surgeon living in Marseille by royal provision during his life, holds the castle and the territory of Loubet, perceives the fruits of it, the court having reserved it, jurisdiction, and the right of treason. P. 1, Prefecture of Bouches de Rennes, Hospital Archives, Dimension B49, First Skin, 2. Tenet castrum et territorium lobeti et p fructus percepit, except curie jurisdiction et jure tresinorum. See Archives of Bouches du Rennes, Court of Auditors, Register B, 1054 F30 volts. The marginal note seems to put these fruits at 100 lbs. The surgeon therefore had, according to this register, substantial rights, especially rights of use of fructuary. When does this concession date back, and through it, the legal link between Jean-Biais and the Villeneuve region? A priori, one would be tempted to make them coincide with the presumed retirement of Blaise, 1324. I am, however, almost tempted to believe that in 1333 they were recent. One Jean-Biais does not seem to allude to them in his will, in 1329. To the court, after having considered ceding it to Daniel Marquesan, had decided to keep the lordship of Loubet in 1330. 1. J to this one can answer, one that Jean Blaise held a dismemberment of the seigneury and not the seigneury itself. Subject to its coat of arms, because its tapestry baldachin was in its arms and in the arms of Anjou. 2. That this late concession, if Blaise had left the service of the king in 1324, seems without cause. Subject to late services unknown to us, Jean-Biais was, in any case, in good company at Loubet. Simon de Pisano, citizen of Genoa, Philippe de Manilio, treasurer, king's advisor in Naples, too, were, like himself, officials and familiar to the king. The inventory of 1,341, in the absence of the last lost will, also specifies our character by specifying his relations, business, and friendship. In Marseille, it is, for example, Bernard Garnier, importer of spices, Pabrario, and future benefactor of the Saint-Jacques Hospital. It is above all the enigmatic character called in the notebooks Arnaud Safabriguas, still with the title of Senhor. It strangely resembles Dominus Arnaldus de Fabricis, who, charged with his books and his effects by Arnold de Villanovo, had brought them back to his estate, 1312 and 1318. Was the uncle's right-hand man the nephew's advisor? What strikes us then is his presence in Marseille. Their unusual form of its name would be plausible in Catalonia, but also 1. Sage and Labandi, document, Hist, Rel, to the seigneuries of Menton, Roquebrune, La Turbie, P. 245, 1D 909. Raymond Marquesan seems to have obtained what his father could not have. Cf. Collection of the Court of Auditors, Archives of Bouches de Rennes. He acquired the land of Loubet from the court, by exchange, before June 24, Bazin 347, classification Mark B 536, the jurisdiction of Loubet, by purchase on October 18th, 2347, classification Mark B, Plazin 130, F83. 2. They enjoyed restricted rights in Loubet, right of albergue and cavalcade for the first noble fief on a few plots for the second. C. D.P. Archives. Des Bouches de Rennes, one greater than Simon de Pisano, Court of Auditors, Register B, 1065, F68 SQQ. 2 degree Philippe de Manilio, or Murillo, ID, Register B 267, F273 SQQ. In the Grasse region. 1. There's more. Barthélemy Safabriguas, son or relative of the previous one, also in Marseille, is also familiar and occasional customers of Jean-Biais. There were 3 benches in Villeneuve which came from him, and Jean Blaise, who had granted him loans before, had left him a bequest of £10, the highest bequest he had left to a layman. On the banks of the Loup, Jean-Biais seems very close to Daniel Marquesan, by the Villeneuve and rich merchant from Nice, 2. This is the first representative of a family that grows rich and rises to the first rank in 2 generations. Daniel, at first a simple notary, had acceded to business, to arms, to the nobility, to the provincial administration. 2. Marquesan will soon be called to the central government. Raymond as treasurer of Provence, 1363. Louis as judge-mage, 1364. Daniel Marquesan had been, through his daughter Alessi, the father-in-law of Rome de Villeneuve, Lord of Vence, Paul de Villeneuve, uncle of Rome, who became Lord of Vence on the death of his nephew, 1338. Reimbursed the dowry of Alessi to Daniel Marquesan, 1345. Daniel was therefore both the ally of the Lords of Vence and the friend of John Blaise. Did these 2 leading families, the Villeneuve de Vence and the Marquesan, find themselves in contact at the same place and at the same time with a so-called disciple and ALS, with an authentic nephew of Arnaud de Villanovo? 3. Jean-Biais had his income at Loubet, but his country house was at Villeneuve. It was a rented house at the price of 34 souls and having the character of a collection office of other times, that is to say, the character of a store. Cotton bags and scales. 1. Many names in CA and Catalonia. I noted Sorina, a Fabrega, baker of Jacques II, 1304, Afont, Arrocha, Sarugera, Serriera, even Saporta. These are survivals of the derivative article ipe instead of il. We find traces of it sporadically between the Alps and the Ebro, in Girona, in Majorca, in the Pyrenees, in Grasse. C.E. Bourrez. Elements of Romance Linguistics, p. 1930. The name of Fabrega forge is common. There was a priory of Fabregues Faberses in the Diocese of Maguelone, attributed to Jean de Montlor Jr. in 1322. 2. On Daniel Marquesan, see the excellent note by Léoband, O.P. CIT, P. CXL Vicli. He was bail in Castellan of Villefranche in 1329. He finished bail of Villeneuve, 1341. He died Vrar 1347. We can take Raymond for his son, Labende Cortez. There is doubt for Louis, despite what Cortez says. 3. Cf. John de Lassini, Hist. House of Villeneuve, IP 249, 1900s, above P 26-27. Put the furniture, but there were also agricultural tools and animals, a black mule, a red ox. As for local fruits, cereals were the clearest. Daniel Marquesan had bought the bulk of the wheat and the spelled Guillaume Hugelin for the remainder of the wheat and 2 other unspecified goods. The train of the squire of Villeneuve, like that of bourgeois of Marseille, reflects the frugality of the times. Such, according to almost new data, perhaps sketch the career of Jean Blaise. We cannot, at the end of this essay, not be brought back, invincibly, to Arnaud de Villanovo and to the question, so obscure and so controversial, of his birth and his family background. What does the biography of his nephew tell us that is newer and more valid for the solution of this question? The first point is certain. Jean Blaise died in Villeneuve because of the life provision assigned to him by King Robert. But why, among so many possible places, had this provision been made at Villeneuve? The second point, if less obvious, has a high degree of probability. 25 years before we find him in possession of this demi-seigneury or half-lordship, Jean Blaise was probably married in Marseille into a family from Villeneuve. The prevailing impression is that Jean Blaise's dossier, taken as a whole, is the most disturbing of the contributions to the problem of the origins of Arnaud de Villanovo. 3. Armand Blaise. 1. The Montpellier student. Armand Blaise, one was the eldest son of Blaise and the sister of Arnaud de Villanovo. It is appropriate to resume the study of his life and his work. The first little known is admitted, the second muddled with questions or difficult. His life is in some ways a chapter of History University in Montpellier. His work is one of general medical evolution. Armand Blaise was born in Montpellier in the early 1960s. His oldest and most important work, the translation of poem on medicine by Ibn Sina, Avicenna, may date from 1284. 2. If Tun admits that this work presupposes at least adolescence, we will agree to place his birth C, 1264. By way of comparison, Callot, his contemporary, made his first translation at the age of 19. At the time of this translation, Armand must have started his medicine. His time at the faculty would conveniently fall between 1284 and 1289, the first date being one of the possible dates of his first medical work, the second being that of his license examination. The coincidence of 3 facts would be to fix the hypothesis. 1. The correct lesson of the name given by his brother's manuscripts is Armand Blaise, Armandus Blasi. We find Ermingarius Blaney, Bubble of Vaniteosen 289, Ermingaldus, Blasini, Blazini, etc. 2. Cambridge, Peterhouse, manuscript number 101 gives March 1283. The manuscript of the Arsenal Library in 61 bears 1284, and the first date is coming back maybe a second. Steinschneider found elsewhere 1,280, Singia gives 1,305. The coincidence of 3 facts would be to hypothetically fix our ideas located in an acceptable way at the date of 1284. His coming of age, his admission to the clergy, and his entrance to the faculty. On his education, in any case, we only have the data statutes of 1240. It would have lasted 4 years unless it should not include 2 years for the baccalaureate and 4 years for the license, the total of 6 years being also that of Salerno and Paris. About his studies and about his teacher, we know nothing. The regents then certainly included Bertrand d'Amargues, Bertrandus de Armanisis, Bernard de Gordon, and probably William of Mazaris, Arnaud later frequented Guillaume de Maisre's Prefacius and, of course, his uncle Arnold de Villanovo. He made a translation for the first, another in collaboration with the second. But Prefacius was a Jew, and the Jewish schools could spawn, but not merge, with the official schools. We are no further ahead as far as Arnaud de Villanovo is concerned. Domiciled in Barcelona since 1281, cut off from Montpellier during the acute period of the war between 1282 and 1286, its presence is only attested in 1287 and 1289. He was a great traveler. He must have been more so at 50 than at 70. Everything seems to indicate that his relations with Montpellier have been much more followed than we thought so far. But teaching seems to imply residency. On the Arnaud license exam we have, on the contrary, two specific pieces, one which tend to do nothing less than make his promotion the result of an abuse of power. It is necessary to examine this file in a more complete way, because it interests the university history in general, in particular that of Montpellier, which has its very own characteristics. And because finally it is the best known episode, but not the best known, of Arnaud's biography, and that an exact interpretation must be attempted. The explanation can only be given by the preliminary presentation of the political situation and the school situation in 1T 289. 2. 1. C.F. Cartulaite of the University of Montpellier, TIP 209 and 213, 1890, and 2P 855, 1912. The bull of 1D 289 is reproduced in T, I from a copy, in T2 from the original, found in the meantime. The facsimile of the bull, with its lead seal, is given in T2, Pol, Phi PXXXXIV. The sentence is in TJI. 2. On the political crisis, see Petit Thalamus, Chronique Pomone, year 1292, P 340, 1860. Data at the height of the crisis. Cf. As an overview, L.J. Thomas, La Réunion de Montpellier, La France, in Conferences sur l'Histoire de Montpellier, P 60 SQQ, 1912. The political situation is stormy. After 26 years of conflict, one bishop is in open struggle with all the civil authorities. Berenger Pardoux, Bishop of Maguelone, and therefore Lord Suzerain of Montpellier and theoretical head of the schools, is above all in the wrong to have, or believed to have rights, and to be materially disarmed. The consuls open hostilities by submitting his waste clergy, 1287. The Pope intercedes without being heard. The King of Majorca lets his lieutenant associate with the consuls. The King of France directs, with even more perfidy, the steps of his seneschal. The crisis worsens, the consuls are in the requisition situations and arrests, the bishop to censures, pending the excommunications. Arnaud is therefore unlucky by appearing for the exam as a clerk and scholar of the Diocese of Maguelone and, as such, as protected by the bishop. 1. The municipal opposition and the opposition school have every chance of having obscurely collaborated. 2. The school situation in 1289, as a result of an evolution of a century, was in fact also to the disadvantage of the bishop. The diagram of this evolution is worth tracing, because the incident that occupies us there will take a prominent place, if not a place of honor. The overall evolution presents 3 periods and 3 fixed markers. 3. One period of freedom. State of affairs sanctioned by power civil, 1181. All men of the art can teach, whoever they are, and wherever they are. 2 period of authority, 1220. The bishop examines and invests the regents, assisted by some of the masters at his discretion, and appoints the judge, chancellor, with the likewise assistance of the dean of age and 2 other masters at his choice. 3 period of autonomy, 1309. The union of masters, Universitas Magistrorum, examines and admits new masters, and elects the chancellor, by a majority of 2/3 of the votes. The period which interests us is more particularly that in which the transition from control to autonomy takes place. In 1240, a controversy had divided the regents. 1. I do not mention the influence of Arnaud de Villanovo in the absence of any document. 2. The school sentence of Vazen 290 is known to us by the copy delivered to the municipal authority, at its request, on September 5, 1295. 3. On the university crisis, see also in conferences Alak CT, the excellent summary by E.G. Babut P97, 1912. 3 of them, the dean, the chancellor, and another master, were for the commission of examination of the bishop. 7 others were for that of the assembly of masters. The 2 arbitrators, the prior of Saint-Firmin and a Franciscan, had ruled in 2 consultations. The first decided that every baccalaureate before being presented had to go to the schools of all the masters, or of the majority of them, and mingle in the discussions, The Assembly of Masters then had to decide whether it was sufficient or insufficient. The second consultation went almost so far as to require the unanimity of the assembly. 2. Reference is only made later to the examination and approval by the bishop and his deputies in connection with the doctoral start. This was obviously a historic decision. It gave an official existence to the Assembly of Professors without abolishing the Episcopal Commission, but by giving the former a preponderant, if not already exclusive, place. And what is more, the decision came from the local ecclesiastical authorities. We can only really explain it by admitting that it recorded a use and that it recorded it at the moment when it imposed itself. In 1289, the master's examination of Armand Blaise took place according to this process. Examined by Bertrand de Margues and by most of the masters, according to the statutes and custom, he was not considered worthy of the license. Berenger Ferdol, facing this new adversary, tried to break the coalition of regents by a judicial execution. His official, Bertrand Mathieu, summoned Bertrand de Margues and the other masters to re-examine the cleric and present him for the investiture of the bishop. On their refusal, he excommunicated them, and seizing and imprisoning Bertrand de Margues and certain masters, using threats and intimidation towards the others. 3. He compelled them to yield consente coegit. 1. The bishop's party included the dean, then invested with precedence Raoul, the chancellor, Henri de Gantonia, and a professor, Bertrand de Reims. This dean and this chancellor are the first authentically known, and in these three characters, the thing is obvious to me, we have precisely the Episcopal Commission of 1240. The interpretation that I propose is properly an interpretation, but it fits well to texts. Cf. Cardle, IP 188-190. Note that the print reads Rodolphum Domino, Dino. It should obviously read Decanum. 2. Nullus magister presentet bacillarium quem magister in officio credit indignum. 3. Quosdam ex dictus magistris per captinem corporum, quosdam vero minis et terroribus, sentence of 1290. T. Per excommunication essentiam et per captinem et retentionem, dicti Bertrandi et quorum dam aliorum magistrorum, bull of 1289. The union of teachers and pupils, Universitas Magistrorum Scholarium, represented by his attorney, immediately appealed afterwards to Pope Nicholas IV. The Pope, by bull of October 1, 1289, charged a commission of 3 members, composed of Pierre Ricau, Petrus Ricavi, Provost of Avignon, and 2 of his canons, to cite the parties and decide. The decision was pronounced on April 12, 1290, in Avignon. It was forbidden to disturb the faculty in its privileges, that is to say, to molest school children and teachers under penalty of excommunication. The sentence itself stuck, diplomatic and enigmatic, to this single point. The Pope, in these matters, was won over to an evolution which served him. The pontifical authority gained a little of what the episcopal authority lost. On October 26, 1289, 3 weeks after the order to investigate the Biais affair, Nicholas IV sealed the famous bubble which transformed the schools of Montpellier into a university studium generale. The papacy, however, avoided decisions that were too abrupt. 1. The sentence of Avignon decided for the future, but it slipped slightly on the past. The bishop, in the circumstances, was certainly in check. 2. Armand, however, has every chance of having kept his license. His situation was regularized anyway because, not to mention the many manuscripts that qualify him as a master, kings and popes gave him this title officially, on several occasions SES, for example in 1305 and in 1309. 1. The pope was seized at precisely the same time of 2 similar complaints, against the official of Montpellier, 1289, against the chancellor of the bishopric of Paris, 1290. He got away with it the same way. On Paris, for comparison, cf. the chapter by L. Halfan, The Rise of Europe, p. 565, 1941. 2. Berenger Ferdol, discouraged by a lifetime of struggles and a hopeless crisis, ceded the seigneury of Montpellier to Philippe le Bel in March 1293. 2. The court doctor. The life of Armand Blaise seems to have been divided, according to 3 unequal periods, between Montpellier, Barcelona, and Avignon. Stay in Montpellier first, roughly corresponding to his first 40 years. He made a home there because, although a clerk, he married, probably in the early 90s. He shared with his uncle, with many others, the condition of a married clerk at the faculty. Several sons were born to him during this time. Bernard and Thomas, who were to settle, the first in Barcelona, the second in Béziers, and perhaps even this Jean, later settled in Marseille, whose filiation is less certain. Armengaud had lost his parents around 1290. At this time, Pierre Biais, probably an uncle, administered as tutor the share of the inheritance of Jean Biais, the younger brother of Armengaud, still a minor and moreover absent from Montpellier. Armengaud was entrusted with his brother's share. The satisfaction that we would have in finding our character irreproachable is thus put to the test a second time. Jean Blaise was never restored to his rights by his brother, and 40 years later he abandoned it, 1329. The fact, however, it must be said, does not seem to have influenced the attitude of Arnaud de Villanovo and Jean Biais towards Armengaud and his family. The years that followed his examination are empty of documents and do not allow us to know what his life was like in Montpellier. It was assumed that he stayed away. However, he was able to continue to practice because the practice of medicine opened from the baccalaureate and, of all necessity. It is necessary to place at this time the years of apprenticeship, which alone can explain his later successes. It is also necessary to refer to the time of Montpellier, 5 translations of which 2 are, at first sight at least, intended for school. The poem of Avicenna, fairly quickly adopted by several. The translation of Galen, executed especially for Guillaume de Mazres. Its very astronomical translation may have been intended for some master of arts, successor of Robert the Englishman. His reputation was sufficient in 1297 for Arnaud de Villanovo to recommend him to the sovereigns of Aragon, Jacques II, and Blanche d'Anjou. Arnaud, then leaving Barcelona for Montpellier, and the king asking him for a replacement, he offered him his nephew. Jacques II wrote to Armengaud on December 8, 1297, to ask him for a consultation and a book De Cura Infirmitatis et Neuroidenum. For another 6 years, however, Armengaud retained his home in Montpellier, occasionally traveling to Barcelona for his service, late 1297 to late 1303. Effective stay in Barcelona then probably quite short, 1304 to 1308, however taking into account the services that preceded and who followed. It is a second political crisis that chases Armengaud Blaise from Montpellier, a probable counterstroke to the conflict between Philip le Bel and Boniface VIII. The indictment of Guillaume de Plagens, short of arguments, had implicated Arnaud de Villanovo for the needs of the moment. June 14, 1303. The Languedoc region had then become one of the main theaters of a kind of electoral campaign prior to a referendum, Guillaume de Plagens taking Montpellier itself as its center of operations July. The campaign of intimidation and violence continued without stopping until the arrival of the king in Toulouse, December 24. Arnaud de Villanovo spends late December in Marseille, perhaps with his nephew Jean Biais. Should we not date this text where he stigmatizes the envy and ingratitude of his colleagues, the snubs and abuse? Pestilentium Scandalorum. 1. Armengaud, in any case, leaving hastily from Montpellier, took refuge in Barcelona on December 14, 1303. His letter, written from Barcelona to Jacques II on January 4, 1304, suggests a dramatic background. May your majesty know hereby that I arrived in Barcelona on the 11th day before the feast of the Nativity of the Lord, after a long series of insults post multum pestum scandalorum, with all my house and my family nevertheless satisfied, because I learned that you enjoy, so that Madam the Queen and your happy children of continued health, and because I conjecture what happy effect of your future dominion, and of that. 1. The Considerationibus Operis Medici in Opera Armia Colonel, 847, Basil Ed, Boni 585. Of yours, the barbarian nations already foresee, and because, on the other hand, our venerable father, Veneranus Pater Noster, Master Arnaud de Villanovo, has already arrived in Marseilles with the usual increase in the smell of his reputation. I see nothing more to tell you. 1. The mysterious friend, as Finky called him, who calls Arnaud his venerable father, is no longer mysterious to us. This is the most explicit text emanating from Armengaud on his relationship with Arnaud de Villanovo. James II responded to this call almost immediately, using for this purpose Pons de Matarono, sent by him to Philippe le Bel, to Toulouse. This envoy, he wrote to Armengaud, will see you and believe it. January 25. 2. Armengaud, in the exercise of his functions at the court of Barcelona, is glimpsed at the bedside of Jacques II in 1305. On April 6, the king writes to Arnaud de Villanovo, then in Italy, and requests his presence. Because, he adds, we believe you are useful and feel necessary to care and conservation of our health. Our dear doctor and familiar Master Armengaud Blaise, here present, says in fact that he does not want to take measures without you, which may relate to the ways and means of this care and this conservation. 3. In July 1306, the king called Armengaud his dear doctor and advisor. Arnaud was, however, in contact with Pope Clement V from 1307, perhaps from 1305. He translated a treatise on medicine for him, the Treatise on Poisons. Thus announces what we call, perhaps with too much precision, his stay in Avignon. It seems to coincide with the installation of Clement V in the Comtat, and also at the height of the favor of Arnaud, 1309. The Pope, in consideration of the useful services that Arnaud Blaise, master in medicine, has rendered to him, and does not cease to return to him, studuit and not descenit impender, grants benefits to his two sons, to Bernard a canonry in Lerida, to Thomas a benefit in the Diocese of Béziers, the latter on May 29. On May 31, he added the two necessary age exemptions for 1. H. Finke, Aus Dan Tagen Boniface VIII, p. 209, number 2, 1902. Finke did not think it necessary to complete the date by indicating the year. The allusion to a crusade of James II would confirm our date if necessary. On January 11, 1304, James II, in Valencia, was thinking of leaving for Algeciras. 2. H. Finke, Acta Aragonencia, U. p. 885, footnote 1908. 3. ID, p. 872. Regestum Clementis Pap V, Anno IV 0, p. 115, and 08 4037, 4038, 4039, 139, 4000. Arnaud extends its services to the cardinals. A first, Brenger Friedel, had protected him at the start of his career. A second, Cardinal of Tusculum, Frascati, and nephew of the first, consults him and later protect his son. Arnaud Blaise then ended his career at an early age. The date of his death can be deduced from two documents, one of which requires interpretation. On December 31st, it has been assumed around 1309, Cardinal Brenger Friedel recommends to Jacques II Bernard Biai, son of the late Master Arnaud of Montpellier, who was going to the court on his business. January 29, 1313, on the other hand, Jacques II adopts Bernard Blaise as a servant. The first act suggested to Wickersheimer that Arnaud was dead before 1309 is excluded by the Acts of May, even as hypothetical. Moreover, an independent tradition placing his death in 1313 seems to have survived in Montpellier. 1. I will therefore propose the following system. Arnaud having died shortly before 1313, perhaps at the end of 1312. His son would have been recommended to James II on December 31, 1312, and would have settled at the court of Aragon on January 29, 313. 1. Albert Faber, History of Montpellier, p. 263, 1897. 3. The translator. After the man, it would be necessary to place the doctor. The practitioner has been 12 or 15 years replacing him or the assistant of his uncle, and he knew the favor of the courts in Aragon and in Avignon. This practitioner is even the first incarnation of Arnaud legendary. He divined, it is said, by mere inspection of the face, the nature and the periods of the illnesses and their paroxysms. 1. He would perhaps quite simply by making room for the complexion, rather than the pulse and urine, a precursor of therapy's splenic art. 2. Arnaud did not, however, confine himself to the simple practice of medicine. We have 10 books left by him, and they too allow us to associate him with his uncle, under the aspect, this time, of the professor and the scholar. There are first 3 personal works, compilations of precepts and recipes. Aphorisms, Aphorismi. 1 manuscript, Paris, Arsenal. 2. Antidote Table, Tabula Antidotari, 5 manuscripts. Leipzig, 2, Krakow, Erfurt, Basel. 3. Treatise on Remedies, De Remediis, Alta Hebrew, in Barcelona, c. 1306, by Astori Parhi. 1 manuscript, Parma, Hebrew version, the only one preserved. There are above all 7 Latin translations of scientific works, Arabs and Jews. 6 of them are dated, but with differences from one manuscript to another. 1. Clari Ermengaudus qui, ex solo vultus intuitu genese tempus morbrum, irumque paroxysmos divinare quer in illustrium virum citium transcriptus est. C.F.P. Gariel, Schrei's Praesulum Magaloviensium, p. 446, 1c652. 2. Roeder de Rosemont, History of Pharmacy, p. 238, 1931. 4. Avicen Averroes, Poem on Medicine, Cantica or Canticum, in Arabic Arja, trans. At Montpellier, 1280, March 1283 or 1284. 11 manuscripts, 5 incunabula editions, see below. 5. Maimonides, Discourse on the Health Regime to Sultan al-Afdal. 1. De Regimen Sanitatis ad Sultanum Babyloni, trans. In Montpellier, May 1290. 6. Maimonides, Discourse on Asthma, De Regimen Agrorum et Specialty de Asthmate, trans. In Montpellier. 1294 or 1302. 2 manuscripts. Cambridge. 7. Galen, Knowledge of the faults and vices proper to each decognition propriorum defectuum evidiorum, trans. Montpellier, 1299, on the Arabic of Thomas of Edessa, dedicated to Guillaume de Mazres. 2 manuscripts. Paris, Akkad, Medicine, Arsenal. 8. Prefacius, Treatise on the Quadrant, Tractatus Superquadrantem, trans. To Montpellier, 1299, on Hebrew. 1 manuscript. Oxford. 9. Maimonides, Treatise on Poisons and Antidotes, de Venenis, trans. To Barcelona, 1305 or 1307. For Pope Clement v. 5 manuscripts. Cambridge 2, Oxford, Paris, Cracovia. 10. Bryson, Pseudo-Galilean, Economy, Economania, Latin abridgment on Arabic, SL&D 2 manuscripts. Paris, Arsenal, Dresden, 1 ed. Modern Trotz, 1921. The Latin translations of Arnaud Blaise form, it is necessary, admit it, a materially imposing ensemble. Let's try to bring out the historical and scientific significance under its principal less aspects. 1. Attributed to Armengaud by M. Steinschneider, M. Meyerhoff points out 2 Latin translations, the first anonymous, the other by Jacques de Capot. Does the first not correspond to that attributed to Armengaud? Search the details of the manuscripts in general, cf., especially E. Wickersheimer. Dictionary of Doctors in France in the Middle Ages, 1936. The question of Jewish schools arises first, more precisely that of the Jewish schools in Languedoc, stemming from the Judeo-Arabs of Andalusia. Jewish scholars, in fact, emigrated from the Muslim world and the Latin world under the effect of the persecution of the Almohads. A.P. 1146 had brought with them the books of Ibn Sina, Avicenna, and those very recent of Ibn Rushd, Averroes, and Musa ibn Maimun, Maimonides, thus anticipating the advent of physician philosophers, disciples of Aristotle, and the period of medical scholasticism. Metaphysics arises in opposition to theology, and this will be the conflict of the Jewish schools before being that of the Latin schools. The metaphysical party is headed by the Tibbins, who arrived from Granada around 1150. The first generation is simply conservative. Judah establishes in Lunel a repository of Arabic books. The second generation, as the knowledge of Arabic is becoming rarer, is that of translations from Arabic into Hebrew. Samuel ben Judah is particularly attached to metaphysics. His life starts in Lunel and ends in Marseille, but he is a great traveler. He is the friend, correspondent, perhaps the visitor, of Maimonides. He gives in Hebrew, for Maimonides the first translation, for Averroes the first manual. Moses ben Samuel cultivates all the sciences. We see today in him one of the greatest translators of the Middle Ages, G. Sarton. And importantly for us, his action seems to have been located in Montpellier, 1250 for minus 1272 at least. He translated, in particular, from Maimonides most of his encyclopedia, 9 books, from Averroes most of his commentaries to Aristotle, 7 small commentaries and 1 medium commentary. There, the growth of Aristotelianism is therefore easy to follow in the Jewish schools of Montpellier. Henri Gros, Gallia Judaca, p. 328, 1897. The question of the relationship between official schools and schools Jews has its difficulties. How and to what extent schools Jews possessed the Arabic scholastics before the university schools? How and to what extent did the Hebrew translations precede the Latin translations? The case of Moshe ibn Tibbon and Arnaud Blaise, medical translators, is, however, very clear. The table of Hebrew translations of Moses presents a parallelism quite striking with that of the Latin translations of Arnaud. Maimonides. Speech on the Health Regime to Sultan al-Afdal. Transl, 1244. 2. Maimonides, Commentaries on the Aphorisms of Hippocrates. Transl, 1257 or 1267. 3. Avicenna Averroes, Poem on Medicine, Transl, 1260. 4. Avicenna, Canon, in part small canon, Transl, in Montpellier, 127.2. 5. Maimonides, Treatise on Poisons, SD 6. Maimonides, Treatise on Greater than Hemorrhoids, 1. SD Arnaud may have known Moses. He was 20 or 25 years old when Moses made his last translation, 1283. Presumptions, but serious presumptions. There's something more to reports by Armando Biais and Arnaud de Villeneuve, with Jacob ben Machir, Profacius, nephew of Moses and in his time. Rabbi, the most knowledgeable of Languedoc and Provence people, Duhem. His life active also passed in Montpellier, 1260, 1303 at least, on 2-1. This treaty is doubtful. Meyerhoff indicates a version of Solomon ibn Ayyub, made in Beziers 1265. Steinschneider indicates an anonymous version, same place and date, and think of Moses. Renan affirmatively attributes this work to Moses, arguing manuscripts from Paris, in a 1 and 70 from 70, 3-4, and Ginsburg, and 4-4 and 20. Jewish schools in Beziers, Salomon ibn Ayyub, and Montpellier, Moses ibn Tibbon were, it should be noted, independent. They had 2 independent versions of the Canticum. They could also have 2 of the treaty in question. Cf. Renan, Moses ibn Tibbon, Hist. Leader Lestin France, XXDI p. 595, 1877. Renan attributes to Moses a 5th medical translation of Maimonides, the Treatise on Constipation, manuscript in Paris. This work, unknown to modern biographers of Maimonides, is perhaps the same than the previous one. 2. Cross. Gallia Judaica, p. 332, 1897. Profacius, translator of 2 works by Averroes, was mainly concerned with the exact sciences. 77. Pialanche, 3 translations of Arnaud to our knowledge have been made on Hebrew, not on Arabic, even under the dictation of a scholar Jewish. The thing is established by induction for the Canticum, translated into Hebrew, not into Arabic. As noted, text in hand, Renan 1, 2 other manuscripts are explicit. The speech on asthma was translated through a faithful interpreter, mediante fideli interpreter. The treatise of the quadrant has been transcribed under the dictation of Profacius, secundum vocem ejustum. The scholar Jew, having before his eyes the Hebrew text, verbally translated the opuscule in vulgar, Arnaud transcribing it into Latin at measure. It is therefore not here to establish relationships, but to specify them. Arnaud may have learned Arabic from the Jews of Montpellier, old Leclerc. He may have used a Hebrew text or an occasional Jewish auxiliary, G. Sarton. Would support this conception the fact that we grasp the collaboration more particularly in youth work and in work of mathematics foreign to his studies. Finally, he may have done all his translations in participation and more precisely as a collaborator of Profacius, Renan. Stay awkward for this hypothesis, the personal work of Profacius, as essentially mathematical and astronomical. In this respect, there are 2 very singular manuscripts. They are unsatisfactory in truth, but they have this in common to remind us of Profacius. The Latin translation of the Book of the Preservation of the Body, or Health Plan of Abi al-Azur, father of Ibn Zur Avenspar, is attributed on the one hand to Bernard Onfroy and Profacius. On the other goes to Arnaud de Villanovo. 2. Arnaud de Villanovo, on the other hand, in the Treatise de Humido Radicali, pays homage to the intelligent man whom he says, among current professors, we deplore not being able to be born rather than being alive, which designates both a region of Montpellier and a Jew. 3. If we agree to recognize Profacius here, Renan, Arnaud Blaise, Hist. Lit. of France, XXDII p. 127-138, 1877. The article is of course central to this whole issue. 2. 2 manuscripts, Paris, Arsenal, and Basel. Marginal note in the Paris manuscript. Sequentis sunt compilata per magistrum Arnaldum de Villanova secundum quostam. See Arsenal, number 972, XIV. According to the other version, this translation was made in Montpellier for the Dr. Pierre de Capsting. 3. The 2 texts aimed here at Profacius prohibit, as we have done, denying, without reservation, 1, that he was a doctor, 2, that he was regent. We will admit that Arnaud knows him, which confirms all the reasonable predictions, but still holds it in high esteem. The exchanges were therefore extensive and fruitful between the mound of the Latin Quarter and the Butte de la Wiverie. The official schools grouped around Saint Mathieu at Genau consulted and sometimes honored the Jewish schools crowded around the synagogue at Castelmoton. The legend said this in its own way. It claimed that Arnaud Blaise was Jewish The first manifestation of this is in a marginal note of the De Humida Radicale. It is about Armengaud Sulcit Ermengaldus, Monchi says. Singular avatar for a cleric of the Church of Maguelone, but which clearly materializes a set exact facts. The truth is content to quote Arnaud de Villanovo and Armengaud Blaise, bringing them together as the two representatives most remarkable of the Hebrew scholars of the Latin world. N.D. Singer. One. C. Renan Locke. Quote, the spread of Arab medical education in the West, and particularly in Montpellier, deserves no less consideration. Western medicine has gone from Germanic Night to Dawn Arabic in two stages, the two phases of Latin medicine reproducing from a distance the two phases of Arabic medicine. 1 degree in empirical phase, c. 1075 to 1275, which opened in Salerno. 2 degree a scholastic phase, c. 1275 to 1535, which opened up, in large party, in Montpellier. The works of the physician-philosophers Avicenna, Averroes, Maimonides, at the present time, are the introductions of the metaphysical age. They imposed, 2 or 3 centuries, the dialectical and dogmatic Galenism in the field of medicine. Maimonides' influence was weakest in Medicine Gets Along. His quality as a Jew made him spread more easily in Jewish schools. His medicine, on the other hand, radically separated from his philosophy, was, against all expectations, a medicine rather empirical. It included practical monographs and commented extracts from Hippocrates and Galen, constituting convenient manuals. The Jewish schools of Montpellier, Moses, not to mention those of Italy, ensured the Hebrew translation. Armengaud Blaise then took care of the Latin translation. He appears to us almost as the official translator of Maimonides. Out of 10 works, he translated 3 to our knowledge. But there were perhaps others, for I am struck by 2 facts. In 1247, King James II asked him for a book on the treatment in hemorrhoids. In 1330, his brother Jean Blaise had in his hands a copy of the aphorisms from Galen by Rabbi Moses. Their Latin translation of these 2 works has remained poorly identified. Averroes' influence was limited for different reasons. The scientific work was less a medical encyclopedia than a philosophical introduction to medicine. Here metaphysics prevailed over medicine. It was the extreme stage of medical scholasticism. The translation of his medical works into Latin had to be resumed. Twice, 1 degree in Italy, after its philosophical dissemination of 1232, 1. These early translations spread poorly or were lost. The Generalities, Collegiate, and Arabic Collegiate were the true treatise and model of medical metaphysics and dialectics. The pendant to the first book of the canon, it was translated in Padua by the converted Jew Bonacosa to Baia in 1255. The treatise on Theriac and the Canticum are believed to have been translated for the first times at the same time. 2. Armengaud Blaise, even more than Maimonides, passed for several centuries for the translator, the only translator, medical works of Averroes. The legend showed itself here again, more logical and more generous than history. In the 16th century, the presses of Venice published the Collegiate, the Treaty of Theriac, and the Canticum under his name 3. The Collegiate was still attributed to Armengaud by Leclerc and Wustenfeld, but Steinschneider says he compared, in 1867, the text of Bonacosa with that of the Venice editions, and having noted identity, 4. The possibility of a Languedoc version of the Collegiate is therefore very hypothetical at present. The treatise on Theriac raises a similar question. It is not yet settled. 5. These 2 works, as far as circulation is concerned, found in any case their chosen ground in Montpellier, and that from the very time of Armengaud, the Collegiate is quoted not only by Arnaud de Villanovo, who read Arabic, but by Henri de Mondeville. The treatise on Theriac is by Arnaud de Villeneuve, Bernard de Gordon, Henri de Mondeville. The finding does not leave not to be curious. The Averroism of Montpellier, medically speaking, is a moment ahead of that of Padua, Pierre de Bono's Conciliator hardly presents more than allusions. 1. By Jacob Antoli and Michel Scott. The first a Latinist Jew from Italy, but also the father of Moses ibn Tibbon, both his uncle and his brother-in-law. 2. Renan. Averroes and Averroism, p. 216-218, 1-8, 166. 3. Averro collegat libri 7, Cantica idem avicen cum justum Averro commentario and Tractatu de Theriaca abi Armengado Blasi de Montepessulano. Ex Arabico in Latinum translatus. Works of Aristotle with commentaries by Averroes ed. of Venice in TFL. TX 1552. 4. Ich habe, verse 867, Die Identität des Mismieter ed. Consular. CFM Steinschneider. Oi Hebräischen Übersetzungen des Mittelalters, 2p 671, 1893. 5. The Languedoc region, whether or not the hearth of Montpellier is in question, still has to claim the rules of laxative remedies, Canone de Medicinis Laxativis, a small work by Averroes, translated from Hebrew into Latin, also by a team of workers, John de Planas and the Juifmeno, Toulouse, 1304. And these are perhaps, rather than allusions to the collegiate, as Ferrari, allusions to philosophical works, Renan. Avicenna was, however, a completely different authority than Averroes and Maimonides. It was he and, through him, rationalized Galen, who reigned over the schools of Montpellier in the West for 2 or 3 centuries. This reign was absolute and tyrannical, as was in philosophy that of Aristotle, and 3 principal works, in an unequal way, made the law. The canon was the fundamental and intangible text. The Generalities, first book, similar in title and object to the Treaty of Averroes, would absorb 2/3 of Avicennian teaching. The Latin canon, the first gift from Spain, had been brought from Toledo around 1175. 2. The Treatise on Cordial Medicines, De Viribus Cordis, was translated in Barcelona by Arnold de Villanovo. It was the treatise the most important after the canon. 3. The poem on medicine, Canticum, was translated in Montpellier by Armengol Blaise. It is the last, and not the least, translations for which we are responsible for reviewing. The diffusion and the influence of this translation are more appreciable if we place them in the more general framework of the diffusion and the influence of Avicenna in Montpellier. The canon only slowly won over the schools, from Zipf to XE centuries. It still seemed difficult, and above all very expensive at the beginning of the 14th century. Only kings and kings' doctors afforded them still luxury. 1. Soon became clearer. In 1309, he became the author of reference. In 1340, author of the program. 2. Its authority, now established, continues to increase. The fixity of the authors of Montpellier, which we have rightly noted, results from the rapprochement of the programs of 1340 and programs of 1534. On the final stage, we are illuminated with all the desirable precision by the course registers. 3. Ascending curve from 1,488 to 1,524, 60% of prices. Downward curve from 1,526 to 1. Jacques II of Aragon bought it in 1301 and 1309. Robert of Sicily in 1315. 2. In Paris, it was unofficial in 1330, first known reading, official in 1395. 3. Liber Lectionum and Clavium, 1488 minus 1546. Liber Congregationum, 1557 to 1567. Published by A. Germain and M&M, Suck. Archeol. Montpellier, p. 249, number 38, T7, 1879. 1567. The peak was reached in 1521 to 1525, 75% of prices. Avicenna was defeated by Galen in 1534, 2 courses out of 12. It was abandoned by the teachers in the 1940s, no lessons in 1541. He was officially excluded from the examinations in 1567. Arab scholasticism gave way to Greek scholasticism. The diffusion and influence of the Canticum were necessarily similar to those of the canon, but it appeared later and it disappeared earlier. The Canticum was both Avicenna and Averroes because it is made up of 2 elements. The poem of Avicenna is the most important. The only important of his treatise is in verse. It forms a precise medical mnemonic under a presentation unanimously appreciated in the Middle Ages. The commentary of Averroes which accompanies it was, and by far long before the Collegiate, the most widely read of Averroes' medical works. The whole constituted, under this double authority, an elementary scholastic course in medicine, a veritable introductory manual to the canon. Those of Beziers in 1262, Salaman ibn Ayyub. It had been quoted, for the first time by a Latin, by the Catalan Ramon Martí, on Arabic no doubt, and under its Arabic title, 1278. The first Latin translation, in the middle of the century, if it existed, had been lost. Armengol Blaise gave, from the beginning of the 80s, the text definitive Latin, only diffused and only preserved. Its curve in Montpellier is between 1280 and 1534. The term of revolution, it is, in 1534, the official adoption, moreover Platonic at this date. Its situation from the end of the 13th century is evident from the different translation dates given by the manuscripts. 1280, March 1283-1284, and even 1305. They make one think of a series of copies or reviews given successively by the translator. At the beginning of the 14th century, the best masters of Montpellier, Bernard de Gordon, 1302, Henri de Mondeville, c. 1304, draw from the commentary on learned considerations of metaphysics medical. It is obvious, a priori, that the Canticum and the De Viribus Cordis have been studied, incidentally, to the canon, the first as an introduction, the second as a complement, in the 14th, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 15th centuries. We have an indication of this in the number of manuscripts of the Canticum which remain, 11 in Wickersheimer's list alone. Our documents are explicit for the final stage, from 1483 to 1526. A first indication emerges from the number of printed editions, 5 or 6 prints in Venice, in the 15th century alone, 1483, 1484, 491, 1494, not to mention an undated print, 2. The Montpellier registers are even more precise. From 1488 at 1526, the canon absorbs 60% of the prices, the Canti WN, the De Viribus. Even once the Collegiate absorbed 5%, 3, Canticum. Even once the Collegiate, or even a once the Collegiate of 89, absorbed 5%, 1513, 1521, 1526. De Viribus Cordis, 1488, 1506, 1511, 1525. Collegiate, 1512. The readers are a practicing dean, H. P.K., 2497, a future dean, J. Falcon, a chancellor, J. Trossellier, 2489. The faculty which became the Royal College was therefore renewed, first of all, more by the frame than by the spirit. The Canticum is then, and no doubt for a long time, an official course text devoted to slowly by custom. Its curve closes in 1526. It is the last reading of the work, and at the same time, the penultimate course of the Venerable Louis Saporta. The inscription of the work in the official list of authors of 1534 is only the belated consecration of a practice now gone. 5. 1. Manuscripts of the Canticum Bible, National 2, Villeneuve, from Paris, Cambridge, Peterhouse, Oxford, Glasgow, Erfurt, Munich, Wolfenbüttel, Vienna, Krakow, Incunabula ed. From 1483 to the Catalogue de la Vie Nationale, Avicenna, number 18. 4 other editions in Hain-Coppinger. Repertorium Bibliographicum I Nose. 2218, 2208, 2210, 2199, 1-826. Cf. Also Gesamtkatalog der Wiegendricke. N08, 3128, 3129. 3124, 1928. The Canticum, rather printed alone in the 15th century, 1483. 1484, 1494. Serves generally an appendix to the canon in the 16th century. May 18th, 2024, 17th century editions, 1505, 1507, 1521 to May 22nd, 1552. 1562, 1564, 1582, 1,608, to the catalog of the B National alone. 3. Price statistics for these 38 years. Canon, 114 for book IR, 4P1. 12 Disney, 1, 3, 56P1. Ivir, 2P1. 5th De Viribus, 4. Canticum, 7. Collegiate, 1, 4. J. Falcon, in office 1498 to 1539, Dean in 1529-1539, was a specialist in Avicenna and dealt in quick succession. The De Viribus, 1511, the Collegiate, 1512, and the Canticum, 1513. 5. His official career over, he pursued a more modest private career. It was reprinted for more than a century. There was even an edition in verse dedicated to Effrancian, published in 1630 by G. Faucher, doctor from Beaucaire, former pupil of Montpellier. The Marseille copy has an autograph dedication to the prior of the Dominicans of Tarragona. What should we conclude regarding the contribution of Armand Blaise? His role as a transmission agent was significant. Little of positive science. It would rather be sought in Maimonides and Prophetius. An interesting contribution to knowledge of Galen. 2. Contribution especially to the main current, that of Arab scholasticism. The Canticum has been one of the defining elements of school literature for 250 years. As for his relations with Arnaud de Villanovo, his uncle, from a historical point of view, the contact points already appear numerous and instructive. From the point of view of the work, one can admit a certain analogy between the nephew and the uncle, on the condition, however, of considering the latter only as a translator, due in particular to the Canticum and De Viribus. It was right to bring them together as the first names to be cited among the introducers of scholasticism Arabic in Montpellier. 3. And it remains largely true that Montpellier, in turn, was one of the main centers of this spread in the world Latin. 4. 1. Proof of interest. The contemporary reprints of Prophetius, Boffelto and Melzi, 1923, and Maimonides, Kroner, 1924. Columbia University, 1937. 2. Treaty of the Passions of the Soul, French edition, Aranderelst, 1914. 3. A. Germain, Arab Medicine and Greek Medicine in Montpellier, in Same. Archeo, Montpellier, p. 235, 1879. 4. Irinen, Avroprose and Avorism, p. 218, 1866. 4th Arnaud de Villeneuve and his family. The three provinces, Provence, Languedoc, Catalonia, were closely associated with the time of the birth of Arnaud de Villeneuve. The Catalan princes were also masters of the 3 points that interest us. James Referscus, king in Aragon, and lord in Montpellier, Raymond Brangerville, his first cousin, was Count of Provence. Confusion between the 3 provinces was easy and even ordinary, both inside and out. The competition we are looking at is really just a family feud. The study of parents and allies of Arnaud de Villeneuve and their movements can only confirm this idea. Let us eliminate those whose connection is purely imaginary. 1. Let us retain only those whose point of attachment is certain, and which this table summarizes. 1. Arnaud de Villeneuve, Barcelona 1320, son mentioned by Pelayo, is certainly a foreigner. Martin de Villeneuve, Almeria 183-9, nephew mentioned by Foster, asked for a documentary check. Horal believes that Arnaud was a doctor in the Pope Benedict Xi. Cf. Rangin, the Register of Pope Benoit XI, no, 727, 1905. Horal. Journal des Savants, p. 311, 188, 897. Mi Arnoldo, the Pope's physician, obtained on February 29, 1304, the promotion of Uberto de Cantorio, parish priest of the Diocese of Aquileia, to a benefice in the Diocese of Salzburg. Horal's seductive hypothesis is very shaken by the fact that Arnoldo and Uberto are 2 brothers. Cf. Marini, Archiatri Pontifici, I, 1784. It is unlikely that this is Arnaud de Villeneuve, to which we will add a few characters whose kinship is sure, without being able to specify either the nature or the origin. All of the facts that these conclusions bring together for the first time, likely to grow somewhat later, sheds light on many points, while raising no fewer difficult questions. 1. The Catalonian family. The parents we only know from the archives, and these Catalans are poorly known. Brenger de Beaulieu, Berengarius de Pocroloco. 1. Cleric and nephew of the master Nepos Dicti Magistri, is present as a witness at the Valencia Act, 1318. The mysterious young boy in whom we saw a natural son, Darnaud, only appears to us in Barcelona, in 1305. He has just been freed and not yet 14 years old. His education is entrusted to Pierre de Villeneuve. Would it be a slave or the son of a slave of the master? Pierre de Villeneuve, nephew of Arnaud, would be the one we would like best to know. His uncle, judging by his testament, seems to have preferred him to his other nephews, son of his sister. His effective residence does not appear to us anywhere. He corresponded with Valens but did not reside there since he acted there as a prosecutor in 1316 and did not attend the inventory in 1318. In 1305, he had the possibility of accept a mission in Barcelona, education of the young boy, and a bequest to Scala Dei, near Tarragona, use of the library and residence at the Charter House. We do not know more. 2. The case of this nephew evokes that of Arnaud's brother. The tradition shown of Pierre de Villeneuve the alchemist is all we are propose. This means that the personality of this brother escapes us totally. Pulcro loco. There is a Beaulieu near Montpellier. It is up to our colleagues from Catalonia to tell us their point of view on this place name. 2. Will the identity of Pierre de Villeneuve ever be clarified? His uncle facilitated him by means of a conditional bequest of £100. The same bequest was made in the same terms. To Bernard Olivier and Ander Ferron, his retirement at Scala Dei. This is where the theology books of Arnaud de Villanovo were to be deposited. Pierre de Villeneuve appears there as one of the 3 spiritual heirs of the Master, 1 and 3 free on 5. There's talk later of a gloss psalter lent to Pierre by his uncle and which had returned to the estate of Arnaud, 1318. 2. The emigrants. Migrations from Languedoc to Catalonia, and also, less numerous I believe, the migrations in the opposite direction were without doubt more frequent than we see. Armengau, nephew of Arnaud, was doctor of the court of Barcelona, non-resident in 1297, resident from 1303 to 1307, even to 1309. Bernard, his son, was appointed canon at Lerida, 1309, then domestic at the same court, 1313. These are 2 cases of abandonment of Mons Pessolani for Barcelona. Bernard Olivier, this clerk and relative of the master, dictae magistri. Arnaldi Consanguini, one could well be of great interest. Her traveling life seems very closely associated with Arnaud's life. He acted as Arnaud's squire in Gironde in 1302, to carry secret communications to James II and receive the prize. He is again Arnaud's agent for the purchase of a Bible in 12 volumes to Jean de Montlore, prior of Saint-Firmin, in Montpellier, too. He is also designated for a bequest to Scala Dei in 1305. It serves finally as a liaison officer after Arnaud's death between Vienna and Valence. The Pope entrusts him with collecting the theological works of Arnaud in the Archdiocese of Aix, December 21, 1311, and to bring him 1 or 2 medical books, March 15, 1312. Marie de Villanova, only daughter, only legitimate descendant. Arnaud is also a representative case. His birth seems belong to Montpellier. His religious vocation must come after. 1. Consanguineous. It is a pity that this word does not have its meaning from classical Latin. We do not find it in Ducange, but the word consanguinity has evolved in the vague sense of kinship in all the Romance languages. Otherwise, we would have here the name of the brother, Bernard, and the name of the father, Olivier of Arnaud. 2. I note here that Jean de Montlore belonged to the order of Saint Augustine, and that of Bernard Olivier, hermit of Saint Augustine, 1333 to 1348, was reader in Montpellier, then Bishop of Huesca, Barcelona, Tortosa. We see how the research is full of traps. 1281, when Arnaud arrived in Barcelona with his family, and after 1297, when he left for Montpellier with his family as well. When did she enter the convent of Dominicans of Valence, Sainte Marie Madeleine? I guess that she took refuge there around 1302. 1. Arnaud, still in difficulty in French land, then prepared to dispose of its properties Valenciennes, and in 1305 he provided for the bequest to his daughter, at that time a nun, of the usufruct of her Valencian tax. Religious career of Marie de Villeneuve was quite long. It is cited in 1322 at about this income, in 1329, 1337-1341 in the papers of his cousin Jean Blaise, wishing to restore to his dear cousin the bequest which he had received from his aunt. 1. In the documents, Arnaud's first appearance in Valence dates from 1287. Marie de Villeneuve's profession can also be seen, if necessary, in conjunction with Arnaud's Valencian period. 3. The Montpellier family. The family more particularly attached to Montpellier brings also a profitable lesson. This is the first datable datum. Arnaud de Villanovo, with his sister, was in Montpellier in the early 1960s. Sister, perhaps his eldest, then settled there and married Blaise. The act wedding, instrumentum nuptiarum soros magistri, figures still in Arnaud's papers in 1312. Blaise is for us, just like his wife, a very erased. If his son Jean Blaise's stay in Venice seems thus more explicable and more explicit, one could see in B.A.'s a merchant, small or large, of the glorious commune. Bias and his wife had in any case their hearth and their goods in Montpellier, and it is there that they died, around 1290. Their sons, we have it seen, seem to have ended their life in Provence itself. 1. Adrienne's, the wife of Arnaud de Villanovo, left traces more direct, if not more precise. Arnaud, like his sister, was married in Montpellier and in a family in the city. This explains the composition and the devolution of his estate, the Montpellier buildings to his widow, the land rights of Valence to her daughter, testament of 1305, estate of 1312. Adrienne's, on her death, between 1311 and 1329, bequeathed 100 pounds of menu tournaments in France to his nephew Jean Blaise. Jean Blaise, in turn, stipulated, according to his aunt's wish, that the same sum would be restored at his death to his cousin and to the brothers minors of Montpellier, which happened in 1341. The dates in any case escape us, both of the time when Arnaud became a clerk only when he married. His wife, without more precision, appears in the Act of 1281, Ains, namely this time, in the Act of 1289. We cannot, in the state of the question, go back higher. 1. Jean Blaise died in Villeneuve and was buried in Marseille, Église d'Écoule. It is possible that Arnaud died in Avignon. Jean, whom we assume to be his son, may have died in Marseille. 4. The road of Arnaud Delaware Villeneuve. The family of Arnaud de Villanovo was thus divided, from 1240 and 1340, between the three provinces, but especially between Montpellier and Barcelona. Multiple descent would therefore be explained, if it were certain. Jean de Villeneuve, merchant of the doctor's quarter in Montpellier, 1404. The wealthy descendants of Girona, 1520. The life of Arnaud himself may have been shared in a way being very unequal, and without excluding infinite journeys. Between 3 points fixed. Early childhood in Villeneuve, adolescence in Montpellier, public life in Barcelona. Barcelona were destined to impose themselves on the spectators with a necessary optical effect. Montpellier is definitely extending its place as we make their share with Arnaud's family and ties. And beyond its youth drowned in mist, but associated with Montpellier, we are now tempted to evoke its birth, more still obscure, on this horizon of Villeneuve between Antibes and Nice, where his nephew went, mysteriously, to end his career. Does the controversy over this birth end there? We do not claim it. On the contrary, we only give a new form to a hypothesis. The results of our research are based on 3 observations. The Provencal hypothesis must become current again in the same way than the Catalan hypothesis. The data of the question are almost completely renewed. The positive contribution is undoubtedly, first of all, to bring out new calves and multiples problems. Table des planches. I. Remarkable apocryphs. 2405. Portrait of Arnaud de Villanovo by Bertrand Bosset. Arnaud is supposed to present his book to the King Robert. This portrait, in default of another, has a seniority interest, taken from Scienza Dicerae Datermenar, also known as Liber Terminum on Trata da Geometria Practis. In Guimbertine Library, Carpentras, M.E. is number 323, F. 22. Statement by J.L. Dort II. Autograph of Jean Blaise, 2329. The Studies of Arnaud de Villanovo, Volume I. The Breviarium Practic, or Arnaud de Villanovo and Italy, 4th the Naples student. The first of these essays, devoted to the origins of Arnaud de Villanovo, published on January 22, 1947, was to be full load 6 months later, by a series of 3 essays on his years of apprenticeship, a series which was finished, but whose publication was delayed 2 years by the material difficulties of publishing and the hardships of disease. The favorable reception that our first attempt had found helped to overcome trials and difficulties. Baron Saillier, member of the French Academy and permanent secretary of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences, had kindly presented this first work in public session on March 17, 1947. 1. The Secretary of the Academy of Medicine informed us on November 26, 1947, that the Academy had awarded us a fraction of the Martignoni Prize, History of Medicine. We would like, above all, to present to these masters our tribute of gratitude. We also thank the scientists of friendly countries who have kindly given their most benevolent welcome to this work French. Professors C.H. Singer of the Royal Society, Lynn Thorndyke of Columbia University, G. Sarton of the University of Harvard, H. Sigarist of the Johns Hopkins Institution, J. Nordstrom of Uppsala University. The proper object of these two essays is the very obscure question medical studies carried out by Arnaud de Villanovo for Naples, question which merges with that of the authenticity of its principal work. 1. The present work, in its turn taken from the shadows and put to the net finally, was under the same authority as the first, presented in public session of the Academy of Moral and Political Sciences on April 15, 1949. Here we offer a number of specious arguments, and no doubt new ones, but unfortunately none can, in a way perfectly unassailable, be considered conclusive. Our result is of the same order as that of our first work. The Valencian origin of Arnaud de Villanovo seems to much the most tempting. We have shown that the origin comes from it kept strength and vigor, and imposed doubt we did not 2 years ago, which allowed us to modify this position. The same applies to the authenticity of the compendium of practice medical, breviarium, practic. The affirmative solution is also tempting than in the other case, and many are those who do not see so much subtlety. But intrinsic and extrinsic data, ineluctable sequences, similarly suspend the conclusion that if one tries to support the authenticity of the breviarium practic by that of the poem, even more famous, of the health plan of Salerno, Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum, we notice that these two books may not be by the same hand, if indeed the apocryphal character of the second is not for us a third-sixth, and sometimes insidious, temptation. That if, on the other hand, one wants to support the authenticity of the breviarium practic by that of the antidotarium, one risks to open a new discussion, that of the authenticity of the antidotarium. Does this mean that doubt is equal for the three works considered? The authentic character is very probable for the antidotarium, the possible apocryphal character for the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum. There is definitely a split for the breviarium, but various surveys suggested here may one day give solution elements. If we had the right to exclusively admit two of the hypotheses present the provenal origin and the authenticity of the breviarium, we would certainly have a logical diagram of the 40 dark years. Childhood in Provence, Villeneuve-les-Bains, first education in Languedoc, Montpellier, second schooling in Naples. Naples being, so to speak, the capital of the Franco-Italian state of Count of Provence. We do not have this right, but in any case, the breviarium and its author nevertheless illustrates the Angevin state of the 13th century. It is always useless to do this research, even to undertake it. If you don't take enough on yourself to get out of your frame national. Some of the rarest texts by the old masters of Montpellier are in Gia-Trizone. We were able, despite the difficulties, to obtain details of the interesting breviarium in Wolfenbüttel. We have obtained useful information from the great deposits in Italy and Catalonia. We are particularly obliged to M. Less than El Nofri, director of the National Library of Turin, M. Filangieri, superintendent of the State Archives of Naples, Dr. Giliberti of Naples, Dr. M. Burkhardt, conservator of manuscripts at the University Library of Basel, to whom we owe, with much appreciated information, a fine photograph of the 1429 manuscript, Mr. Luis Dalos Moner, heir to a name familiar to the Arnaldians and our learned and amiable opponents. Amen. Mr. Badalori and J. Carreras Artau lent us in obtaining the work Spaniards, the most objective and courteous assistance. It gives us great pleasure to thank for the execution of the photographs and the authorization to reproduce them, the photographic services of the British Museum in London and of the National Library in Paris. Final eye, we are very much obliged to the Cabinet of Manuscripts to the National Library, and a special eye to M.J. Porcher, who kindly facilitated the examination of 2 manuscripts of his funds without travel, and to Miss M.T. Dalverney, to whom we are indebted for 3 valuable text checks. Marseille Les, May 18, 1949. Study I, the Breviarium Practic, or Arnaud de Villanovo in Italy. First position, Decezes. The editions. Did Arnaud de Villanovo's years of apprenticeship transported from France to Italy, and, after schooling in Montpellier, did he compel himself to attend school in Naples? The question of the stay in Naples is in fact confused with that of the authenticity of the Breviarium Practic. The work, as we know, is at the forefront of the works of Arnaud de Villeneuve. In the folio of the Opera Omnip, it is the only one that is comparable, for its dimensions, to our medical textbooks current. 1. Its historical significance is also considerable, since we base on him some of the traits fundamentals of the idea that we have of the doctor. The Breviarium Practic, a work steeped in Neapolitan memories. Is it real I by Arnaud de Villanovo? 2. The problem that we like it or not arises and we strive to resolve it, to try to less. Beforehand, in order to facilitate references, let us recall L by specifying them some of the characteristics of the work. 1. That is 390 columns out of 1860, and of 1585, to which we will refer. 6 trees only have 100 or more columns. 47 are pamphlets with an average of barely 20 per 2. Below, to simplify the references, the summary bibliography of the question. M. Murakami, Letters to Tirabowski, 1788-89. Interesting publication, with criticism by M. Batlori, un cartiga erudit sobre vertenticitat del breviarium in Analecta Sacra. Terraconemsia TX 1934. Note by J. Tirabashi, Storia dell'Alet. Etal. TV Vol. 1, p. 273, 1-807, and response from B. Hurak, Hist. Lit. From France, TX 18th, p. 61-65, 1881. Chapter of S. Dorenzi. Collectio Salernitana, TI, p. 345-355, 1852. An answer by P. Debgen, zur Ectietsfrage de Breviarium, in Archive, for Geschichte der Medizin, p. 188, 1909. The question of authenticity has remained foreign to the vast majority of authors. We have 14 editions. It was first published separately in the 15th century, then constantly included in the complete works in the XVIP century. The 1585 edition is the only one that presents with notable features, but they are the responsibility of the publisher. Pieces. 1. I do state of the separate edition of On the Faith of Horau, but I have not seen. We can also cite a separate edition of Elfie de Fibribus in the collection, De Fibribus Opus Sanorum, from 1576, Venice. There are many errors in the bibliographies. The Basel 1520 edition, Van Linden, is that of Lyons. The ed. Of 1508 and the ed. Of Basel 1586, Renzi, are those of 1509 and 1585. Eds, cited by Lalande, are very fanciful. Grace reports an ed. Of the Breviarium Arnold de Villanovo, SLDN, in Fizero, and an edition of the opera, Strasbourg 1613. 119. PLA NCHEII, of Arnaud de Villanovo, he says, first in Venice, then in Lyon, have been defectively edited from the same original eodem example of a Pravitissime edita. He says he has tried to improve the text, but focusing more on content than on form. Both the first books are thus presented in a completely different order. Some chapters are overlapped, so that 16 additional chapters appear, and something more regrettable, some deletions, even more arbitrary, are, as we will see, practiced in the text. 1. The manuscripts have, because of their date, a historical interest much bigger. We were able, thanks to the kindness of the curators, to collect data on the following 5. 1. Wolf and Patel, number 2794, 1432 thirds, 2. Basel, DII 3, 1429 3. Torino, GII 116, 145.24. G4th 20, 14453 5. Munich 3074, 15th century. The last 4 also present variants which are often only variants of detail. The first, on the other hand, in the absence, at least temporarily, from a 14th century manuscript, has the advantage of reproducing an older version and constitutes the only witness to a family of texts closer to the original and therefore even more important. Subject to these reservations, we will refer in principle to this edition as being the most common. The title of Abstract to Medical Practice was in the Arab and Salernitane tradition, but no doubt it has been suggested more especial lie to the author by Jean de Saint Paul. 1. The very type of practices conceived on the given topographical plane of the nature of things was trivial in the 13th century. The work has 4 books. Book I, Diseases of the Head, 34 chap, in 1504, 48 in 1585. Book I, Diseases of the Body, 47 in 1504, 52 in 1585. Book I, Diseases of Thymes, 22. Book of 4, Treatise on Fevers, 33. The development presents itself thus uniformly, 1 in topographical order from head to toe, i.e. capi us cad plantem pedis, 2 on a simple plan with 3 divisions, symptomatology, DI diagnosis, treatment, signa, causas, curas, 3. The author therefore does not innovate on the traditional data. no more than the textbooks of the 20th century innovate, but we are nevertheless in the presence of one of the enigmas of the work Arnaldian and ancient medicine. 1. Hoc etiam dicit Ioannis de Sancta Paulo in suo breviario Colonel 1337. See the following titles: A. Hunnen, 9th C. Breviarium, abridged by Galen, trans, Lat, by Mark of Toledo, trans, Heb, by Moses ibn Tibbon, 12th C. B. Serapion the Elder, 9th C. Practica Dicta Breviarium, trans, Lat, Gerard of Cremona, late 12th century. C.J. Platerio, late 11th century, or Matthew P., early 13th century, Brevis Practica. Dijon de Saint Paul, end of the 12th century, Breviarium or Breviarius Practic. 2. Cf. 1049. The prototype, as far as the Latin practices are concerned, could have been the Salernitane Treatise de Fortitudinem Curation, 12th C, but the topographical order, followed already in the venerable Egyptian papyrus of the 2nd millennium, was found everywhere, des the Greeks, the Arabs, and of course the authors of May 13, 2024 to Century Practices. 3. Colonel 1180D, the references. In the book were 500 formulas are reported there to 70 authors in round figures. The book had for its first background, of course, the notebooks and the student and practitioner files, preliminary background. Background ancient, probably around 1267 to 1282. The organizing business from this background, with a modest contingent of additions, gave birth to the book Sans, late birth, probably after 1300s. The author describes his work as a compilation. 2. His purpose being, he says, to collect the useful receipts of his master and of the authors, those of his personal experience, even those of simple healers. 3. Our examination leads us to a double constant. 1. The fundamental sources are in very small L, rather than in very large number. 3 authors provide 3/4 of them. 2. The drafting seems to have been done in 2 stages rather, only in a single jet, 2 times more or less close together. We seize the writer in the process of work, at the beginning and in the middle of book II. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The first time, if we are not mistaken at least, corresponds to the set formed by book I, diseases of the head, and book II, diseases of the body. The text of these 2 books, at the exclusion of additions, seems to us to relate to this moment. The reference authors are divided into 2 groups. 1. First interest, the historical contribution, Compilar Proposui, Coppilar Proposui, Colonel 1055, Istum Librum Compilavi, Colonel 1288a. 3. Secondary interest, the folk contribution. 4. Colonel 1D 180D, and 1251 Fahrenheits. 1. What we would gladly call the School of Naples, 45%, namely, John de Casamiciciola, 38%, and his Anglo-Saxon emulators, Michael the Scotsman, Michael Scotus, the Irish Hibernicus, Henry the English, Henricus Anglicus, with additional harvest from Cern pharmacists and surgeons. 2. The Greek classics, presumable source of education of these schools, 36%, Galen, 22%, Hippocrates, 13%, Aristotle. The surplus, including some Arabs, is almost negligible. The second time would correspond to the text of Book I, Diseases des Femmes, and Book V, Treatise on Fevers, and at the same moment, if not later, to the additions of the first 2 books. 1. The second phase is characterized by the introduction of modernes, that is, Italians. 1. Representatives of the Grandes Écoles, Salerno, Jean de Saint Paul, Jean de Procida, Pierre Maron, Naples, as in II, Bologna, Tade. 2. 12 Italian physicians with 1 citation each, with the exception of Jean de Florence quoted 4 times. Unknown doctors bear of us at the famous Campano Reserve. 3. 6 monks, possibly Cistercians from Casanova, 2, perhaps in part, better-known personalities. 4. Ecclesiastics, 4 popes, including Peter of Spain, a cardinal, the White Cardinal, 7 priests, including Petrino, 2 papal physicians, Frank, 5th and FB. 3. Let us add that this text, thus completed by its author in 2 or 3 stages, seems to have stayed in the schools of Naples and, more certainly still L from Montpellier, becoming, after various alterations, accessory rations, the text, not without variants, additions printed. 1. In the last 2 books there are almost no additions. 2. Bartholomew, Olivier, Jean, perhaps. It is even less certain for Albert, Thomas, and Theodoric, in whom it has sometimes been thought to recognize reputed Dominicans. 3. These 2 doctors were assimilated to Filippo Valli, doctor of Sixtus IV, and F. Bartolomeo, physician to Alexander IV, reading Frank. V excludes the first. Colonel 1T416, and the second is doubtful, Colonel 1T266. G. Marinus' list is very useful, but very incomplete. Cf. Archiatri Pontifici, 1784. The question of the date. The simple inspection. References, therefore, give us a first general idea. Do they also give us, at first, a satisfactory idea of the date and place? The date of the writing of the book should be deduced from the time-cited authors, to whom it is in principle subsequent. Esterenzi took Peter of Spain, J. 1277, for the most recent, and gave the book as before 1280. This is an error. One, the author explicitly designates the eminent John de Casamicciola, teacher from 1267 to 1278, still alive in 1282, like his master. In the preface to the book, he says, "After the death of Master of good memory John de Casamicciola, Professor of Medical Sciences, my venerated Lord and private Master Magistri Specialis, I propose to compile a certain treatise on the practice of medicine." 1. The said master is quoted again in the body of the work, but in a chapter of disputed authenticity. 2. The date of 1282 is therefore the highest date that we can consider. 2. The author, in the midst of 20 people known to him and whom he does not name, reports to us direct communications of 4 physicians, John de Florence, John de Prouse, Henri the Englishman, Hector Langlaise, and an ecclesiastic, Mgr. Theodoric of Rieti. 3. We are not yet in a state, unfortunately, to draw precise data, these characters being all unknown to us, with the exception of Henry the Englishman, 1281. 1. Proemium of Book 1, Colonel 1049. The print gives Iowan. Casamide, but Renzi has well established that handwriting leads to this bad reading. 2. In the normal form, Ioannis Casamizzula. This is a paragraph of Arnaud de Piedemonte, introduced late in the book, Colonel 1E225. 3. The author quotes Fr. Theodoricus, Colonel 1E365, and Dom. Theodoricus de Reato, Colonel 1308. There were several Ranierius bishops of Rieti and Orvieto. 3. The practiced authors, in the absence of personal knowledge annales, evoke fairly concordant dates, and which bring us closer more from the end of the century. 1266. End of information from Surgeon Theodoric. 1270. John of Procida, prescribed from Naples. 1272. Pierre Morone, physician to Charles I, 1274. End of Tade's teaching. 1275. Death of Jean de Tollet, said Cardinal Blanc. 12270-77. Death of John Axi, Peter of Spain. 1270, 8-91. Petrino de Saviola, chaplain to Nicholas III and Nicholas IV. 1281. Henry the English, corrector of the translations of Charles I, 1293. Bartholomew de Vallelona, already deceased. 1296. B.R. Thomas, chaplain to Robert of Anjou. 1296. Death of Campano of Novara, 2. 1298. Death of John of Procida. 1303. Death of Todd. It is therefore clear, and we will content ourselves with this first, that our data focus on the last third of the Shi century. This point acquired, we are in the presence of 3 passages impossible to fit into this timeline. It has even been said, because of them, that the references collected exceeded the duration of a human life. Tiraboschi. 1. Cardinal John the Englishman, commonly called the White Cardinal, because that he is of the Cistercian order, Mathieu de Paris. He belonged to the Church of Canterbury, Dresden manuscript, but may have studied medicine in Toledo. He was 30 years, as protector, the first personage of his order, 1240 Formina 75, obviously known in Casanova and also in Montpellier, where he presided over the creation of the Valmain Studio, 1260. The little Liber de Conservanda Sanitat is well him, and not of Jean de Luna. The 2 recipes cited by the Breviarium, Colonel 1E291 grams and 1 Diams and 298 EF, do not, however, appear in the Paris manuscript N, 6978. 2. Colonel 1070, Magister Campanus. He is the best Italian mathematician in the world. 13th century after Leonardo of Pisa. We can specify the date of his death, which placed between 9 and 17 September 1296. Cf. Registers of Boniface VIII, N. 1E6, N. 40. It was not a doctor. His pills are those of Rufus, but he was fond of medicine. Cinema. He was attached 30 or 40 years to the House of the Popes, 1261 to 1296, if not before. The Breviarium contains a recipe that would force us to remonter in the first half of the 13th century. The author speaks, in fact, in the additions to the chapter on the sore throat, the Rossadine. 3. From the pill LS, he composed for Alexander, Pimulus quas composui pro Alexandro, and we read in margin at this place, our Pillula Nostra, 1. It is there out of 500 references, the only one that is surely older than the third of the century. But this is primarily due to the fact that we take this Alexander for a pope, in principle Alexander IV, basing himself on two other passages where the name of Pope Alexander, Papa Alexander, appears indeed, in an otherwise acceptable form, too. If Alexander IV was in question, it would have to be admitted that the author of the Breviarium, whoever he was no longer a student, but a master, in 1254 to 61, which would force him to postpone his studies prior to these dates. There is a flagrant impossibility for Arnold de Villanovo. It is impossible for the author of the Breviarium, whoever he is. The data of the text, with the exception of this edition, indicate for his studies the time of Charles I. If Alexander Fee, 1409 to 10, is to be considered, neither can the passage come from the author, contrary to Malacarne's opinion, because it would come out, in an even more derogatory way, of the data book timelines. The Turin manuscripts and the printed matter do contain this, pro Alexandro, whatever may have been said of it. 3. 1. Colonel 1190, 1585, ed. 2. The pills used by Pope Alexander and the king, Colonel 1110, a certain adolescent nephew of Pope Alexander, sent for me. They all 1 and 2, M. Batlori, in favor of an alteration of the text. Proposed the readings, Quorum Papa, 1452 and 1483, and Alico Papa, 1453, but they are taken from another chapter and from otherwise questionable. These are the additions to the chapter De Colica et Iliaca Passione, Turin II. 32, ed. of Basil II 20, Colonel 1228, e. We find here in the margin Pillula Nostra, and in the text Pro quodam patiente iliacam passionum. We believe, on the other hand, that no text contains the lesson Quaso imposi Pope Alexandro. 1. So we had considered several ways to solve this difficulty. One could have seen in this Alexander a monk of Casanova, author of a chronicle of the monastery written around 1300s and who speaks Ch de Vish. 2. We could have leaned to see in these Pil alas a recipe by Jean de Casamicciola and a borrowing from his pupil. 3. We did not, however, reject. Quite the contrary. The simpler explanation, that of an interpolation. It is this last possibility which is the correct one. The authentic text did not contain this recipe. It does not appear in the Wolfenbau manuscript. The closest to the original text, 4. 1. Malacarne says he has read, Quas composi Pope Alexandro Colonel, 193-2 in ed. of 1504. The edition bears only Pro Alexandro, full, 192-1. Same lesson in all the other editions from 1483 to 1586, unless I am mistaken. 2. We have not yet found this chronicle, but it seems that it stops at Cleston III. Cf. Ch. de Vish, Bibliotheca Surept, Ode, Sistek, Cologne, 1656. The manuscripts of the monastery, a valuable collection, seem to have passed into the hands of Cardinal Fardric Borrome. There must be a few left. 3. Despite the use of the first person, this explanation would be supported by an infinite number of precedents. Ch. Derenberg recommended caution on the interpretation of the I. The first person, says Lynn Thorndike, medieval usage is often just a literal reproduction of the source. 4. Communication from Dr. H. Butzman, curator. The edition therefore seems to have to be attached, if it is a pope, to Alexander V rather than to Alexander IV, which would make it later than 1409 to 1410. The Bidomarium also contains 2 recipes which would require us to go back to the third of the 14th century, or the beginning of the 15th century. We will not mention, in fact, Franois de Piedemonte, 1, Jean de Florence, 2, and Gentile, 3, the text of the first, identity of the last 2, being nothing less than assured. On the contrary, 2 known personalities from Montpellier are out of place. One Guy de Saboliac, whose active life is from 1326 to 1368, and who wrote in 136.3. 4. 2 Bernard Forestier, professor at Montpellier in 1378, vice-chancellor in 1389. Died almost 100 years old at the beginning of the 15th century. 5. The place of these citations alone attests to their late introduction in the book. They are found at the very end of paragraphs editions, the first at the end of a chapter, the second at the end even from the book II. The authentic text did not contain these recipes either. Interpolated a century later, and this is further confirmed by the manuscript of Wolf and Bittel 6, 1. Colonel 1224, CP 146, footnote 3, 2. Colonel 1Th 256, 1Th 6, 108, 1E 312, editions of Book 2, and 1E 398, text of Book 4. Physician personally known to the author, Dixit Mihi, which excludes the physician of Clement VI, 1334 to 51. There was a John of Florence, monk and masterer, rector of the Hospital of Orvieto, 1288 to 98. Arnoldus's friend, curiously enough, seems to have an acquaintance direct from the flora of Provence. Peppermint from the ramparts of Frejus, C 1T 308E, 3, Colonel 1270, add. The text says Gentile, without a master's title and without the name of a city. It is very vague and insufficient to think of Gentile de Foligno, Doctor of John Exith, FC 1348. 4. Colonel 1293 Celsiuses. 5. Colonel 1T3. 6. At the same time, it is possible to dispense with a hypothesis, that of P. Panzier, who duplicated the historical Bernard Forestier. The question of place. Do topographical references give us an idea of the places frequented by the author? The author, we will else specify this later, was a student and practitioner, in his youth and in his maturity in the region of Naples. Aged and, so to speak, retired, he composed his book in the Cistercian monastery of Casanova. I composed this book, he says, in the monastery of Casanova, of the order of Citeaux, remaining with the monks, for the love of the abbot, the prior and the monks of this place. 1. We can assume that it is the Abbey of Sainte Marie de Civitella, founded in 1191, near Penne, in the mountains of Abruzzo. 2. It was a vast monastery. It housed up to 500 monks, rich in branches and fiefs. Powerful and powerful lie patronized. 3. Charles I had entrusted him with the foundation and management of the monastery Sainte Marie de la Victoire, raised on the battlefield of Tagliacozzo, 1268. It was also a learned monastery renowned for its scriptorium, its copyists, its miniaturists, its chroniclers. He was often at the forefront of the Italian convents of the order, of the 13th to 15th century. 4. 1. Colonel 1283, 1585 ed. Note, however, the Domus Nova variant taken from Horau in the 1532 edition. He seems, 2. The Casanova of Piedmont Tiraboschi is far too eccentric. The Cazeneuve de Provence, 10 kilometers from Apti, seems Alanesian and not Cistercian. 3. El de Vesta, Pensacra, 1923. All that remains of the monastery destroyed in 1807 to 1816, only a square tower in, ruins and some vestiges. Valuable information were provided to me by Penne. See also J. Kenevez and J. B. Mann, whose works are fundamental for everything related to Sutto. 4. The abbot of Casanova inspects the convents of southern Italy, 2226, of all Italy, 450, 8-60. The author also returns in various places to his report specials with the Cistercians. 1. On what we can evoke the fidelity of Arnold de Villanovo to the tradition of Joachim de Flore, dissident Cistercian, it is true, we can admit Casanova. But the question that interests us draws little light from it. The author does not just tell us that he is at Casanova, he specifies that he is far from his country. In my country, in partibus mais, he said once too. The formula is of purely negative value, FRI. However, it is doubtful that the author is thinking of Naples, 180 kilometers, distant, neither remote nor foreign. The textual data, with regard to the place, far from concluding, thus creating a first problem. Cistercian, Colonel 1383. 6 monks in whom we wanted to see monks of the convent, greater than in any case the prior, not to mention Cardinal Blanc. The text quoted above does not say, however, quite the contrary, that the author is himself Cistercian. See above P20, footnote 2. 2. Hod enim motovidi in partibus, mes quenam feneratorum avrissimum qui multum pecuniam amiserat curari. See 1097a. The author's question. The first point, and this imposes itself on L.L. speculations, is that the author bears the name of Arnaud, Arnaldus. It is text data. The author says himself that having his hands covered with warts, more than 100 it seems, a certain priest cured him of it by means of a incantation taken from the pater. With a variant on the place, sed libera nos amalo, replaced by sed libera Arnaldum Alporius. 1. It still L seems to designate itself, less surely, however, in his recipe for angina, Deum Frie, your servant. The same noted of Arnaud, in his nudity, is found in 2 works of the time. 1, the little treatise de Bonatate memorized, Confectio qua Otabatur Magister Arnaldus, on the occasion of a recipe supposedly drawn of the Breviarium. 3. 2, the Antidotarium by Francois de Piedemonte, Secundum Magistrum Arnaldum, about another recipe which we believe is foreign to the Breviarium. 4. Arnaud's name was made famous by Arnold de Villanovo, but it is far from it, it must be said, that he was the only doctor of his time wearing it. In the same places and almost in the same time, not to mention the hypothetical Arnaud of Naples, quoted by Arnold de Corne, Etienne Arnaud, Arnaud, doctor of. 1. In all editions. Collar. 2312 EF, 2585. 2. Liberare Virthiris A, famulum tuum, vel famulum tuam. The last 3 words perhaps take away all value from the initial A, cf. F191, 1D504, or 50, 1D586. The of 1585 arbitrarily suppressed this recipe. 3. This treatise included in the Opera Omnia has been attributed to a disciple of Arnaud of Villeneuve. The citation is aimed at Frederick Ice gunpowder, cf. 838 billions with 1,102 Fahrenheits. There is further analogy with 1,102 billions and 1102 C. 4. Recipe to promote swallowing. Cf. Mejuiapra, French supplement of Piedemonte 1, 3, 1, P20 Fahrenheits ed. of Venice 1623, John C. I. Arnaud de Cahors. We happen to find a court of Naples in 1281, Arnaud of Abruzzi, Reinaldus de Abruzio, and, moreover, in the company of Henri Fanglas, Magister Henricus Anglicus. The name, in this form, is only valid as a beginning of proof if we do not support it with more precise data. The first thesis, that of authenticity, identifies, as we know, this Arnaud with Arnaud de Villanovo. This party, composed for a long time of authors unaware of the difficulties, is certainly the most numerous. The work is attributed to Arnaud de Villanovo under a tradition dating back to the first third of the 15th century. The manuscript of Basel 1429, of which we reproduce the first page, courtesy of the curator, begins with these words. I am Arnaud de Villeneuve, physician to our Lord the Pope, who have collected this flower from all medical treatises on all diseases that can be born in the human body, from the head to the soles of the feet. 2. The statement is repeated at the end of the preface. The Princeps edition, 1483, bears Compendium of Medical Practice of the very excellent Arnaud de Villeneuve, Sidvant Doctor of our Lord the Pope, since the head, etc. Me, Arnaud, I have proposed to compile a certain work on the practice of medicine. The mention is found in the 3 other incunabula editions. 3. 1. The first collates the translations at the rate of 15 grains, the second the corrects to the salary of 12 grains. The conjunction is disturbing, but while writing in Abruzzo, the author of the Breviarium seems to call himself a foreigner in the country. He does not never flatters. Moreover, relations with the court. Cf. G. del Gd. Codice Plum. B. Carloa. Second. First P. Or CP. First CP. First D. 2. Ego Arnaldus de Nova Via Domini Pope Physicus Aggregavi Florum Omnium Physicorum Medicin Super Omnes Egritudines Gain Humana Orpor Nasi Posunta Capide Usque Plantam. Pedis. C. Plate. The same statement is found in the Munich manuscript. Cf. P. Diepgen Elaki. Cia. 3. Breviarium Praeciode, excellentissimi Arnaldi de Villanova Medici-quondam NDD Nostri Pontificis, a capit, etc. Ego Arnaldus quodum, opus a practica medicin compilare proposui. Cf. Gesam Catalog der Wiegendrake, N. 2005, 26, 27, 28, 29, 1926. The 16th century editions, except one, 1541, Al have the same serene assurance and authenticity. The first edition of the Opera Omnia, 1504. And most subsequent editions reproduced, feels the incipit of the Basel manuscript. The compact set of these texts therefore seems at first sight hard to shake. The second thesis, according to which the work is apocryphal, aims to identify the enigmatic Arnaud with an Italian author of the same time. The Breviarium, say its supporters, was wrongfully annexed by Montpellier School. There is indeed a passage in favor of Montpellier in our versions. 1. But the original text obviously spoke of the school of Naples, and the M jot was replaced by that of Montpellier, so simplistic and, indeed, absurd. Renzi stopped there. 2. And we thought like him, but we were tempted to complete his reasoning as full lows. One of the masters of Montpellier would have received the book around 1400s. It automatically identified Arnaldus, with Arnaud de Villanovo and correctly edited the text, or so he thought, replacing Naples by Montpellier. The two interpolations made precisely around 1400s, and in Montpellier would give substance to this view. 3. The author of the mistake, the correction, and the additions would be perhaps even to be sought in the group of doctors of that time attached to both Arnaud de Villeneuve, Guy de Chauliac, and Bernard Forestier, such as Velasco de Taranta. 4. 1. This known passage is Parisienses et ultramontani midci plurmum student ut habeant scientiam de universali. Et medici Montespecellani sica magister meus student satis haber scientiam de universali non patermittentis scientiam particularum, ed. of 1483, 4, 10. 2. He was wrong, however, to say that Montespecellani is only found in a few editions. It is found in all the printed editions and also in 4 15th century manuscripts. Only the 1585 edition carries a correction. We read there, in the margin, next to this word, the gloss, alias Neapolitani. This gloss is probably from the publisher. See Kernel 1392E, see below P40 and 162. 3. Kernel 1293 and 1318 in Finum editions, CP 25, notes 4 to 6. 4. Velasco quotes all these authors, and he was a pupil of Bernard Forestier. He even quotes the Practica ad Papam Clementum. We will come back to this. One of his works was occasionally printed after works by Arnaud de Villanovo. The T de Epidemia, for example, following T de Cognoscendi Viuena, Rome 1475, and Regimens Comitata Salernitanum, Bizanon, 1487. Such seemed to us to be the possible complement of the hypothesis Italian. We said to ourselves, imagining it, there would be, to eliminate foreign elements of the text, than a good manuscript of the 14th century. However, if we have not yet accessed this manuscript, we believe we have found a reflection of the primitive state of the text in the manuscript from the Augustan Library of Wolfenthal. It bears the date of 1432 to 33, so that it is later than 3 years in its realization to that of Basel. But it represents to him only an older family of texts, what we would call willingly the Neapolitan family, the Basel manuscript being for we the first representative of the other series. Posterior to 100 years, the Montpellier family. And indeed, none of the 3 altered passages in Montpellier is there. We read in folio 140R, the Neapolitan doctors, like my master and several others, Neapolitani vero medici sicud magister meos aliquam plurs, Guy de Chauliac and Bernard Forestier do not appear there. 1. The assumption we have just made therefore passes, large EQ part, from hypothesis to certainty. The title of the Wolfenbüttel manuscript is different from that of the Basel and Munich manuscripts. Arnold de Amaldi de Villanova, Domini Johannes Exi I Physici Breviarium Practic. The 2 mentions of Arnaud de Villeneuve and Jean-Chi I destroy each other. We are forced to consider that this attribution of the title is foreign and posterior to Arnaud de Villeneuve. The double name Arnold and Arnaud, PT reintervention of this pope, make this title a double-edged argument. The Occitan thesis and the Italian thesis are therefore present, both well armed, better armed it seems in the attack than in defense. The question now no longer appears simple and as easy to solve as one had supposed. The present work only proposes therefore to make an objective examination of the most valid arguments. 1 degree of the thesis Occitan, 2 degree of the Italian thesis. 1. Communication from Dr. Butzman. I the Italian thesis, Italian presumptions, the silence of contemporary. The presence of the name of Arnaldus in the Breviarium Practic is a fact, but in this form we are told it counts as presumption and not as proof. The precise reference to the Breviarium in a work of the time, and even of the 14th century, Eponcai likewise, there are presumptions, not proofs. Arnaud de Villanovo himself, who often returns from one of his books to another, does not quote as one might think what should be for him his fundamental work. Reading the inventory of Arnaud de Villanovo's books, legalized in 1318, had initial Lee given us hopes. We let's final lie, we said to ourselves, find this big book there, and also these Neapolitan masters of whom all trace is lost, John de Gassamicioia, the Irishman, and the friends of the author. No remnant of it, ALL does not appear in this catalog of more than 200 works. 1. References that can be found in other books by Arnaud de Villeneuve are reduced to 1 or 2, which we will find in our conclusions. Contemporary authors are even more sparing of references at the Breviarium. In fact, none have ever been alleged dating back to the 14th century. 2. The Library of Boniface Setae, of 1,075 volumes catalogued in the inventory of 1,311, disappoints us as much. It is indeed a pope for whom Arnold de Villanovo worked, and with whom we have sometimes almost associated the composition of the breviarium. More irritating detail. 1. One can only answer. 1. That a part of this library was lost in a shipwreck, 1,303. 2. That 8 or 10 volumes are noted as books of medicine, without indication of titles. 2. The recipe of Arnoldus César, reproduced by Ferran, from Piedemonte anyway, doesn't seem to be in the breviarium. CP 29, Note 4, and 146, Note 2. Here we find an anonymous breviarium, and it is almost obvious that it is not ours. No. 551, Breviarium de Medicina Standis, incipit 2F2, aliquo vel terribilia explicit, in media. 1. In Montpellier, a privileged environment, Henri de Mondeville and Guy Chauliac, the great classics of the 14th century, refer to Arnaud de Villanovo. But the first quotes only the parabole, the second quotes only 6 inadequate titles. There is never any question of the breviarium, or of anything that seems to relate to it. It is as if the breviarium had remained completely ignored in the 14th century, and as if it had only come to light at the beginning of the 15th. 1. F. Errol, Historia Bibliothec Romanorum pp. Antificbrum, 1890. The item is in the Perugia inventory. The character of the book and the personality of the author as it emerges from it do not agree, it is said, with our usual data. This book hardly resembles, at first sight, the authentic books, and this character resembles even more badly the Arnaud of Villeneuve, whom we think we know. The breviarium, placed next to the great works of Arnaud de Villanovo, is opposed to it seems, in its form, by the simplicity of the language and the nature of the plan. He opposes it in his data realistic by its constant reference to the facts. It is certain that we, will have to distinguish 2 Arnauds, the scholastic and empirical. We LL just say, and it goes without saying that we are far from finding the empirical only in this work. This ill resolve antinomy, that one, like many others, is probably not an individual trait. L. Thorndike points out this same contradiction between 2 works characteristics of Stone from Spain. 1. This is no doubt a given of the nature of things, or quite simply, the contrary necessities of information and of practice are opposed, such, at least, as they were understood at the time. 13th century. The personality of the author is a more embarrassing case. We are not talking about the culture, more scientific than literary, that Arnaud de Villanovo recognized himself. They are once Cal led a woodsman and country healer, Homo Sylvester Practicus Rusticanus. 2. The author of the breviarium quotes Ovid and Virgil well. 3. And also 1. Thesaurus Pauperum, empirical, and the commentary on the Diets of Isaac Scholastic. Note that the Thesaurus was challenged to Peter of Spain, like the breviarium at Arnaud. 2. From CCM Servanda Juventud, Kernel 787. 3. Kernel and 12296. See above, p50. 2 anonymous verses. 1. But the 4 quoted lines clarified more of medical interest than of poetic interest, and these were perhaps school proverbs. He judges himself, moreover, as modestly and almost in the same terms as Arnaud de Villanovo, apologizes to have expressed himself in his book I, too long and in the country language, nimis prolixo, vel rustico sermon. 2. Rather, we are alluding to features that seem to differ deeply, thanks to the author of the breviarium and Arnaud de Villanovo. The first, unlike the second, seems, as we have seen, fond of the scholarly method. He seems especially at ease when he can hide behind the authority of his master. Arnaud de Villanovo never gave himself such a tyrannical master. We see, on the one hand, a reverent and faithful disciple, faithful to the ideas and authorities of his youth, once an itinerant doctor, but only in Italy, now advanced in years and confined to a country retreat. We think, on the other hand, of one of the most independent minds of his time, in medicine and esotericism, and the most daring in theology, always occupied in healing, writing, preaching, traveling, by land and by sea, and destined to die at sea in a final crossing. The opposition will doubtless be resolved, as we shall see in many shades. Let us only note that the author of the breviarium, opposing his master to dialectician doctors also known as Parisians, uses rather sharp terms, saying that there is better to do than always bawl about universals, quam semper universalabis latrare. The formula smell ls of its polemicist and would not be unworthy by Arnaud de Villanovo. 3. The opposition, however, cannot help but come to our attention. 1. Kernel 1A107D and 170-147. 2. Preface to Book U, Kernel 1A179DE. 3. It displeased the printer of 1585 who did not find the author human enough. NIST. He agrees in this with the two Arnauds. So he elegantly corrected substituting quam semper universalis numbere, the personality of the author, the character of the book and the personality of the author as it emerges from it, but we do not agree, it is said, with our usual data. This book hardly resembles, at first sight, the authentic books, and this character resembles even more badly the Arnaud de Villeneuve whom we think we know. The breviarium, placed next to the great works of Arnaud de Villanovo, is opposed to it, it seems, in its form, by the simplicity of the language and the nature of the plan. He opposes it in his realistic data by his constant references to the facts. It is certain that we will have to distinguish two Arnauds, the scholastic and the empirical. We will content ourselves with saying, and the thing goes without saying, that we are far from finding the empirical only in this work. This resolve antinomy, that one, like many others, is probably not an individual trait. L. Thorndike points out this same contradiction between two works characteristics of Stone from Spain. 1. This is no doubt a given of the nature of things, or quite simply, the contrary necessities of information and of practice are opposed, such, at least, as they were understood at the time. 13th century. The personality of the author is a more embarrassing case. We are not talking about the culture, more scientific than literary, that Arnaud de Villanovo recognized himself. They are once Cal led a woodsman and country healer, Homo Sylvester Practicus Rusticanus. 2. The author of the breviarium quotes Ovid and Virgil well. 3. And also 1. Thesaurus Pauperum, empirical, and the commentary on the Diets of Isaac, scholastic. Note that the Thesaurus was challenged to Pierre d'Espagne, like the breviarium to Arnaud. 2. From Conservanda Juventute Kernel 787. 3. Kernel and 1E2-296. See above P50, the nationality of the author. The third objection is that of date incompatibilities referring to the conflicts between Guelphs and Ghibellines, between the Aragonese dynasty of Barcelona and the Angevin dynasty of Naples. The author, the pseudo-Arnaud of Naples, or a fortiori, Arnaud de Villeneuve, as we have said, could not have been a doctor of Pope Alexander IV, 1254-61. Let us add in passing that, if had been, the pupil Arnaud would have been in the service of the Guelph chief, the master Jean in the service of the Ghibelline chief. The data in the book, we will come back to this, invite us to think that the relationship of teacher and pupil began with the reconstitution of the University of Naples by Charles I, immediately meant after his victory over Manfred, on 266. Arnaud is then in the camp of the Angevins. The fact seems acceptable to all proponents of the authenticity of the breviarium, including our worthy colleagues from Barcelona. J. Carreras Artau and M. Battle Laurie. However, this is quite disturbing. Arnaud, after having made his first appearance in Montpellier, would the second in Naples. He would appear in Naples full, lowing Charles I, Count of Provence. The argument would not be without value, however, contrary, in support of his provenal allegiance. The difficulty doubles, in the opposite direction, when we see one that on August 18, 1281, Arnaud de Villeneuve made a certain appearance in Barcelona, at the court of Peter III, and it is even then, for several years in his service. 2. That the rivalry between Aragonese and Angevins leads to the March 30. 1282 to the terrible war of Sicilian Vespers which cut into the Mediterranean for 13 years. 3. That the breviarium written in Italy after the death of Jean of Casamicciola could only be after June 5, 1282, date at which he was still alive. The troubling fact is to now find Arnaud in the Aragonese party from before 1281. If we pass over this point, we will have to explain a third avatar, his return to the kingdom of Sicily in connection with the composition of the breviarium. The war had its pauses, truce of 1288, but the general peace, 1295, was probably necessary to reopen to an Aragonese the access of Casanova, Desmabruzzo. The time of the composition of the breviarium, if we hold for Arnaud de Villeneuve, would find there this new precision. It would be later than 1295. It would preferably be placed in this case during one of Arnaud de Villeneuve's stays in Italy. There were some in the period 1301 to 1305, and in the period 1308 to 1311. we would not disagree in this case. 1 Dabgen, which gives 1295 as the terminus a quo, at cause of the title Pape's Doctor of the Munich manuscript, title that he attaches to Boniface die. I, 2 with the age of the author, an old man, Arnaud de Villanovo, who could then be 60 or 70 years old. The Provence-Catalonia antinomy nevertheless remains, and this antinomy, decidedly inherent to the subject, takes on an irritant. Strength is us, but that does not solve the whole problem. To attribute to Arnaud de Villeneuve a patriotism quite free from bias, the Italian character of the breviarium. The topical argument will be this: the preponderance of Italy and the elements of the breviarium. In fact, there are in the work of Arnaud de Villeneuve 3 considerable works, whose Italian sources are obvious and whose authenticity has been more or less led into question. The Italian character or Italianism of the breviarium for Esterenzi is enough on its own to destroy the paternity of Arnaud de Villeneuve. Language, as the frame bears, he says, the imprint of the Neapolitan environment. The Neapolitan dialect would be represented by about 20 terms. Say, however, that we are not very sensitive to the linguistic argument. Pompey's travel, words 2. That a stay in Naples, without a Neapolitan origin being necessary, would suffice to explain a local dialect contribution, which is moreover very limited. Paul Diebgen has already given precious indications as to the relativity of Renzi's argument. We will say more on our behalf. One, that it is not true that traces of this dialect are absent from authentic works. Arnaud de Villeneuve had in his library a work in Sicilian, in Siculo. 1. He quotes terms that he expressly ls Neapolitan in a provenal tinged work. 1. A third part of seeds of these cougardaws that the Neapolitans l watermelons citrullos inventario la ct. No, 69. 2. The seed of this gourd that the Neapolitans l watermelon citrulum. 1. In another work of Catalan color. 3. Volandrum in Naples, in Arabic idatra, oleander in the land of Valencia, oleander thigh 2. 2. That these dialectal terms are not unique to the author. Consider the following examples from Renzi. These terms are not peculiar to the author of the Breviarium. We find brodium in the authentic works of Arnaud de Villeneuve 3, escarole in these same works 4, and in those of contemporaneous himself 5. There is more. Jean de Casamicciola is primarily responsible for introducing these terms, and his disciple says positively that he, tabuli, kernel 1,043 grams and 1,044 Fahrenheit. Watermelon, a South African fruit, was introduced by the Arabs. 1 degree in Italy, where it was cal-led citrolo, Latin name, 1169. 2 degree in Catalonia, where it was cal-led albubec, an Arabic name, C, 1308. In France, the name citral, 1256, prevailed until the introduction of the true pumpkin and American fruit in the 16th century. At this time, there were name transfers, the Arabo-Catalan name being attributed to the watermelon 1512. Arnaud de Villeneuve always uses the Latin-Italian name. He even indicates its origin in the tabulate. Cf. Breviary 1315c and 1415 of the simple, 351 billions reg. They are healthy arag, 798 Fahrenheit. Reg. They are healthy from Magnina, 710 grams. From Montpellier. The term citrulo for watermelon has been preserved. See El Piat de, French Occitan, 1893. We find albubec in the first Atalan version of Reg. They are healthy arag. See 1308. But, surprisingly, the name and the thing are suppressed in the second Catalan version, XV century. See P 148 and 226, giving the Batello-Lori edition, 1947. 2. On poisons, Colonel 1541E, sur les allusions Naples dans les ouvrages espagnols, voir plus loin P. 103, note 5. 3. Cf. 797A, 798C, 802 billions. Reg. Arag, Orag, or even a 42D, a 451E, 1452D. Pract. Summaries. Le mot des allures passe du domaine germanique au domaine roman cf. German and English broth. 4. Antidote. 455 E de Simplic, 382A, 382 Fahrenheit. 5. Gilbert L. Angla. Compendium P 131, 321, 1510. Pierre d'Espagne, Soros Pauperum Diploracy, 1497. Henri de Mondeville Le Chirurgie, p. 821, ed. Nice 1893. Lascarol d'usage médical d'abord dans le voie, introduite dans l'alimentation ou exmies, par constant avant l'époque, et ça, indice dans le grand ouvrage de Bois, les tient about him. C'est le cas de Lascarol, et de la Pasque, 2, du juge de raison, 3, du Breyer, 4, etc. Si bien que, une fois de plus, il ne reste peu pires rien de the linguistic argument. 1. Colonel 1,205 billions, 1,257 Fahrenheit, 1,412 grams, 1,420 Fahrenheit. 2. Colonel 1,254. 3. Colonel 1,295 Fahrenheit. Agressa himself again giving Pierre de Spain. 4. Colonel G. Burchell himself again giving Henri de Mondeville and Bernard de Gordon. The activity of the author of the book, one can still say, unfolds within a narrowly traced framework. That of Campania, with a central Italy background, the effective framework of his studies and practice of your medicine is Naples. It extends to the seaside resorts of the region of Napoli. He is in contact with Salerno. He moved away from the capital without leaving the kingdom, following once, at the time of his studies, John de Casamicciola giving a voyage to Trani. We sit, time of his practice, his presence in Florence, Bologna, Rome, He finds himself in the kingdom at the end of his career. Writing his book in an Abruzzi convent, there is a real luxuriance of Italian topography. In opposition to this abundance, one is tempted to underline. One, that there is no allusion to Spain. He is only questioned from 3 authors. A certain Spaniard, not specified 2, the Spaniard who is Cal led Jean de Luna, 3, and a special Pierre from Spain, 4. He quotes the latter by saying, Peter of Spain aged in his secret book, Peter Senex in his secrets. Perhaps he approached him, but it is not Pope John XE that he remembers. 2, that there are traces of Montpellier, quote from a professor, Petrus Lucrator, without it being possible to establish a direct coincidence. 5. Quotation of a cure, personal this one, cure of a nosebleed where an old woman from the city intervenes. 6. The contemporary doctors quoted in the book are in great number Italians from all parts of the peninsula. 2. Colonel 1D292. 3. Colonel 1D112. 4. Books IQ in the editions 1,141, 1,234. Books that I have in the text. 1,398, 1,415. To this, 1 or 2 doubtful passages should perhaps be added. 1,298 by, for example. 5. Book 3 text. Colonel 1,363 billions. 1 according to what Peter Lucrator says, and he says that it has been proven. 2 also he says that the words he says can be heard of a book. 6. Book I editions. Colonel 1,156. Et cum fesisem orniacu critabam utilia nisi potuisem sanguinem restringere. All of these geographical facts remain important. Preponderance of Italy, absence of Spain, trace of Montpellier. These 2 references to Montpellier, if they were authentic and not interpolated like the other 3, 1, would be valuable evidence in favor of Arnold de Villanovo. At first view, they would be absent from the Wolfenbüttel manuscript. LH shows, however, will L require definitive control, mainly because the name of Petrus Lucrator appears in the text itself, and not in the additions. Arnaud de Villanovo, who entered the schools of Montpellier around 1281, was able to enter the schools of Naples around 1267. Arrived without souvenirs from Spain, but no documents authentical lie associates it with Spain before 1281. So it would be natural for him to bring only a few memories of Montpellier to Naples, memories of his studies, the name of a professor, and of his practice, the treatment of a patient. To this would be superimposed in a completely different density the memories of his studies and his practice, more extensive and more matured, in Naples. It is an explanation. But it does not explain that the Breviarium composed long after, and in the case of Arnaud de Villanovo, at the end of a career in which Barcelona and Montpellier held so much space, almost empty of memories of this period post-Italian, immediately prior to the writing of the book. We can only form a hypothesis as to the history of the book, assuming, as we have done too, that the author has drawn from an old set of Italian index cards and notebooks, without great retouching, and that he proceeded to Casanova with a work of arrangement rather than an updating work. 3. 1. The textual allusion to the Montpellier school IV is not taken into account here. We have established above that the Neapolitani reading alone is authentic, exclusion from reading Montspessellani. CP 31, Note 1, Asime 483, text, and 32, Note 1, text of 1492. 2. See above P17. 3. He apologizes after the completion of Book II for not having been able, as promised, to bring together compilare in a shorter summary, subium onre compendio, his treatments, the fruits of his experience, curus expertus. He talks further about his treatments deprived off yesteryear, et pivatim temporibus retroactus reperi. Cf. 1179d, 1180d. The method is clear, but the purely Italian character of the experience is nonetheless quite surprising. He only added a small L number of Italian recipes more recent, perhaps to please his Cistercian friends. We will all stick to this, without hiding from ourselves that the geographical argument, in spite of everything, very largely justifies the skepticism of our Italian colleagues. The cycle of Italian works. Arnaud of Naples. Modern Italian historians seem to agree in claiming the breviarium and its author as Italians, and more precisely more like Neapolitans. Astruc, struck by character Al local experiences, was already thinking of a Neapolitan disciple of Arnold de Villanovo. 1. M. Malacarne and S. de Renzi put forward a Neapolitan. Hypothesis, retained by J. Tiraboschi, with reservations F. Puccinati and Semble T. Aldo Miele. 2. Malacarne, whose knowledge we owe to one interesting article by Mr. Battalori, suggested. 1. To attribute to an Arnaud of Naples, and not to Arnaud of Villeneuve, the authorship of the book. 2. To see in him a doctor of the second half of the 14th century, so as to integrate, as he conceives them, quotations from John of Florence, 1348, Guy de Chauliac, 1363, and Alexander V, 1409-10. 3. To see, perhaps even a monk from Citeaux there. J. Tiraboschi seems to have had reservations, both about Arnaud de Villeneuve than on the Malacarne chronology. S. de Renzi, taking up this portrait in a more qualified way, retouches and wisely brings the author of the breviarium back to the time of Charles of Anjou. C. H. Derenberg, after him, considered the hypothesis of Arnaud de Naples as proven. To tell L the truth, the negative part of the argument for L that it seems to exclude Arnaud de Villeneuve provides reasons very specious. The positive part, the affusionation of Arnaud of Naples, is more difficult, since Arnaud of Naples escapes any hold direct. Indirect arguments abound, and he should not lose sight that Arnaud de Naples of late creation is ignored in ancient texts. 1. Mem. Hist. University of Medicine of Montpellier, p. 164, 164, 167. H. Schillens, transforming the supposition into certainty, effectively gives Arnaud de Naples as a disciple Arnaud de Villeneuve. 2. CP 13, footnote 2. The Sanitatis Regimen. The 3 treatises on hygiene in the folio of the Opera Omnia are at examine, if only for a moment. In terms of Arnaud de Villeneuve's problematic relations with Italy, these are, as we know, 1. Health regime to the King of Aragon, Regimen Sanitatis ad Regem Aragomi. 2. Salerno health regime, Regimen Sanctitatis Salemitamum. 3. Health system proper, Regimen Sanitatis. The first is of certain authenticity, the other 2 are in dispute with Italian authors, or, more precisely, the Lombards. Let us first examine the third, father or son, it is claimed, from the first. Its authenticity has been in question since the first editions printed, of which we have 2 contradictory series. One separate texts in the name of Mino de Maneri Magninus Mediolanensis, Princeps edition of 1482, printed by Jean de Westphalia in Lavin 1. 2 texts in the name of Arnaud de Villeneuve in the Operas Omnia, Princeps edition of 1504, printed by T. Murchie in Lyons. 2. Even today, E. Wickersheimer, without arguing, thinks Che Firmino, J. Carreras Artau, and M. Battalori lean towards Arnaud de Villeneuve. 3. 1. We have identified 7 editions in the 15th century, 7 in the first half of the 16th century, 1482 to 1554. We saw 3 of them, including the Princeps. These editions are especially Nordic, Louvain 3, Paris 3, etc. 2. The text of the first series and that of the second present between them variations, even differences. 3. Cf. Arnaud de Villanova, Obras Catalanas T2, written Medics, 1947. Mr. Batlori and J. Correa's Artau edit with notes the two Catalan versions of Reg. Sanity. Ad regem auratum. Excellent addition in every respect. The first point, which it may be decisive to fix if we have the means, is the respective date of the first and the third treaty. For us, the Regimen Sanitatis ad regem Aragonum has been composed in 1307 in Montpellier. The Regimen Sanitatis in 1331 to 33 in Arras. 1. We keep the impression that all contemporary testimonies, including that of Arnaud, relate to the first and submit in this sense. 1 degree Arnaud, finishing the speculum, says that he had begun by right the Regimentum Sanitatis, C, and the Aphorismi de Ingenio Sanitatis, 1308, 2. The two. Works seem associated and merged. In the letter of Jacques I claiming them from Arnaud 308, 3. 3, they also seem associated in Arnaud's library. Note 346, 311, 4. 4 degree, we thus have solid reasons, more solid than as usual, to accept full lie-compliant manuscript data, 1307, and Montpellier, 5. The proposal that Arnaud de Villeneuve aims at the Regimen Sanitatis set of Maino and gives the date as prior to 1300s, supposedly dates from the parabolas and is therefore very hypothetical. 6. 1. Dedicated by Mano de Maneri, Milanese physician from Paris, to Andr de Malpighi, Florentine Bishop of Arras. 2. Speculum ul. 1336e3, James II claims the speculum and gives it a personal character pro conservatione nostra salutis. The Catalan version of the regimen Arag, 15c, ends with these words, explicit liber conservationis sanitatis. 4. Item regimenum sanitatis essa factum per magistrum RGI Aragonum cum amphorismus magistri, a regimen of health, psi, made by the master of the Regus of Aragon with the master's aphorisms. It is annoying but certain that we find in this library no trace of the breviarium, nor of the two other regimes. We find in some the works of the last period of Montpellier, 1306 to 08, just as we do not find the speculum in the library of Jean Blaise, c. 1330. 5. 1307, according to the Hebrew version of Caslari Montpellier, according to the manuscripts of Paris, Arsenal, and Cambridge. 6. We are aware that Truc and Panzier dated the parables Aphorismi de Ingenio Sanitatis from before 1299, 1902. Panzier later dated them to 1300s, according to the manuscript of Paris, Arsenal, 1907. But Arnaud seems to give them in 1308 as recent, and he then prepares the commentary in the sequel. It is possible that the Parabolsus had several texts. The second point to consider is that of the frame of the book, the Speculum 1308, and before him. The of Consideration of Us Operis Medicine, 1303, had drawn a plan with 3 divisions in view of a theoretical presentation. Health. 1. Natural factors. Res naturale. Unnatural factors. Unnatural factors. Res non naturalis. Disease 3. Disease 3. Unnatural factors. Res contra naturam. The Arag regiment. 23, 3 and 7. And also the small L regimen de confrontationale usus, 2308, are exclusively practical and dietary hold properly in the second division. The Regimen Sanitatis, on the contrary, with its arrangement depending on the editions, sometimes in 5, sometimes in 2 parts, imitates the Yaws, but only imitates it awkwardly. Maino of Maneri, 1482. Arnaud de Villanovo, 1504. 1. Preliminary data, 2ch, 2. Natural factors, E7, 3. Unnatural, 26, 4. Unnatural. 5, 5. Instruments, 9, 1. Body factors, 11ch, 2. Unnatural factors, 46. Anyway, one dietetics should stick to the second section of the theoretical level or, at most, to the first 2. 2 degree the third section, logical lie, should, in any case, remain distinct from the second. The 2 arrangements, one like the other, are from a disciple of the Arnaldian plan, but of a disciple who no longer understands it very well. L. 1. 1. Not to mention errors in the distribution of chapters and even a duplicate. The 26 chapters of unnatural factors alone meet the title. Their retinue recall LS very closely, the retinue of the regimen Arag. 1. Its errors of detail and its extent, double or triple, are, however, just as characteristic. 2. The text itself is a third criterion, the criterion par excellence. The case of textual plagiarism is sometimes graspable. The last 11 lines of the chapter de Balnae are the literal reproduction from the small L chapter de ablution pedum et capitis, from the regiment Arag. 3. The Arag regiment. Annotated that we now have given convenient points of comparison. However, we will admit that in the generality of cases, it is a question of analogy rather than of identity. And we will also take part in traditional data and the subject's own data. It is finally clear that if Arnaud was a source, it was neither the only one or perhaps even the main one. We have a first proof in the proportions of the regimen Orag and the regimen Essertatus. The latter is more than 5 times larger than the first. 4. And we cannot postulate a lost treatise by Arnaud de Villanovo, more extensive than the regimen Arag, superimposable on the whole of the regimen Sanitatis 5. The topographical and linguistic references are exclusively taken from France, 14 citations, and Italy, 7 citations. The flora is Lombard. Dialect terms are Lombard bards, and we do not find any of the Calon terms of the first work. 6.1. See the order of the chapters and, in the most important chapters, the order of the paragraphs. This part, which coincides for the frame with the regimen Arab, provides by far the most serious argument. 2. Here 62 columns, there 26. 3. Cf. Column Tamen, Ot Sinam, kernel, 790 Fahrenheit G. Nota quad column pedum, Ot Sinam, kernel, 691 grams. 4. That is 57 chaps and 132 coals, instead of 19 and 26. 5. Murchie contented himself with reasoning on Meno's text. It does not seem that an Arnaldian manuscript has ever been alleged. The existence of such a manuscript remains problematic. 6. Pistum in Lingua Nostra, Millet and Switchgrass Porridge, kernel, 709a. Galcioni in Lingua Nostra, Canacheri, kernel, 711. The author also says, speaking of the piston, it is a dish used among the inhabitants of the city where I was born and which is the city of Milano. 1. Meno therefore put his own into his treatise, and first of Al-El, he gave it a flavor that was both Milanese and Franco-Flemish. These facts are not unexpected. Murchie, Al-El, in accusing Meno of having appropriated the work of Arnaud de Villanovo, noted that he had made many additions and changes, addendo and immutando non nulla. 2. This judgment of the opposing party agrees, basical lie, with the declarations of Meno, who, in his dedication to his bishop, expresses himself in Al-El's simplicity about his work. He proposes, he says, to compile a little book for students short of books, after an in-depth examination of the hygiene rules collected by the various ancient and modern medical authors. There is no need to steal the terms collected by various medical authors, diversus auctoribus, and I propose to compile compilare proponent. 3. We thus begin, in summary, to glimpse some facts useful. 1. The vogue for dietetics in Arras and Louvain between 1331 and 1480. 2. Degree the classical character which the 3 treatises then had there, more or less safe Arnaldian strain, which we consider. 3. The intervention of certain authors from northern Italy in transmission of these treatises. 4. The part taken by the local schools in the arrangement, the gloss, and later, the printed edition of these texts. Examination of the 3rd treatise will confirm these data. 1. Apud idos de vitae onde fluor iundus et civitas mediolanen. See XIII 510 1482. The 1585 variant may be from editor in Patria Mea ca civitas mediolanu. Collar, 709a. We would neglect to point out that Lalande took this for a declaration of provenal origin, if 20 incongruities did not manage to survive 100 qualified denials. 2. Colonel 657. 3. Here is the passage. Protractar regulus regimini sanitatis, a diversus auctoribus medicine prioribus et posterioribus collectus ante initium hujus. Operis laboravi diligent in spicer. Dedication of the Magninian editions, 1482, 1483, etc. We will appreciate the word collectuses, which excludes, for everyone, any claim to originality. Regiment Sanitatis Salernitanum. The Regiment Sanitatis Salernitanum would be even more useful to our cause than the Regiment Sanitatis. Salerno and Naples touch each other, and the authenticity of this work would have an immediate impact on that of the Breviarium. The treaty, with its 2 elements, 1. Inserted, independently innumerable editions, in Al-El the editions of the Opera Omnia, seems to have been the greatest success in Al-El of medical literature and remains a famous book among Al-El. We will stick to a general overview so as not to overburden our work. 2. The thesis of the authenticity of the regime of Salerno, authenticity probable means, lastly, had a no lesser defender that K. Südhoff and his conclusions were as full lows. 3. 1 degree the poem is foreign to Salerno. 2 degree no manuscript is prior to 1300s to 1310. Al of facts that he brought makes it possible to consider these 2 points as acquired. Accordingly, Südhoff proposed 1. To attribute the first comment to Arnaud de Villanovo, according to the first printed editions. 2. To perhaps even attribute the poem to Arnaud, possible author of a deception, Arnaud having perhaps composed it in 1301 in La Scocola, Lazio. 1. It includes, as we know, 1. A poem, 364 lines in its primitive purity. 2. A prose commentary. It is therefore a double work, not without analogy for aspect, with the Cantium, poem by Avicenna with commentary by Averroes, translated into Latin by Armengol Blaise. 2. The question will be dealt with in greater detail later. 3. Zur Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum, especially XV and XVIP 150-180, in Arcleve. Geschichte der Medizin, December, 1920. Südhoff considered that authenticity had never been serious, meant contested. Lynn Thorndike, however, believes the attribution to Arnaud de Villeneuve hazardous. 1. We intend to offer here names certainly not a negative solution, but enough doubts based on this assignment. History of Magic and Experimental Science in p. 52, 1934. The learned historian, nothing moreover, does not give his reasons. The commentary, as it behaves in the Incunables editions, was, according to us, composed between 1474 and 1480 in Louvain. 1. 2 families of incunabula, as we know, are vying for priority. 1. The Louvain edition contains the Regimen Sonatus Salernitanum and its commentary, anonymous, and subsequently the Liber de Consuratione Corporis of Arnaud de Villeneuve, Reg. Arag. The Princeps edition is the first of 3 similar editions without typographical indications defined by bibliographers as printed by John de Paderborn of Westphalia in Louvain. Around 1 480, ALL 3 and 4, 136, leaves 2. 2. The SoCal-led edition of the Doctors of Montpellier, containing the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum, exhibited by Arnaud de Villeneuve, corrected and amended by the Doctors Regents of Montpellier in exercise here in 1480. Editions of this series are often full load by Velasco de Taranta, Tractatus of Epidemia, nor does the first sorting have any typographical indications. Only one date is advanced, around 1480. In 4 degree, 83 leaves, 3. 1. John de Paderborn of Westphalia, printed in Louvain from 1474 to 1496. His first edition of the regime of Salerno must precede the recension of Montpellier, 1480. On the other hand, this edition has been dated from before 1479. Braun, 1789, an edition in German by Krusner from 1474, cited by Renzi, has even been reported. 2. According to the very precise analysis of M. L. Palain, Catalogue of Books Printed in the 15th Century from the Libraries of Belgium, NS 33,322 seconds, 3,324, 3,325. The edition of Conrad Winters de Homburg, Cologne, N 33,321. That M greater than. Palain places in the lead, seems to me, however, to derive too from the Louvain edition. Baudry de Balzac gives first place to a Louvain edition of 128 sheets. We have examined the first edition bearing the name of Louvain, see 1484. 3. 10 editions of this type analyzed in M. Pellichet, Catalogue Général des Bibliques Incunables. Pub of France, I, 1897. The question of the place would seem to be decided in favor of Lyon. NS 1-280, Tominus 3-5-8. We examined the Bessanon edition, 1487, Pierre Metlinger, including the T de Pestilentia, in 4 degree, 83 trillions. Pellier is pure and simple reproduction of the Louvain commentary, the converse being impossible. The preponderance of Avicenna in the references, 54%, indicates the end of the 15th century rather than the end of the 13th, but it does not separate Montpellier and Louvain. The incorporation in the commentary of elements of the first 2 health regimes, Regimen Sanitatis ad Regem Aragon and Regimen Sanitatis Magnanus, is a certain fact of which has already made. Ackerman state. First example, idea in progress from the first to the 3rd treatise, the custom of taking peaches before the meal. 2. Second example, analogous ideas in the 2nd and the 3rd on beer qualities. 3. Third example, A verse quoted in the second, on moderate use cheese, is found in a prose sentence of the commentary for fourth example. Passage on the properties of mint excluded from diet, but recommended in medicine, reproduced verbatim of Meno, 5. It is of course easy to explain this parallelism if we admit that Arnaud de Villanovo is the author of the three works. But it is permissible to think that Master John of Westphalia and the University of Louvain, which by an extraordinary meeting were then simultaneously the publishers of these three works, are not entirely foreign to it. What makes us believe it is that, outdoing Meno, 1. Breviarium, 4 or 5%, same order of magnitude in authentic works. C. Price of Montpellier in 1,488-90, 68%. 2. Never after reg, arag, sometimes before, reg, same. Good also before, with reference to Avicenna, reg. Sal, C. 798D, 712 grams, 1,884 Celsiuses. 3. Thick beer is bad. Terrace beer is the worst. Old beer is the best. C. 746 CD and a 1,934 A, 1,907 billions. 4. CF Cassius S. bonus quem dot avaramanus. Collar, 731 Celsiuses. Sol megitula Cassius S. bonus quem dot avaramanus. Kernel 1,877 Celsiuses. 5. CF. Mentha multimessica. Propria ad allude, kernel 720 AB, and multum calida est, A. Sica. Propria ad allude, kernel 12944 AB. Who wrote an RS, the commentary published in Louvain makes room very wide to beer. 1. The linguistic references are very clear. 7 names of fish and a plant name are translated into a Germanic dialect, Teutones, 3 being also translated into French, at excluding any other language. It is moreover not German, but the dialect of Brabant too. The topographical references are also explicit. They are exclusively borrowed from these northern countries from which our Princeps edition comes. Germany, Netherlands citations, Rhineland 4, Netherlands E, 6, Brabant 3, France. There is something even more to 7. There is something even more decisive. The author of the commentary, everything as Meno had claimed his Milanese homeland, claims to twice from his Brabant homeland, Patri Brabanti, 3, 1. 3 paragraphs, 6 verses. Note that butter has, like beer, the honors of a special development, which is not the case for oil. 2. In 2 different places, Colonel, 1920 and 1945 F. We find Plate's skull in French, ply, in the Flemish dictionaries of Dud, 1898, and Halma, 1717. The Dutch dictionary of P. Marin, 1762, gives very exactly. Plates, Brabants W. Schal Plas. Ryan Farn, Fortanzi, is in Dud, Rienvar, Han, which I believe should be substituted for Har, Jfr. Rujet is in Dud, Zihan, Morin, and Halma, Norhan. The defective spelling would have to be corrected. 3. About red wines and sweet wines. Chap. The Servicia Esato, Grossos Humors, in the editions of 1484, 1487, etc. CF. In 1504, F 157, 2, and in 1585, Collar, 1899A and 199A, 199C. The poem obviously has an older, more obscure, since we believe we should trace the first manuscripts at 1300s to 1310. At the beginning of the 14th century, in Montpellier and Naples, the poem Still L seems unknown. The negative for Naples results from the breviarium itself. The author quote this verse on podagra. Solver nodosam nescit medicina podagram. Medicine does not know how to untie the knotty gout. To which this line of the poem about the pennyroyal pulegium may seem like a distant echo. Sic decunt veterum sumstum curare podagram, thus they say that the old man took it to cure gout. 1. They are, despite the consonants, opposite ideas, and the verse of the breviarium is a first borrowing from the Latin classics, this time to Ovid. Passages on the sage, fortifying nerves, and on the street, antidote to poison, passages which similarly combine these two herbs, are to be raised. The breviarium highly recommends sage wine, vino decoctionis ejus, strengthener of the nerves. Hence he adds what says Virgil in his book of agriculture, Libro de Agricultura. Cur moritur homo, cum salvia crescit in horto. Why does a man die when sage grows in the garden? Meno cautiously recommends the same wine, vino salviato, adding only in prosa, salvia ponitor in horto, etc. Sage is placed in the garden, etc. The poem, In one place, formal lie recommends wine, sage, and rue wine this time, and in another place, he reproduced the pseudo-Virgilian verse, which has now become the first line of a quatrain. Cur moriatur homo, qui salvia crescit in hordo. Why should a man die for whom sage grows in the garden? 2. 1. See kernel 1,296 and 1,950 billions. 2. CCL 1,090 billion C, breviarium. 740 E, reg, sanit. 1,909 Fahrenheits, and 1,944 Celsiuses. Reg, Salem. The verse is not found, unless I am mistaken, in the authentic text of Virgil. Serpent and poison enemy street tradition presents also its curious development. The idea that the street prowler makes snakes flee is found in the breviarium, with a personal application, that which Jean de Casamicciola had made of it in his herb garden. The advice to plant it in the sage patch, otherwise the snakes would inhabit it, is in Meno. The commentary on the diet of Salerno cites Avicenna for the property of resisting poison. Aristotle, L of animal. For that of scaring away snakes, Aristotle says that the weasel eats rue when it attacks the snake. 1. The tradition was transmitted, becoming more widespread, from Aristotle to Odo de Mung, Macer Floridus, and without doubt Macer is the source more or less directly full load of the 3 Italian treatises. The legend of the Rondel Lagras, Celandine, or Aclair, is another particularly prolific tradition of medical folklore. The variants are, here again, edifying. The celandine is used by the bird to restore sight to its blind young. Lines of the poem. Scatus pullus hici sicle when mater hirundo Plinius utis scribit, quae novicent eruta reddit. As Pliny writes, whenever they are plucked, the mother returns the lights to the blinded chicks. Are, except for 2 words, in Constantine and, word for word, in Macer. The legend, probably of Greek origin, disseminated by Pliny and its copyists, seems to have been preserved in the High Middle Ages Isidore, and having settled unchanged in the poems of Constantine, J. 1087, and Macer, J. 2161. The author of the Breviarium, who does not seem very familiar with these 2 poets, give this therapy a completely different application. It is a question of preparing for use as eye drops, the swallows themselves. 1. Cf. 357 Celsius E breviarium, 740 E, reg, Senil, 1,899 Celsiuses in 1901 AB, reg, Salem. The weasel argument is in Pliny, XX, 51, 2, cf, 1,950 grams, and Constantine, de Gradalis Med, C85, swear mirando to subdue hirundo, Macer. De Viribus Herbarum, v. 16692. We see from Aristotle to Pliny the side of legend winning out little by little. Little about the reason. Same. We blind them, we take them back after 3 days when they have recovered their sight, their heads are burned, and a powder is extracted. 1. The conclusion that imposes itself is that the elements from which it was to come were found in an already ancient tradition, either oral or written, but that the poem itself, attributed today to Arnold de Villanovo, was unknown in Naples around 1300s. It was similarly unknown in Montpellier. The precepts of the writers of Montpellier on the time conducive to bleeding seem to indicate this. Sometimes they quote verses, but they are not verses of the Diet of Salerno, like this one, attributed to Gord, Bernard of Gordon, in an apocryphal pamphlet by Arnaud de Villeneuve. Luna-clothed veterans, Juvenes Nova Luna, the youth of the new moon, requires 2. And which are also quoted, without mentioning the author, by Henri de Mondeville and Mino, 3. Sometimes they quote a precept which will pass into the poem but which is not yet versified, such as this rule, attributed to Arnaud de Villeneuve and to the parables, by Guy de Chauliac. He wants also that in winter the sinistral veins are opened and in summer the dextral ones. 4. Rule that Meno reproduced, always in prose and without cite by name. Item in state itivir debet fieri phlebotomia in parte dextra, in autumno itihim and sinistra. Likewise, phlebotomy should be done on the right side in summer and spring, and on the left in autumn and winter. 5. The Diet of Salerno will say in verse, Stas ver dextris, autumnus hiemsque sinistris. In summer, spring is on the right, autumn and winter are on the left. 1. Respe pulos hirundinum et cum subtili cca, etc., kernel 1,142 grams. the name of celandine is not pronounced. It was only recommended for the view a little higher, kernel. 1133d, 2. De regulis generalibus febrium, juxta dictum gord, kernel. 14469, 3. H. de Mondeville, surgery. This is what the poet tells us. 2 verses. P. 541, ed. Nicaise, Meno, juxta allude, 1 line with variant, kernel 767 Fahrenheit. The 2 passages are very close. That of de regulis gives more precise figures. Arnaud de Villanovo admitted at least the parallelism of the 4 lunations and the 4 ages, an idea received at the time. See kernel 965c, parabolas. 4. Large surgeon P, 567, ed. Nicaise. 5. Kernel 773 Celsiuses. 6. Kernel 1987 Celsiuses. The most significant case is that of Bernard de Gordon dealing with the oculistics of swallows, equal lie foreign to the text of the poem as was. As we have seen, the author of the breviarium. This grass, he says, is that which the swallows bring to their young, which their eyes were gouged out with a point, and they regained their sight. The tradition is respected, except on one point, because it speaks of the centinode or knotweed polygonum, a plant quite different from the celandine. 1. The poem was therefore, according to these clues, unknown as such in Naples around 1300, in Montpellier between 1300s and 1320. 2. It would begin less badly, perhaps, in the precepts and prose by Meno of Milan. There are also a few verses in it, but those of the Arnaldian edition 1585, or have passed only in the commentary 3, or have remained unrelated to the commentary as in the poem 4. The only exception is the full lowing, on watercress juice like specific to hair loss. Caput il lenitum retenet capillos cadentes. He keeps his hair from fouling. But it is a verse which is unaware of itself, and it is very different from that of the poem. I el lias suco crines retinere flu, entes I el litis assertor. To keep the hair flowing with that juice, it is alleged that 5. The author of the poem, whoever he was, at the beginning of the 14th century, above al been a coal lector and an arranger. The poem was born in the same way that it subsequently increased immeasurably by accession and absorption. 1. Lilia Medicinae, p. 142, Paris 105, House. I had some brought, adds the author, herb garden of the most serene king of Majorca. 2. And yet Arnaud was in contact with his colleagues, since H. de Mondeville cites his parables, and he himself owned the Lilium. 3. Cassius, see above, p62, no, 4. 4. Luna, see above, p66 and 3. 5. Cf. 719 grams and 1950 d. The borrowings that Sudhoff seems to indicate, 1 degree stringe kappa 2 degree very instant, are doubtful. The 2 degree alone exists in the poem. 1 and the other are generally absent from Meno's texts, ed. of 1585 and manuscript of the BN, by example. The findings that we have made, if it is true that they take us further from Naples and Montpellier than from Milan, make us think of a possibility which Case Sudhoff himself says has been neglected too much. 1. Jean de Milan, Johannes de Mediolano, appears in 4 manuscripts with Al, the doctors of Saturna's collaborators, as the author of the poem. Ackerman said he did not appear not in the oldest manuscripts and quoted only 2 from the 15th century, 1406 and 1418. Renzi has since reported 2 from the 14th century, in Paris and London. 2. Johannes de Novoforo, another author's name of the poem, appears, on the contrary, only in a single manuscript, N37-34 of Wolfram Dell. But Novum Forum is difficult to identify, and the manuscript is late, 1481. 3. The intervention of the whole school of Salerno in full L force invoked in the title 4 and in the poem. Anglorum Argii scribit tota schola Salarii, the whole school of Salarii writes to the Regis of England, may just be a bold publicity move, while like the intervention of Al, the doctors of Montpellier in practice in 1480, in Commentary 5. It is in any case consistent with geography that the name of Jean de Milan, author of the poem, was associated for a moment, as we shall see, the name of Arnold de Corn, author of the commentary. 1. CT, P168. 2. Paris, no, 6891, 14th C, and 6931. Altorf, 1406 and 1418. London, number 52. De Renzi, 14th 23456 S3. There was a novum forum in Lombardy, Fornoa, another in Burgundy. We wonder if this manuscript brings constructive data. The poem is there, it seems, enlarged with numerous additional verses, perhaps indexed to a simple reworking. 4. Compilationi ujus concurrent omnes magistri ilia studii, manuscript number 6891, quoted by Sudhoff. 5. The so-called Montpellier edition presents practically no differences with the Louvain edition. The best masters of Montpellier, first doctors or ordinary doctors of the king, traveled a lot between Montpellier and the court, touching Lyon, an active bookshop center, and from where these editions may have come. Let us quote thus: Adam Fume, 1479, and Dieudonne Basol, 1484, doctors of Louis XI, J. Martin, J. Ponceau, J. Grassin, J. Trosselier, doctors of Charles HIV. In 1488, J. Trosselier was still chancellor and J. Cabrita dean. The attribution of the entire work, poem, and commentary to Arnaud de Villanovo, if we stick to the documents, seems to be a belated fact, as it seems to be the result of an equivocation. The Louvain edition, containing two treatises, one anonymous, the other authentic by Arnaud, could well be responsible for this. One because of the title, which in effect announces Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum Necnon and Magistri Arnoldi from Nova Villa congratulate incipit, which must no doubt be translated Health Regime of Salerno, an additional lie, Necnon, Master Health Regime Arnaud de Villeneuve. 1. 2. Because of the final formula of the collection, which relates to the second treatise alone, and which is thus conceived: explicit Regimen Sanitatis Compositum So Ordinatum a Magistro Arnoldo de Villanova Catalono. Readers and editors with them were led to understand that the two treatises, contrary to the truth, were given as being both by Arnaud. And here is the proof. 1. When the Diet of Salerno was edited alone, by deleting the regime of the King of Aragon. We have nevertheless kept the explicit. 2. 2. When we published in the same volume the Diet of Salerno and the regime of Maino. 3. Although the title attributed the first to Arnaud. The explicit. This is more astonishing and almost unbelievable, had the set attributed to Maino de Maneri. 4. The attribution of the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum to Arnaud de Villeneuve therefore requires an additional demonstration. The idea that he remained foreign to him until the edition of the Doctors of Montpellier, 1480 at the earliest, has against it, we said to ourselves. 1. The second being reg, together, ad regem Aragonum. My interpretation seems also be that of M.L. Polain. 2. This is the case of the edition A. Denadel Paris, analyzed by Polain under No. 33326. 3. Edition by J.D.S. Faley, Louvain, 1482, at the National Library. 4. The author of the mistake is not a layman. It is Hain, which under the N 10.483 gives Magnini Medici Mediolanensis Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum. Cf. Repertorium H.I. 1831. It's a distraction, but we can see its significance. Formerly, in the final analysis than the two London manuscripts, who attribute to Arnaud the first the poem, manuscript of the Bible. Slow number 36669, of 1C 456. The second the commentary, manuscript of the Bible, Harleian number 3706, from the 15th century. With regard to the commentary, it is a fact that the testimony of the Harley manuscript must be renounced. It is now easy for me to specify the date, after the SoCal-led Montpellier edition, and to exclude it, because I have some under the eyes a decisive extract in microfilm. This manuscript is a simple copy of the Incunabula. The commentary is textual lie, the Louvain commentary. There are found in place the two characteristic passages on the Brabant homeland. 1. In conclusion, on the one hand, various facts give us the temptation to attribute. 1. The elaboration of the poem to Jean de Milan, rather than to Jean of Novoforo, unless they should be confused. 2. The commentary to Jean de Westphalie otherwise, preferably to an older doctor of Louvain, unless he himself had this quality. On the other hand, two facts retain us in the traditional attribution. The manuscript of 1456, at first sight affirmative, but which we have not yet seen in the cross-checking of the 14th century, apparently foreign to the work, but which also remains to be examined. The authenticity of the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum thus seems too fragile to useful lie support that of the Breviarium. 2. 1. As si vinum rubrum, as if red wine, on the end. 2. Whether these two treatises can belong is another question. To hold with the same author, our parallel makes it possible to doubt it. Arnold of Cum, Arnold of Newcomb. The hypothesis of Arnaud of Naples retains this weakness of being a modern hypothesis. Arnold of Como's hypothesis. This is also not only one hypothesis, dates at least from the 16th century. The publisher G.H. Ref in 1541 in Strasbourg, the publication Following Statement. Complete works published to date by Arnold of Como, in 6 volumes separated, collated with the greatest care on different manuscripts and very old, with many places restored in addition to the previous edition higher, etc. Such was the title of the first volume, of 446 pages, which Tel LS is born, the Breviarium Prassic. A few major libraries have, or had, a copy of this first volume, London, Vienna, Berlin. We cannot yet specify whether, as we have the impression, the edition was limited to this first volume. 4 years later, in 1545, Jean Gurion and Jacques Crel, doctors from Erfurti, published in Frankfurt an edition of the Regimen Sanitatis Salernitanum under this title. Booklet from the School of Salerno to the King of England on the preservation of good health, with the comments of Arnold of CME, physician and ancient philosopher. The publishers in the dedication said that the booklet poem of the doctors of Salerno had arrived in their hands, with a 1. Arnoldi novi commensus opera qui edita sunt hactinus omnia, in tomos distincta sex ad diversorum eti vetustisimorum codicum collationem ingenti cura recog, multis glossis restitutus ultra superiorum editionum. The works of Arnold of Novicom, which have been published up to now, are all divided into 6 separate volumes. And the collation of the different and most ancient codices has been collected with great care, and many places restored beyond the previous edition. 2. De conservanda bona valetudino posculum schol Salernitan ad Regum Angli, cum Arnoldi novi commensus, medici et philosophi antiqui and irrationibus. On the preservation of good health, a treatise of the School of Salerno, addressed to the King of England, with the narratives of Arnold of Novicom, an ancient physician and philosopher. This is the title of the Paris reissues of 1558 and 1580. We have seen the 1545 copy at the National Library, but the title page is missing. Substantial and succinct exegesis, chapter by chapter, of Arnold of GME, a very famous doctor and philosopher, celebrated, and that they had developed this commentary, removing the superfluous and adding many omitted things, superflua resicumus, multa omissa adioimus. We have cut off the superfluous, we have said goodbye to many things that have been left behind. The new edition was the 3rd prototype, long in favor. 1. The source of J. Crel seems without mystery. It is very probably one of the previous editions, Prevenit ad manus nostras, opusculum quadam, a certain work came to our hands. The commentary, even revised, remains related to that of the first 2 prototypes. 2. The source of G.H. Riff is at first sight more awkward, because he talks about manuscripts, different and very old manuscripts, diversorum eti vetustisimorum codicum. The entry into the scene of another Lombard has found a way echoed by certain authors from these regions. Count Giovio, Tiraboschi, Bandini, Melzi. 3. Is the reduction of Arnaud de Villeneuve to Arnold de Villanovo founded, and what militates in its favor? It is perhaps no surprise if northern Italy takes in the 14th century the succession of southern Italy in medicine. John of Milan, as we know, passes in various texts to be the publisher of the poem. 4. Arnold of CMFC would be the author of the commentary. There would be so, including Mino de Mineri, 3 Lombard doctors in competition with Arnaud de Villeneuve. The first edition, Curian only, of this series was, in fact, that of 1538. But it was only in 1545 that Arnold de Cime replaced Arnaud de Villeneuve. We has 10 conforming editions in the Paris and London catalogues, but the series probably more into account, too. There's a bit of Brabant color in chaps. 12 from Wine Rubro and 13 de Cervicia. But Patri Brabanti became Brabante nothing more. 3. Giovio, in Giornale di Modena, 30th, p86, Tiraboschi, Storia, 5th I, p274 note. Bandini, Catalogus Codicum, IV, Table, p604, 1793, Melzi, Diz. She operated anonymously, 3p, 223, 1859. Melzi is for Arnaud de Villeneuve and believes Arnold of Como a 16th century commentator. But the editions of the 16th century the give as old. Jean de Milan, according to the remark of K. Sudhoff already quoted, was too neglected. Could it be the Giovanni Ferrario of which Epinino speaks, the Ioannis de Novoforo of the most curious manuscript, that of Wolfenbüttel in 37-34? See above P68, footnote 3. The meeting is curious, and even more curious the fact that it took place in Belgium. For, in 1331, Maino brought Arnaud de Villanove's health regime, ad regem arrogam, and his own, regimen sanitatis proper, to Arras. The two treaties found in Louvain in 1480, at the same time as the third diet, that of Salerno. The health plan series corresponds thus, at the same time, and quite paradoxical lie, to the Italian posterity of Arnaud de Villeneuve and to his Nordic posterity. The conjunction, whether it is the work of Maino or Jean Westphaly, has for us its good side and its unfortunate side. The eventuality, among several others, is of local and anonymous elaboration at one time or another. The main objection is this: the edition of the health plan of Salerno under the name of Arnold of CME was perhaps maintained half a century, but it had no sequel. The edition of the operas under this name has stuck, it seems, to the first volume, and appears good not to have had a sequel more. If, on the one hand, there were then decisive manuscripts, several ancient manuscripts, how has their testimony been reduced to silence? If, on the other hand, there was the appearance of claiming a group of works, the Italian group. In the name of Italy, how could anyone doubt, even for a moment, that the rest of the opera escapes Italian influence? Things could have happened like this. 1. The publisher J. Krell, 2545, in search of novelty, borrowed the name of Arnold de CME to the publisher G.H. Arweff, 1541. Raya, for his part, had knowledge of Arnold, an authentic Lombard doctor that one, and contemporary of Arnaud de Villeneuve, and he identified them arbitrarily. We find in an official document of 1304 the mention Darnold, physician and familiar to Pope Benedict Xi, Magistri Arnoldi Medici et Familiaris Pap. The Pope grants him for his brother, Uberto de Canturio, the reserve of an ecclesiastical benefice in the Diocese of Salzburg. 2. We are thinking of the school works of Montpellier, and of a whole group of workers GS mentioned later, the Catalan group. 2. Siege Grandjean, the Register of Benoit Xi, N727, P459-60, 1905. Arnold has been identified by some with Arnaud de Villeneuve. 1. It was designed by others like Arnold de Gime. 2. But, if we refer to the register, on the one hand his brother is Cal Leduberto de Cantu. 3. On the other hand he is given as belonging to the plebs of Trent. Plebimun 2345 plebiscitritesimo. The two brothers no longer seem to have any affinity with the diocese's peripheral Germans. 4. So I was detained for a moment by the little Regimen Sanitarius, composed by Arnoldus, provost of St. James of Bamberg, for Augustine, Bishop of Zagreb, 2303 omnis 320. I do not know yet what exactly is this pamphlet. 5. Did the editor Riff have knowledge, as we suppose, of a character in such a strange conjunction with Arnaud de Villeneuve? We would have bad grace to say so, but the full lowing reasoning would have been quite natural in this case. Arnaud de Villeneuve belongs to Uni Villeneuve, Nova Villa, and we do not really know where to place it. Arnold belongs to Como, Novum Gomum, New Gom, and it is there the solution, because these two notions of place are one. Unfortunately, this solution does not answer everything. 1. It is necessary to preserve to Arnaud de Villeneuve, Doctor of Provence and Catalonia, a whole part of his work, of authenticity certain. 2. It is necessary, therefore, to admit the coexistence of two persons distinct. 3. It is final lie necessary, with regard to contestable works, and contested, provide decisive evidence. We are thinking here of the health regime of the Salernitans and the breviary of practice. If so much, if both is that they can be from the same hand. 1. C.H. Grandjean, table, and Bihorau. This error of contemporary scholars must excuse that of the publishers of the 16th century. 2. Ulysses Chevalier, Directory, sub v. 1907. 3. Cantu, Canturium, Cluniac Monastery in small town, 10 kilometers southeast of Como, Novum Comum. Cantu would have belonged to the Diocese of Como before becoming part of that of Milan. 4. Uberto is appointed to Salzburg. The letter concerning him is guaranteed by the bishops of Padua and Bamberg. 5. Most pungent manuscript reported by Lynn Thorndike, little known names of medical men in Vatican Palatini, in Annals of Medical History. P. 146, 1936. The exploration of the manuscript seems necessary, but let's admit our skepticism with regard to the testimony of Real for the breviarium. The 1541 edition, which put the name of Arnold de Corn into circulation, flatters itself quite wrongly, it seems to us, on original manuscript sources. It seems to conform to the edition of T. Murchie, 1504. It reproduced up to errors. 1. Its preface is the preface of T. Murchie and, under a new title, Thomas Murchie de Ness, Doctor of Arts and Medicine, on Arnold de Cime, there is quite simply a page on Arnaud de Villanovo native, Murchie tel LSS of Provence. The ignorance of the principle of contradiction is not necessarily peculiar to the primitive mentality. The presence of the pro-Alexander is even more significant, sufficiently attests that the source, if not Murchie's edition, is anything but a very old source. 1. Disagreement in table and content, faulty chapter numbering, all this is quite faithful, too faithful, to the other editions, 1504 and following. The Occitan thesis, the Arnaldian presumptions, the incanatory medicine. The negative arguments supposedly discarded, let us examine whether the text does not provide positive arguments in support of authenticity. Linguistic and historical study yields it much in interest to the medical study, and it is to the integration of this work in the Corpus Arnaldian that emerges the most effective from the search. You must leave easy generalities and try to provide facts. We will, voluntarily limit our search here. We indeed, on a few selected examples, we will, be content to study these three aspects of the book. 1. Incanatory medicine. 2. Dialectical medicine. 3. Empirical medicine. Curiously freeing themselves from each other, not without making one think obscurely to a law of the three states of medicine. The mixture of superstitious remedies with natural remedies is a line from Arnaud de Villanovo, Lynn Thorndike. It does not lack, not in the breviarium, mind to prospect for the study of popular traditions or folklore. The incantation, the first form of these superstitious remedies, is, more than any other, a superstition, a survival, since this was the first medicine to be grasped in the Chaldean text and Egyptians, for whom illnesses were demons and remedies exorcisms. The filtering of these elements, the study of their primitive sources and their migrations, would be most instructive general lie. 1. See as a model the classification test applied to Anglo-Saxon medicine in the excellent article by C.H. Singer, Early English Magic and Medicine, in the British Academy, 28 January, 1920. 6. The four cases we are going to examine are examples curious of a diverse origin: Celtic origin, Byzantine, ecclesiastical, popular Salernitan. Moreover, the author's attitude towards these practices is, as one might expect from Arnold de Villanovo, sometimes skeptical, sometimes credulous. The first formula is the prayer of St. Brendan. Saint of 6th century, entered into legend as early as the 9th century, in a Celtic Clertian syncretism, he presents us with a curious plinth of influence, of Irish data brought to the Campanian coast by a Scotsman, Michel Scott, 2, then by an Englishman, Henry the Englishman, 3. Holy water, made auspicious by a prayer in the name of St. Brendan said 3 times, and taken by a person bitten by a serpent or a viper, has the power to expel venom. The medical specialties of the saints are often derived from those of the ancient Celtic deities. We think of the Isus of Paris and to the Gallic Esculape snake charmers. St. Patrick's Day, more later, was said to have rid his island of snakes. The author, after having made this addition to his chapter, comments on it in the tone of the most severe censorship. Recipe proven by Master Henry the Englishman against the bite of snakes or vipers, as he said, which I do not recommend to anyone, but because I said at the beginning of my work that I wanted to call lect al the recipes of skillful doctors and simple people. It seemed to me having to introduce this shocking formula, hoc obs gnum, although everyone world must completely avoid these things. 4. The second formula is the incantation of the old woman of Salerno to facilitate childbirth. The midwife took 3 peppercorns, saying for each a pater, where she replaced the sentence, but deliver us from mal, by, but deliver. 1. Mr. Scott quotes Peel de Saint Brendan, Port de l'Enfer, about volcanism. Cf. Questiones, submitted to M. Scott by Frederick II, in Liber Particularis. 2. Colonel 1357, editions. 3. The idea of citing as a document an inadmissible recipe is original, without amounting to a firm program of dealing with folklore as much as medicine. This woman, she had the parturian absorb the 3 grains. Final lie, she whispered in his ear 3 times, a formula full load by the pater. The effect was, she said, immediate. 1. The author censures this recipe even more severely. I blame it al, he said, and think that al true devotees should shun these diabolical things. Talia diabolica, and al such medications. To our regret, however, the author also takes the opposite position, and aggravating circumstance, he twice stages himself. The third formula is again an arranged version of the Pater, in which the passage, "But deliver us from evil," became, this time. "But deliver Arnaud from the leaks and warts he has in the veins," formula that we have already mentioned above because of its personal character. Here, this time, is a good example of this ecclesiastical contribution of which Singer speaks. It was a certain priest who applied this remedy to Arnaud, who had more than 100 leaks in his hands. It must be said that he applied parietaria juice at the same time, and thereby said the author, "Within 10 days I was total lie cured of the said leaks." 2. The last example of the genre will be the prayer of Saint Blaise. Good prayer against angina. Lord Jesus Christ, verily our God, by the virtue of your name Jesus, and by the prayer of your servant Blaise, deign to deliver your servant, or your servant. The prayer must be said 3 times, thus as the Pater and the Ave Maria. The formula is Byzantine. Without discarding an Oriental source, suppose it is found, as we suspected above. 1. Here is the formula. Bizami, Lamium, Azarai, Pacina Deus de Sabaoth, Plenissum Claia Terra Gloria Tua, Hosanna in Excelsis. Benedictus qui venit in nomine Domini, Hosanna in Excelsis. Cf. 3-4 F220. 2 edeb of 1504, 117. 2 eded of 1586. The editor have deleted the entire recipe, leaving only Arnaud's criticism and that of Torrell, thus rendered incomprehensible. See 1332 FG and 1333B. 2. See Kernel 1312. See above P29. 3. F0191.1 editions infinem, id. of 191.1, 1586. The editor of 1585 also deleted this recipe. A Celtic source in the pre-Christian environment. This is about Blaise, Armenian bishop who died in 316, endowed even more rapidly than Brendan of an exuberant legend, by a syncretism without similar doubt. He would have saved a child by removing a bone from his throat. Such is the starting point. The oldest text of the formula is found in Aetius, a Christian physician from Amida, Mesopotamia, in service at the court of Byzantium around the year 500. The primitive formula derives more directly of the legend. 1. The spread of the legend is not well known. It doesn't matter that Blaise appears or does not appear in the martyrology of Jerome c. 600 if his cult materializes from 500 in Byzantium. He imports unless you find him in Rome in 955 if he was already in Erfurt around 700 and at Reichenau around 800 long before then. The legend seems to appear with us in the Rhodanian zone of Romanesque art. Grusels, in Genevois, 1019, Nice, c. 1075, Burrs near Cluny, in Genevois, 1113. Probably transported by the Clunesians. 2. We would like to know where the author of the breviarium found them quoted recipe, derived from the legend. Montpellier and Languedoc were in any case an old domain of this saint. Cluny had introduced his name to Clusinet in 1138. 3. In the 13th century, the cult was widely distributed in France after the Crusade of Constantinople. 4. It is tempting to see in the text of the breviarium a borrowing from the tradition of Montpellier. 5. 1. Medicinae Tetrabiblos trans, Lat. J. Cornelius L2, Serma 4th chap. 50. Colonel 489, Leon, 1549. 2. Van Gennep, the popular cult of Saint Blaise in Savoy, in Soc, Frank, of Ethnography P141-8, 1924. We thank the learned folklorist for having wanted to share this article with us. 3. Priory of Saint Blaise, or Saint-Pierre de Clonézé, founded in the suburbs of Montpellier by William VI. Cf. Liber Instrumentorum Memorialium, P. Cloviae in 289, 1884. 4. The Sainte-Chapelle in Paris was built to receive the relics of Saint Blaise, 1247. 5. The name belongs to the onomastics of Montpellier. Arnaud's wife, Villeneuve, was a Blaise. His nephews Armengod Biais and Jean Biais were put by us in light. We therefore understand the connection made by Thorndike between the prayer above and Armengod Blaise. He seduced us ourselves. However, if Naples does not seem to have known Saint Blaise in the past, its worship was ancient in Rome, and had moreover been revived in Italy by the book of Jacques de Voragine, at the end of the 13th century. The temptation increases if we note the presence of prayer de Blaise in the treasure of the poor of Peter of Spain, with a broader formula and more comprehensive guidelines. 1. and even more when we find it in The Treasury of the Poor by Arnaud de Villanovo, with a variation, which the Oration of Blaise could well be a first tangible link between the Breviarium and the works of Arnaud de Villeneuve. He is, moreover, it is disturbing to find the chapter Disquinantia in the same place, and the three works placed in parallel, and the Oration of Bias in the same place at the end of the chapter. The internal contradiction between the critical mind and the superstitious mind was, if you will, a collective trait as much as a individual, insufficient therefore to characterize Arnaud from Villeneuve. The last two recipes, on the contrary, have a personal character and exceptional overlaps arise for the prayer of Blaise. However, Al difficulties are not ruled out. How the formula was introduced into these three treatises is not perfectly clear, because it is not found in Al texts of these works, and in particular, it is often missing in the oldest three. The comparison that I am proposing here remains nonetheless, relating simultaneously to three works, a first given to retain. Sorum Pauperum L2 Disquinantia Infinem, Eddy of 614. 2. Treasury of the Poor, FX, Paris 1517. 3. Thesaurus Pauperum of Peter of Spain. 3. Negative English manuscripts, 1 biblical manuscript. Saint Genevieve negative N 235, XIVC. Breviarium Practic, manuscript of 1429 negative, manuscript of 1452 positive. Treasure of the Poor by Villeneuve, manuscript of Palermo and manuscript of Paris negative, but they are simple, very incomplete abbreviations. The Dialectic Medicine. The Breviarium, according to informed readers, is distinguished by its practicality and out-of-care disdain for dialectics. The metaphysical age of medicine, both Arabic and Latin, we know. It is roughly the period of Ibn Sina, Avicenna. He has been 4 centuries the Aristotle of the medical Middle Ages. The attitude of the author of the Breviarium with regard to Avicenna would therefore allow to appreciate the dose of the metaphysical, or dialectical, element, if not in the book, at least in the mind of the author. The question has been settled, we must say, in a sense negative, and some, going to the extreme, have represented the author as the champion of the opposite party. In fact, loans to Avicenna are few here, 18 in LL, mainly confined in Book I 8, and in Book 4, 5. It has the impression of an author of the previous generation who introduced Avicenna only in last moment, and to satisfy the new fashion, borrowing only definitions and classifications from it. And this is quite similar to a certain Arnold de Villanovo, whose library, judging by the known titles, made a quite a sparse place for the Arabs. But there is another Arnaud de Villanovo who did not leave to seek to illustrate itself in the dialectic, and of which, it must be said, the personality is not without opposing that of the author of the Breviarium. The Breviarium has been the subject of an ambiguity on this subject, which was transmitted, piously collected, from Friend to Renzi and D'Arenberg. The French edition of Friend devotes a paragraph to the practice of Arnaud de Villanovo, paragraph which ends with these words. He very often complains that Avicenna has corrupted minds and doctors' opinions. 1. Renzi and D'Arenberg, relying on. 1. See Hist. Medicine, Part 3, p19, 1T 727-28. The translation may author is, by the layout, responsible for the ambiguity. Reading Old Friend is often of better value than that of many moderns. This allusion thus placed attribute to the author of the Breviarium this appreciation by saying, he claims not without reason that Avicenna been the corrupter of Latin medicine. However, this statement, actual lie, belongs to the Treatise de Considerationibus Operis Medicine. We have shown, says this treatise, that solid truth has not been understood by Avicenna, who, in medicine, blinds most doctors, meorum partiam medicorum Latinorum infatuat 1. The idea belongs to Arnaud de Villanovo, and indeed he returned to it elsewhere, but it is certainly absent from the Breviarium. And the worst is that Arnaud de Villanovo, in his authentic works, does not criticize Avicenna with the intention of condemn its dialectic, according to the interpretation of Renzi and D'Arenberg. On the contrary, its criticism amounts to reproaching it for not being not enough of a dialectician. The assuredly moderate Avicennism of the author of the Breviarium does not, however, provide support as clear as has been said for the authenticity thesis. 1. From Consider. Kernel 890 EF 1585. The Empirical Medicine. The empirical, if not experimental, attitude in research, if not in the positive discovery, is, of the three elements of study, the more interesting for us. Arnaud de Villanovo was certainly neither the first nor the only one to have it, but it is no less true that he had it in his own way, and that its characteristics, if found in the breviarium, are likely to advance our research. The strong taste for the clinical study of the disease and for therapeutic experimentation are adequate, but in their generality, of little weight. You have to look for the precise detail and avoid two pitfall LS. On the one hand, to ensure the accuracy of the attributions, we have attributed the Breyer, Berchel, or trust to the author, and we brought it closer to the treatment applied by Arnaud de Villanovo to Bonifacio Sica I. However, according to the author himself, the idea of Breyer comes to him of his master. 1. And moreover, in the treatment of Bonifacio Sica I, treated for the kidney stone, there is in fact no question of hernia nor de Bray. On the other hand, if it is legitimate to identify facts with a view above ALL to define a temperament, they must be studied, not as acquired science, but as a trend, not as a discovery effective, but as research. We will limit ourselves, here again, to a series of examples in the essential aim of establishing a parallel between the breviarium and the authentic works by Arnaud de Villanovo. 2. 1. Cure of the author, 1291d. Cure of J. de Casamicciola, 1290g. We will take them up in the following study to establish a complementary parallel between the ideas of Jean de Casamicciola and those of the author of the Breviarium, his disciple. The following two facts were at that time innovations in Latin medicine. 1. The use of metallic remedies. 2. The interest, in a more general way, for alchemicals. We will limit ourselves to a few topical examples. Buckwheat ointment was one of those remedies that marked the progress of the Arabs on Galen prescribing mercury, Arabs admitting it for external use. It was reported by Bernard the Provenal and Salernus, c. 1155 to 1167, and Peter of Spain applied it to two uses. The breviarium is the subject of an edition and specifies the various uses and the preparation. 1. Mercury figures in the breviarium for the treatment of skin diseases, external use. 2. And is found in D. epilepsia, internal use. 3. The idea of this application goes back without doubt to Al-Razi shaved, but it sticks to external and careful use. The Aurea Alexandrina, based on gold filings, a borrowed specialty, however, appears in the breviarium, the antidotarium, E. divinades, and de epilepsia. 4. Gold, it is said, is an innovation of Arnaud de Villanovo, while at least as far as Latin medicine is concerned, the outline overview of the therapy of gold, which is the subject of a chapter 3 from Divinis, seems to be borrowed from Avicenna. The various jobs are found in the breviarium: cautery of gold for the eye, ointments, 5, water of metals, 6, water where coiners extinguish gold, 7, water of gold or drinking gold, either for the skin, 8, or for general hygiene, 9. 1. Kernel 1307E, 2. A recipe against scabies, 1166 Fahrenheit. 13 against scabies teku, 48 passum. 2 against leprosy, 1317D, 1318A. Re. Kernel 1630 Fahrenheit. 4. Breviarium 1107D, 1108 Celsius. 1188D Antidotarium. 446B Devinenus. 1556E, 2557 Celsius. 1558 BCE from epilepsia. 1630G. It is so called, says the antidotary, named after Alexander, its inventor. 5. Ointments for leprosy. Cf. Breviarium. 1316 Fahrenheit, 1316 grams in Divinus, 591D. 6. Water for the eyes. 1140 Fahrenheit G. For leprosy, January 7th, 1317. Water for tears. 1122 BGF. Of wine, 590 grams. 8. Drink for leprosy. Cf. Breviarium, 1,316 grams in De Conservanda, 818A. 9. Cf. Antidotarium, 404 Celsius and Divinus, 591. The use of metals in general and more specifically of metallic solutions, or rather solutions of metallic sulfates miscellaneous, mentions 2 more recipes from the Breviarium, the water of metals, against leprosy and the Aurea Alexandrina against catarrh. 1. Regardless of the similarity of therapeutic recipes, let us also note, in passing, the Kal-El made. In the Breviarium and in the Antidotarium to Alexander the philosopher. 2. The alchemist of this name, whom the Antidotarium Cal-LS, the very skillful philosopher, Peritissimo Philosopho, is a characteristic source of Arnaud de Villanovo. The Simplicibus associates it with Hermes. 3. The Kitab al-Firist, among the Arabs, already seem to cite him, in the person of the Alexander interposed between Hermes and Stephanus on the one hand, and Marcuns on the other hand. 4. The author, whoever he is, belongs in the Arab domain. The sugar had been reported in Salerno in the translation of Abu Ja'far Ahmad de Constantine, 11th century, and Frederica I came to. Try to acclimatize sugarcane in Sicily, 1230. Quote, only 2 or 3 derivative compositions, rose sugar and violet sugar, mentioned in the translation of Ras due to Gerard of Cremona, 12th century, are the object in addition to the breviarium. 5. The first is found in Al-El, the therapeutic treatises of Arnold de Villanovo, 6, and we have sometimes makes an Arnaldian specialty. The second is also found in the Antidotarium and in the De Simplicibus, 7. Without doubt, a 2 had just been distributed locali by Theodore, physician to Frederick, I, 1240, C. Breviarium, 1109a, and 1317a. Metallic sulfates, under the generic name of vitriols or atramenta, given the state of knowledge, could not yet be properly discriminated. 2. It provides 2 probable recipes to the Breviarium, 1108 Celsiuses, 1109a, 2 certain recipes to the Antidotarium, 418c, 446b. Kernel 376 Celsiuses for M. Berthelot. Chemistry in the Middle Ages. 3 P28, 1893. Gadesholiak also speaks of goat's blood prepared according to the doctrine of Alexander, P. 541. Ed. Nicaise, 1895. Kernel 1217. Additions. 6. Cf. Antidotarium, 427. De Consgrator Thinnerwanda. 834, to consider. 890a, 912c. Simplicibus. 373, 7. Kernel 373 and 428b. The medicinal use of fiery water, in principle alcohol, is the therapeutic innovation most commonly attributed to Arnold de Villanovo, and the texts concerning it in its amusements are familiar to specialists. Ardent water, aqua ardens, does indeed appear in the breviarium. It is the subject of an edition. 1. The eau de vie appears in the breviarium, either for deafness, either for the fistula. 2. But its identity with alcohol is possible, without being certain. Distillation brings us, on the contrary, more surely to subject. We know that the distillation of rose water was the prototype from that of alcohol. It was already found in Ras. The Antidotarium gives the principle, and the breviarium makes numerous applications of it. 3. The apparatus and the operation are described 3 times for the less in the breviarium. About the distillation of the marvelous water for the eyes, water of metals, of the distillation of pale lily flowers for stone, and water distillation metals for leprosy. These forgotten texts are, however, picturesque and interesting. They remember the loan from the distillation of rosewater. 4. They show us the author of the breviarium at its furnace, busy collecting in a vase of glass, in vase vitreo, the liquor that escapes from the gourd, cucurbita, and the steel L. alembicus. 5. The sources are indicated in 2 of these cases. They are a glimpse of the alchemical circles of southern Italy, but without getting to the heart of the matter. Hereditary distillation was taught to the author by brother Thomas. It is probably this alchemist disciple of Roger Bacon, chaplain to Robert of Anjou, of whom Robert Steele has clarified the personality 1296. 6. 1. Kernel 1141d. Additions. Aqua ardens, oculus injecta vale. 2. Kernel 1148a. Text. And 1364e. Additions. 3. Kernel 1141 billions, 1141 Fahrenheit, and notes 4 and 5 below. 4. Kernel 1140 Fahrenheit G in Vasen quo distillator aqua rose, 1265 Fahrenheit in Modura aqua rose. 5. Kernel 1140 Fahrenheit G, 1265 Fahrenheit, and 1317a. End of Book 2. 6. Cf. Chi. Singer. Studies in the History and Method of Science. Vol. 2. P149-150, 1921. The preparation of brandy for deafness is not difficult. The author only evokes his initiator and refers to the source, both of which are prickly for curiosity. A certain friar preacher told me in Rome that he prescribed the water-cow-led eau de vie, which Aristotle mentions in his Book of the 12 Waters. 1. Unfortunately, this title of Book of the 12 Waters is common to various collections. The following 5 of Oriental origin, Latin translations or compilations testify to this, al of attribution uncertain. 2, 1. R. Lul L. Number 6514. Paris, late 19th, early 14th S2. Emmanuel, or disciple, number 7156. Paris, end of the Shi'ai, beginning of the 6th S3. Roger Bacon, Samhita Erecta Alchemiae, or Liber 12 Aquarum. The Straight Path of Alchemy, or Book 12 of the Waters. Albert the Great, number 138, Bologna, 15th C5. Peter of Spain, Compostel Lee, 14th, 15th C. The author of the Breviarium, failing to give the formula of the A to V, makes the choice difficult for us. 3. The chemical comparisons are therefore most interesting. However, they are worth more by their density than by their content. And moreover, it must be remembered that Arnaud de Villanovo, elsewhere, he himself accuses the spread of certain practices. One, he relates the use of gold to many moderns, multi-modernorum. A second, use to others, alif, or. 2, he attributes in the same way to various others the names of fiery water. Eau de vie, aquam vitae, to some quadam. Eternal water or golden water, aqua perennis, aqua ori, to some one of modern alici ex moderate. 5. What we do not lose sight of, while recognizing that the De Iuinis and the De Conservando were composed late, probably 1310 to 1311, and that the elements of the Breviarium are older than a generation, if not more. 1. Colonel 1148a. 2. C.M. Berthelot. Chemistry in the Middle Ages, IP 70, Nurse 6514, and 314, no, 7156. G. Sarton. Introduction 2 P 958, Bacon. Lynn Thorndike. History of Magic 2P 569, Albert, and 488, Peter of Spain. 3. Number 1 was in Italian or even Southern hands, Ricardus de Puglia, and seems cited in the Pseudo-Aristotle De Perfecto Magisterio. Number 2 gives a recipe for aqua vitae. It is mercury chloride. Number 3 brings back Roger Bacon and his school. No. 5 ends with the 2 recipes for the elixir of life and the alcohol. 4. Divinis, Colonel 591. 5. Colonel 832 and in 1633. The series of plant remedies is vast in another way. We will only notice the 2 most usual remedies of the author, his purging and his favorite emetic. The SoCal lead sacred medicine purge of Galen, Hierapicra Galeni, is certainly not unique to Arnaud de Villanovo. The Hyers, Greek medicines of the 1st century, were diverse, but that of Galen, based on aloe, from Socotra, was said, was the most in favor. Their preparation can be found in the Desanatite, Twenda, and the Decomposition emetic. Securtum locos. 1. The recipe, a typical case of the persistence of forms, had been preserved everywhere, east and west. The remedy was known, but what seems specific to the author of the Breviarium is the extensive use he makes of it. He constantly returns to this remedy, 30 citations out of a total of 95 Galenic citations. On the other hand, the Antidotarium attributed to Arnaud de Villanovo gives the same formula an exceptional place. He doesn't talk about it in less than 3 chapters. 2. The author even tries to indicate its first origin, 3, and etymology, 4. The etymology of sacred hiera and bitter, piquer medicine, is found among the Salernitans and Gilbert. They invented these medicines, says the Antidotarium, higher, that is to say sacred or divine, which purged the sacred parts, that is to say vital, and which ensured their salvation. The sacred medicine of Galen is certainly the remedy that attracts the most attention, in one as in the other treatise, and this is a coincidence and a particular feature more to bear in mind. 5. The series of 3 characteristic emetics of the Breviarium is characteristic of the Antidotarium, and this is another coincidence dense and an important particular trait. 1. Galen, Opera, Ed Kuhn, TVC, P429, TCC, P129, 1821 to 33. 2. Cap. 17. De Piquer Gaiani. 21. De Opiates. 26. De Hieris, OCL. 433, 454, 472. 3. He rightly attributes it to the Greeks, wrongly to Rufus, 2nd century. Elijah seems earlier. See Colonel 4772. Rufus's beer was made from bitter gourd. 4. See 454 and 472. 5. The Breviarium does not give the formula, unless I am mistaken. It is found in the Antidotarium kernel. 4335, 474, and in the Da Conservandat, Sermo Super Hierempicram 828a, with serious variations. There was the light emetic, that of Nicholas, the medium emetic, that of Patriarcha, the powerful emetic, that of Scarpal LA. The emetic in question, of Arab inspiration if one refers to their composition, were based on Thapsia. 1. They were inventive Salern if we refer to their name. Scarpal Ella or Scalpelia is cited by Salernus in the XMBC. 2. Patriarcha by Nicholas at the end of the 12th century. The author of the Breviarium frequently cites these three preparations, respectively 15, 10, and 7 times, most often together. He does not cite any Italian doctor his masters accepted with this abundance. The Breviarium, in the chapter De Passione Stomachi, 3, gives of the 3 remedies the definition, classification, and recipe. The Antidotarium provides the same information in the same order in chapter 25, De Vomitivus. 4. The Treatise de Venenis, his side, makes a curious allusion, and al-el the more curious that it is rarer, to the one he cal-ls, the son of Patriarcha. 5. The study of emetics, like that of yesterday's, therefore brings connections full L of interest. Debian had tried some reconciliations in 1910, and he made, among other things, a very nice find, that of the recipe against impotence, which is found in the Breviarium and in the of Coitus. 6. The new series of analogies sketched here are entirely way of the concrete elements of discussion. They are in line with the problem. Reintegration of the Breviarium into the Arnoldian corpus. They led us to bring together in particular the Breviarium and the Antidotarium. 1. Mediterranean plant used as a revulsive by the ancients, as a purgative by the Arabs. To this was added a supplement of aceret and, respectively, walnuts, vomitus, cinnamon, and castor. Thapsis and aceret used to take the place of ipecac. 2. Possibly also by Gilbert and Gaudier. 3. Book 2 chap, 10, kernel 1th 207 minus 1th 208. 4. Kernel 471 minus 472. The formulas are similar without being strictly identical. 5. Kernel 1546a. The allusion seems to refer to a work by this author. 6. See Kernel 1T 279 and 846. The authenticity of the little treatise Ui Coitu and, if you will, that of the memorized De Bonitate are therefore questions of prime interest. The difficult reader, if the authenticity was not established, could answer that this group of works is by the same problematic Italian Arnaud. The cycle of Catalan works. The Antidotarium. We must go further. The Breviarium contains an exclose to the Antidotarium regarding a cure by Jean de Casamicciola. He then employed, says the Breviarium, at the Chape, from Brancho, the Aurea Alexandrina, and the Plerus Archodicon according to the description of the particular antidotary. 1. In fact, we find in the Antidotarium, the Aurea Alexandrina, and in the chapter on the electuaries, Relectuarium Plerus Archonticon. 2. A Greek term whose translation would be main medicine and comprehensive medicine. The connection sought between the Breviarium and the authentic works would thus be established, and it would be the author of the Breviarium himself who would give it to us. That wouldn't be Al-El. We would immediately remember a textual formula, formerly noted this one, which establishes a link moreover between the Antidotarium and the De Venenis. Antidotarium in chap de Opiatis de Athanasia, door that tansy is administered with plantain juice against hemorrhage. 3. So it was very beneficial to me, Pierre Leslatour, illustrator of the cure mihi petrogelator clarificanti, 4 against hematuria mictum sanguinis, at the time when it tormented me. 1. Post iutabator aurea alexandrina it Plerus Archodicon, secundum descriptionem in Antidotario particulari. See Kernel 1107d. 2. Kernel 446 billions 400 Celsiuses. Cf. Ducange 1 Glossarium sub. C. 3. The Breviarium against hemorrhage recommends plantain but says nothing tansy. 1,204 Celsiuses, 1E205A and 1E276E. This is an exceptional use, the use current being that of purgative. Note that the plant does not appear in Ibn el-Baitar, but that its use was customary in France in the 15th century. See 1,945 Fahrenheit. 4. Kernel 44045D. I relate salator to lat. Salator and cato. Salador. It should yet a dative. The Treatise de Venenis at the end says of this same treatment. It turned out that it succeeded extremely well for Pierre Cel Laurier, publisher of this book in Petrocel Orare Editori Hujus, against loss of blood at time where he was tormented. Note that in the SoCal led Arnaud antidote, we find in chap. From Tansey these same words, and from this many infer that this antidotaire is by Pierre Celle and not by Arnaud, which we must not conclude. 1. We would thus be in the presence of a set of 3 works, the most important by their volume and their content, and associated by precise references, the oldest being the Antidotarium. But who is this Petrus Salater or C.L. Lorarius who intervenes in these treatises, if we interpret his glosses well L, either for the illustration of the first, Clarificanti, or for the addition of the second, Editori Hujus? One thinks of a 14th century copyist, perhaps a monk, who, reproducing the books in question and finding himself ELL, made a happy trial of the remedy he found there, and deemed appropriate to inform the reader of this in the margin of the formula. The final sentence of the above text of the Divinanus, obvious interpolation in a third hand, indicates that the Antidotarium, of the fact of this edition of copyist, was considered by many, mufti, as apocryphal. 2. It remains in any case to go back to the most elders to check. 1. That they make it possible to eliminate Pierre Celle in accordance to the above interpretation. 2. That they confirm the primitive character of local allusions which we are going to talk about. We admit, in the meantime, on a provisional basis, that we accept the authenticity of the Antidotarium, and of course, of Divinanus. The reciprocal references would be in favor of a common author for the 3 structures considered. 2 declarations of paternity, in favor of Arnaud, in one, in favor of Pierre, in both others, destroying each other. We admit that we lean towards associating the 3 works, but we are very far from complete security in forming this high. 1. Colonel 15563D. 2. The Antidotarium. Admitted in the Princeps edition Arnold de Villanovo, 1504, was excluded from the last edition, 1586. The Divinanus did not, it seems, awaken the same doubts. Hypothesis 1. If it were correct, the repercussions would be considerable. Maples. The Breviarium, we admitted it and we judged the thing troubling, has an essential lie Italian character, while the part of Spain is nil there. The Antidotarium and the Divinanus, if we could not separate from it, would be of the greatest utility in establishing a link between the Italian period and the Spanish period of the author's life. Italy is still represented there in a broad and precise way, but Spain, in the same form, wins by far over Italy in the first and a special lie in the second. The author of the Antidotarium writes, by his own admission, far from his homeland, HICET in Patria, just like the author of the Brummarium in Partibus Metz. 2. He still turns out to be an alchemist. 3. And an Arabist. 4. Southern Italy finds itself in the SoCal-led electuary remedy of the Duke, composed for Duke Robert by the ABB Curia. 5. 1. Let us say again that another reference from the Breviarium to the great Antipterius, that one, does not fail to add to the embarrassment. Cf. 1133 Fahrenheit. Were there 2 antidotaries opposing each other, an Antidotarium major and an Antidotarium particular? There is only one in the works of Arnaud de Villanovo. What part, moreover, has Jean de Casamicciola in the particular antidote? It is a treatment of him that brings this reference. 2. C. 386 and 1097a. 3. The Antidotarium contains a chap. On distillation, see de destillation medicinarum, with the preparation of fiery water from wine. He quotes curious names of alchemists: Alexander, Musus, Marianus. See Kernel 398d, 418 grams, 446 bs, 452e, 481 billions. R. The Secicule of MSU, quoted in the Breviarium, 1086e, is found in V. Antidotarium, 410 Fahrenheit, and in the Tabulae, 1041 grams. The synonymy is completed with a work to another. Euringium, in Arabic Secicule or Secalcena, indeed, in Provenal Girolas, and in French Escrimides, Tabol. This is the Panicot. The name Panicot is Provenal and is found in Raoulf, 1573. The Provenal term Jurulho, thus first reported by Arnaud, has been preserved in Provence, but applies to parsnips and wild carrots. The term Escaravi has preserved in Toulouse in the sense of parsnip. Cf. El Piat, Dict, French less than Occitan, 1893. Other Arabic references: Panidium or barley sugar, 407, julep or sugar candy, 439e, Ben 489. 5. Colonel C, probably the Duke Robert Guiscard. The remedy is also in the De Simplicibus 373 Fahrenheit. The same doctor, Abbas de Curia, was the author of a diarrhea. But Italy, mentioned twice, immediately cal us for a rapprochement with Spain, between oil from Italy and oil from Spain, the Bologna wine and Aragon wine. 1. The Arabism of the author is in particular that of the Hispano-Moroccan zone. He cites a cure of the 4 physicians of the King of Morocco. 2. And the treatise on poisons of Maimonides. 3. And after Aragon. We are not surprised to see Valencia intervene. The author, dealing with the diversity of medicines according to the places, opposes the formula of Constantine, applied in England, to that of the abbot, applied in Valence. 4. And by the way, it seems of local horticulture, he recommends cabbage from Valencia, from preferably cauliflower. 5. It is curious to remember after that the Princeps edition of the Antidotarium, the only Arnaldian incunabula to come out of Spain, was printed in Valencia in 1495-6. 1. Kernel 390, also 485. 2. Kernel 442. 3. Kernel 462 Fahrenheit. Armand Blaise, nephew of Arnold de Villanovo, was the great translator of Maimonides. His translation of the Titres Poisons is from 1305. Cf. Our first memoir, 5p. 62 Nomo 9, 1947. 4. Kernel 388 Fahrenheit. 5. Kernel 389 D. 6. Serrano y Morales, Reseña Histórica de las Imprentas de Valencia, p. 534, 1899. Gesamtkatalog der Regenderke, the Treatise of Poison. The author of the Tractatus de Venenis presents the traits that we have just noted in that of the Antidotarium. He is versed in alchemy, 1, and in the Arabic language, 2, if not in the Syriac language, 3. The only allusion to the Provençal dialect which is not gratuitous can evoke the distant period of childhood. 4. The 13 allusions to Italy locate with interest in Italy of the South, and 2 of them, very appropriate for us, in Naples. The author recommends the fragrant wine of Naples in dealing with oleander, of which he establishes a whole synonymy. He seems to say that they give him in Naples the name of Olandro. 5. The intervention of authors like Simon de Ness and Nicolas de Reggio evoked the courts of Rome and Naples at the turn of the 2 centuries. 6. The 18 or 20 allusions to Spain definitely correspond to a more recent period that is more present in his mind. 1. Other curious names of alchemists: Geber, Jenner, Alzen, 548 Fahrenheit, Linko, 1550A. Not to mention Albert, the most quoted of the Latins. 2. Kernel 1539, Stinkum, 1541, Sumbel de Dafra, 1544, Shukim, 1554, Vaska, 1555, Zabor, 1541, Napolum, 1000 Alden, etc. 3. Kernel 1E5, 537. Alpharoth for Theriac. 4. Tanacetum dictum in Provincia Madrigal. Cf. 1543a. The author compares here 2 compounds, Tanacetum annuum L and Matricaria chamomilla L. We still find today, in Provence, Matricari or Calamido. Uruguay's, nomenclature Franco-Provençal, 1877. Madrigal with this finale has rather a Languedoc aspect. 5. Cf. 1558 Fahrenheit and 1541 E. The passage is obscure, badly punctuated, and perhaps incomplete. We suggest reading Volandrum uti Neapoli, Arabis Sadafra, sed oleander, uti soli valenti nominatum, Volandrum as in Naples, the Arabs from Dafra, but oleander, as named only in Valencia. The name oleander has been preserved in Italian and in Castilian. Difla Arabic Iraq is in Ibn el-Baitar A. 873, ed. Leclerc 1881. This what strikes us the most is to see the author, if he speaks of Naples, immediately establish a rapprochement with Valencia. Additions. 6. Kernel 1E5 4043A, 1E554 537B, plus 2 questionable quotes from the aggregator. These passages provide chronological data. Simon of Genoa presented his Synonyma in Campano in 1295-6. Both were chaplains of Boniface VIII. Nicholas of Reggio worked at the court of Charles Hathai in 1308. And, characteristic feature, these A allusions are almost L of a dialect. Spain is cited 5 times. 1, and the author's Arabism still L focuses in particular on the Hispano-Moroccan zone. Toledo, 2, and Gordo, 3. not to mention 2 quotes from Averroes 4, and a probable quotation from Maimonides' treatise on poisons 5. The location of the author's experiences becomes clear when we see various terms from the Catalan dialect 6 or from the dialect of Majorca 7, and we still expected it. At 3, on several occasions, we see the region of valence mentioned, for its particularly energetic colocynth, for its oleander, a local appellation oleander, for its methyl nut, a word whose author notes curiously the local pronunciation. 8. The text of the 2 treatises considered therefore argues, as clearly as one might wish, in favor of authenticity, and their parallelism is very clear. 9. Explicitly, moreover, these 2 treatises give in print indications ALL in favor of rapprochement and authenticity, explicit of the Antidotarium, and such is the end of the master's Antidotary Arnaud de Villeneuve. 10. 2. Explicit of divineness, and for the rest, as in the Antidotary 11. It would therefore be tempting to integrate the breviarium into the work by Arnaud de Villeneuve, full-lowing these 2 works. 1. Kernel 1539d, Stinkum, 1539 Fahrenheit, Sen, 1539 grams, Alharma, 1540 Fahrenheit, Manohios or Sarbos, 1550 Fahrenheit, Basilicus. 2. Kernel 1550d, Snakes. 3. Kernel 1542 Fahrenheit, placed near Cordoba, 1546 grams, Great River of Cordoba. 4. Kernel 1553d and 1560 billions. 5. Kernel 1541 Celsius, Radnar Serradoras, So Napelamoisi Radnar, or the Razors, or Moses' Navel. Armengol Blaise introduced the medicine of Averroes among the Latins. He translated Divinenis from Maimonides in 1305, which provides an interesting 3rd date. See above P102, footnote 3, on to Kernel 1539 billions, Metapoli, Daphne Misraon, 1543 Celsius, Rahador Mayor Corrieri, 1554 E, Vasca Stellion Gray, 1555A, Aruca. We already pointed out, in the first series of these etudes, the Spanish character of the treatise Eloc, C, P13, number 2, 1947. 7. Kernel 1540 billions, Arthanida, Cyclamen. 8. 1539 Celsius, 1541 E, 1544 E. 9. Systematic linguistic study and botanical study would be, as we can see, of a great report. 10. Asicis finis antilotarii magistri Arnaldi de Villanova. F0336, I, ed. of 1504, Kernel, 494D, 1585 ed. 11. Etc. UT in Antidotario, less than greater than 264. 3. 1T504 ed. Kernel, G, ed. of 1585. Conjectures. The practice of medicine de Clement v. The allusion which seems to be made to the breviarium in the Practica Summaria, an allusion formerly alleged, 1, establishes a further link with the Arnaldian corpus. In the preamble to this little treatise, we read, although in our cures we have dealt in general eater, with diseases of the members from the head to the feet in their cures. However, it seems good to treat here summarily, sub compendio, in the same order, of some diseases which often occur in the members of the body, and some remedies many times put to the test by us. 2. The editors understood, and the later commentators understood like them, that Arnaud de Villanovo had composed successively. 1. A compendium of medical practice in general, generaliter, and topographical lie, copy usk ad plantain feet. 2. A summary practice, in a summary form, subcompendio, and limited to a few diseases, alicibus morbis, but on the same plan, a caput usk ad pes. They considered that the second work, addition to the first and expressly referring to it, should not be separated from it. They usually printed it after it. The summary practice brings here an authentic argument that we can try to clarify. The Breviarium Practic and the Practica Summaria, where they composed for Pope Boniface, II. There is at least one. Certainly since 1504. CFB Horau, P65, 1880, PD Babgen, P31, P Dabgen, P31. Kernel 1439. 3. Compare the 2 preambles kernel. 1049 and 1439. The allusion which seems to be made to the breviarium in the Practica Summaria, an allusion formerly alleged. 1. Establishes a further link with the Arnaldian corpus. In the preamble to this little treatise, we read, although in our cures we have dealt in general eater, with diseases of the members from the head to the feet in their cures. However, it seems good to treat here summarily, sub compendio, in the same order, of some diseases which often occur in the members of the body, and some remedies many times put to the test by us. 2. The editors understood, and the later commentators understood like them, that Arnaud de Villanovo had composed successively. 1. A compendium of medical practice in generaliter, and topographical lie, copy usc ad plantain feet. 2. A summary practice, in a summary form, sub compendio, and limited to a few diseases, alicibus morbis, but on the same plan, a caput usc ad pes. They considered that the second work, addition to the first and expressly referring to it, should not be separated from it. They usually printed it after it. The summary practice brings here an authentic argument that we can try to clarify. The Breviarium Practic and the Practica Summaria, where they composed for Pope Boniface II, there is at least one, certainly since 1504. CFB Horau, P65, 1880, PD Babgen, P31, P Dabgen, P31, Kernel 1439. 3. Compare the two preambles, Kernel 1049 and 1439. Felonium, 1418. The Practica ad Papam Clementem, and it is indeed the Practica Summaria that it is. 1. What, on the other hand, is the extended work designated under the title of Cures Cur alleged in the summary practice? One thinks of the Breviarium Signa Causas Curas, and given the plan, one can only think of it too. The party of authenticity does not seem to have considered any other possibility. It would be asking whether the Pope does not intend to reclaim the Breviarium, being admitted, if you will, that the Breviarium Practic and the Practica Superimaria are two parts of the same whole. The Pope's letter does not allude, in any case, to a delay in the composition, but only to a delay in the delivery of a book which was apparently already composed in 1305. 1. Use of snakeskin against angina. See Felonium 5p, 126 volts and of Lyon, 1535. The recipe comes from the Pract. Some. Tiche Fiat, Kernel 1441 Fahrenheit. 2. Paul Diepgen rightly dismissed the Aphorismi de Ingeniis Novices and the De Conferentibus. I would also think of the Theseums greater than Pauperum, but without retaining it further, the age of composition from the Breviarium. The possible date of the composition of the Breviarium will be as much more indecisive than the authenticity of the book will be more doubtful. The search is indeed more or less easy depending on the idea we care about it and according to whether we want to deduce it. From the book alone, from three works of which it seems to be part, of the life of Arnaud de Villanovo. The book gives 1282 as the highest date, when the references of the book are also placed, in a massive way. In the period of Charles I, 1267 to 1285, the lowest descend at the end of the century. 2. The manuscripts of the 15th century would make us descend lower. The author Cal Ellis himself, the Pope's physician, this gives a new date departure. Arnaud de Villanovo, having entered the service of Boniface II in 1300s. If we accept these testimonies and if they seem decisive, we admit that Arnaud de Villanovo composed the Breviarium either for Boniface II or rather for Clement V III. The three works that we have compared above would therefore seem to be situated in the first decade of the 14th century. The Antidotaire, quoting Maimonides, evokes the translation made by Armengod Blaise in 1305. Lettres des Poisons. 1. See above P21. 2. See P22. Anything later than 1280 to 90% can belong as well to the previous decade. There is nothing from the 14th century. 3. Arnaud had worked for Boniface VIII at the Sto de la Scorcola in 1301. He had composed there a certain little book on the regime of health, at the request of the Pope, quondam libellum de regimen sanitatis ad opus pape, most likely the Tractatus of Calaulo. There is a singular encounter, 2 Scorcola, both former abbeys Cistercians, 1 Scorgola Prov of Frasolnoni, Latium, Castle of the Caetani, 1301. 2 degrees Scorcola Marsicana, Prov, of Aquila, Abruzzo, site of the Monastery of St. Mary of the Victory, subsidiary of Casanova, 1277 to 78. See above, P27 and P59. evokes this same date and quotes Simon of Genoa c. 1295 to 96, and Nicholas of Reggio c. 13081. Note that 3 treatises on poisons are curiously associated by date. Pierre de Bano started his own for Benedict Xi 1303-6. Armengol Blaise translated that of Maimonides for Clement Fee 1305. Arnaud de Villanovo undoubtedly composed his treatise after them, if not at the same time. This would be biographical data. The last datable borrowing from the Breviarium would be the text of Arnaud de Piedemonte, but we readily admit that he is suspect. If it were otherwise, Arnaud de Piedemonte, having taught at Naples in 1302 to 1311, and having composed his book, it is said, at the end of this period. One could notice that Arnaud de Villeneuve could have been his colleague, in the schools in 1305, at the court in 1310 to 1311. Finally, Clement versus Letter brings his order back from treatise on practice at its advent 1305, and if the identity of the book is also debatable. The indication remains nonetheless worthy attention. The last term of this reasoning would be to admit that the Breviarium Practic, if it is by Arnaud de Villeneuve, must belong to the first decade, perhaps more precisely to the second chandelier. From the 14th century. 2. 1. We report the known dates, the first precise, the second having authentic indication value. Arnaud de Villeneuve read Arabic and was not tribut of the translation of his nephew. Nevertheless, I believe this coincidence to be noted. 2. The author being, by his repeated admission, an elderly man, the age at the time of Arnaud de Villeneuve, 60 to 70 years old, seems to conform. Study for the Naples student, I. L'Université de Naples. The stay in Naples. 1. The Breviarium being supposed authentic, let us try to define the Neapolitan period of Arnaud de Villeneuve according to the book and general data. The period would be broken down into 2 successive stages, one of studies under Jean de Gassamicciola, the other of practice of medicine, independent and private. The 2 stages being thus posed, one is tempted to confine them to the 10 years from 1267 to 1276. The earlier period is inconsistent with the facts and with book data. The only contrary data, the cure of Alexander IV, 1254 to 61, inserted in the Breviarium. The Epistle to Innocent IV, 1243 to 54, published under the name of Arnaud de Villeneuve, 2, but both are unacceptable. The period 1267 to 76 is on the contrary difficult to attack. 1, it coincides with the French conquest and pacification and the reign of Charles I of Anjou, 1266 to 85. The texts of the Breviarium bear witness in various places to a warlike era. 3, and of a French era. 4. 2, it follows to the point the period of the medical studies of Montpellier, about 1261–67. 1. We will not restrict ourselves because of the hypothetical character of the Neapolitan period, because of everything that has been said already in the Breviarium Review, at a development as extensive as for the Montpellier period. 2. De Accidentibus Senectutis. Innocent IV was the author of the reopening of the University of Naples, 1254. If we only had these 2 testimonies, certainly one could, like Renzi, date the death of Casamacciola and the Breviarium from 1282. But then the author should have been born 30 years earlier, around 1210 or 1220. What date of birth to give in this case to his master? 3. Cures of Neapolitan Knights. Colonel. 1081, 1192, 1396, the first and the third of John. 4. Cures de Fernese. Colonel 1161, 1427, 1489, John's last. 3. It coincides with the restoration of the University of Naples and the official teaching period of John, 1267 to 78. 4. Degree final lie. It coincides with the duration of the studies in Naples, which, as we shall see, was 9 years. There is moreover in the text an allusion to an earthquake, which would be an interesting landmark if it were possible to find the trace. A pestilential air rises from the depths, we read. As from the opening of a crevasse in the earth, as happened in my time near Naples, where a certain mountain coal lapsed, sated in ruina querum mons, a certain mountain fell in the fallel, and there came out of this mountain monstrous serpents and an almost infinite number, and the air became so corrupted that everything on the earth was as if stricken with death. 1. It could be an effect of the earthquake of 1267, mentioned by the chronicler Spinel Lead de Giovinazzo. 2. The first phase of the Italian era, the phase of studies under John, is evoked by the author. Di mion temps, he said, when I studied with him, temporbus meis, quando cum io studibam, in my time, when I was studying with him. 3. The text shows us the disciple alongside the master, either in Naples 4, or in the suburbs 5, or even traveling to Trani 6. The second phase, badly separated from the first, and which would have to be extended considerably to 20 years if not more, if Arnold de Villanovo were excluded, is also mentioned by the author. The cures, he says, that I found in my personal practice, bravitium, in times past 7. 1. Colonel 1435 Celsiuses. 2. Matteo Spinelli, quoted by Matteo Camera, Annali delle du Sicily p. 274, 1841. He talks about Bari and various places on the continent. Epidemics that come from the lower region, snakes, were a received idea. See Bernard de Gordon, 3, Colonel 1252, 4, Colonel 1161, 1253, 1357, 5, Colonel 1254, additions, 6, Colonel 1341, 7. Et privam temporibus retroactus reperi, Kolar, 1180d. We see it in action in Naples. 1. In connection with the Neapolitans of all classes, professors, knights, women, common people. 2. Taking advantage of the seaside resorts of Pozzuoli, Prata, and Arcus. 3. And the nearby lessons of Salerno. 4. We see him either operating himself or observing and instructing himself in the great cities of central Italy and first in Rome. His presence in Rome is occasional lie attested by him. 5. But we feel that it must have had a completely different importance, because it talks about the popes 6, their families 7, their doctors 8, their chaplains 9, of a cardinal 10. We also have his testimonies of his presence in Bologna 11, and Florence 12. His relationships, his experiences, allow us to wonder if this Italian framework should not be expanded further. Be that as it may, if Arnaud de Villanovo was in question, his stay in Italy should have ended around 1276. The date of 1276, approximate and hypothetical date as the other, of course. With regard to the end of the period Italian, is suggested to us by a series of more or less sharp. One, the author, who particularly esteems Al-Razi shaved, does not seem to know the Hawi gentleman, whose translation was Scientific Event in Naples in 1278-79. 1. Colonel 1081, 1121, 1432, 1435. In the third case, in the company of Henri the Englishman, whose presence in Naples we know in 1281. 2. Colonel 1192, 1324, 1337, 1392, 1396. 3. Colonel 1073, 1261, 1278, 1296. 4. Colonel 1089, 1180, 1429. In the third case, he cites Pierre Morone, of whom we know that he was physician to Charles I in 1272. 5. Colonel 1148A, 14184, plus 10175. 6. The texts are insufficiently clear on this point. Guar Vivi is undoubtedly Gregory IX, Colonel, 1364. D. Alexander is questionable to say the least, 1E110. 1090. John Xe appears only under the name of Peter of Spain, 1398, 1415. 7. Nephew of Alexander, Colonel, 1T217. 8. F.B. Cole, 1E266. Additions, and Frank, 5th, Colonel 1E416. 9. Petrinus, Petrino de Saviola, chaplain in 1278-91, Colonel, 1141. Add 10. Cardinal White, 1244 minus 1275, Colonel, 1291 and 1298. Ed. 11. Colonel 1191 and 1325D. 12. Colonel 1D346. 2. The treatment of Pope Innocent, if it is authentic and if it is indeed innocent VV cured of the plague by the tincture of gold, would place in 1276. 1. 3. The author cites Pierre Julien under the name of Pierre de Spain prior to 1276 and not under that of John Xe. 1T276-77. Pierre of Spain, then an old man, he says, Petrus Hispanus Senex, terms which may require personal contact. These clues are certainly fragile, but there is more. For Arnold de Villanovo composed his first work likely to have an approximate dating for Jasper. Bishop of Valence, 1276 to 88, and the dedication of the work, without date besides, seems indicate that he had been removing, at the time, for some time from his service. 5 on the date of 1281, and this date imposes itself on us. It was similarly, for some time in the service of Peter, King of Aragon, 1 Thee 276 minus 1 Thee 285. We can therefore adopt this convenient hypothesis that Arnaud de Villanovo, who came from Montpellier to Naples in 1267, left Naples for Barcelona and Valencia in 1276. If we accept this system, Arnaud would have left Italy before the death of Jean de Gassemitiola. Richard the Englishman, Correctorium, p. 272, in Manget. Bibble, Chemica Curious, 1702. It is difficult to attribute this text to Richard de Wendover, 1257. Other difficulty, Pope Innocent V, the only plausible one, only reigned for 5 months. The epistle to Innocent IV and the alleged cure of Innocent V are mostly embarrassments. The city. Naples was then a prelude to its destiny as a large modern city. First of Al-El, it became the capital of the Kingdom of Sicily. The seat of authority had already moved from Sicily proper to Campania and Apulia under Frederick II, 1220 to 50. The capital is fixed at Naples under Charles I, 1266. It must be admitted that the simultaneous arrival in Naplets of Arnaud of Villeneuve and the armies of Charles would be a singular coincidence. He would have arrived there full lowing the Guelph chief, while the Aragon had already ostensibly associated with the Ghibelline party and, what is more, east in Montpellier, Rouen. Also full lowing the Count of Provence, because Charles of Anjou, brother of King St. Louis, was also the husband of Beatrice of Provence. 2. The argument, momentary, would seem valid to some in favor of the Pruvinal ale legions of Arnaud de Villeneuve. Naples was a new and privileged environment, in full L material development, not only political but economic, demographic, and urban. Prosperity, Al-El concentrated in the maritime cities, deserted the ports of the Gulf of Salerno, starting with Amalfi and Salerno for the benefit of the new town. The city was expanding and beginning to overflow its old wall-L. The dome rose in the Incidenti. But the Lodge of the Genoese had built on the Navy 1266, and the Château de l'Ouf was being rebuilt. 1. Marriage of Pierre d'Aragon, the future Pierre III, with Constance, daughter of Manfred, celebrated in Montpellier on June 13, 1262. 2. The last Countess of the Catalan House. Marriage celebrated in Aix on January 31, 1246, in the island. It was the indication of 3 cities more or less visible already: Ecclesiastic City, Mercantile City, Royal City. Naples reached 20 to 24,000 inhabitants. 2. The attraction of this 13th century Naples, a great city in its birth. This is the cosmopolitan milieu. Latin navigation fill Ellis the port. Genoese and Venetian ships above Al-El, not to mention the Marsala ships. Sicily, before Andalusia, but, like it, a dismembered province of the Arab world, was a sector of contact between Latinity and Arabism. 3. The last Muslim nucleus remained in very heart of the kingdom. 4. The Jewish communities were only increasing, particularly important and in favor in this part of Italy, the most numerous being those of Naples and Salerno. 5. The scientific and metaphysical renaissance, under the influence of Avicenna and Averroes, both physicians and both Aristotelians, was amplified especially through the intermediary of the Jews. Under Frederick II, Jacob Ampley, 6, and Michel Scott were the main artisans of new translations, completing Aristotle's encyclopedia. If, however, the second was not the simple auxiliary of the first. 7. Under Charles I, the Jew Faraj ben Salem, for Oasis, not to mention 1 or 2 others, is the main translator of the king, but confines himself to medicine. The Jewish milieu of Al-El points of Islam, and in particular of Andalusia, does not only provide medical and metaphysical data, it provides alchemical data, which we will discuss later. 1. In our time, the Castel Nuovo, 1279 to 82, on the shore, was not yet opposite at Castel del Fuoco on the island. 2. Calculation by B. Capasso that M. Filangieri kindly informed us, half a century later, 60,000 inhabitants, Palermo 100,000, Messina 600,001, 13337. 3. The Muslim occupation has lasted 2 centuries, The flow had lasted from 827 to 878, the ebb from 1061 to 1077. 4. Allusion to Lucera, which had perhaps 60,000 inhabitants, but then submitted to vicissitudes. 5. Benjamin of Tudela had found 500 Jews in Naples, 600 in Salerno, c. 1161. 6. Pupil in Marseilles of Samuel ibn Tibban. He was both the son-in-law and the Samuel's brother-in-law. 7. The Jew Andre, collaborator of Michel Scott, and to whom Roger Bacon attributed all the merit of the work, would perhaps be Jacob Antoli. Hypothesis that Renan does not absolutely reject perhaps Master Ander, a converted Jew, canon of Palencia, as proposed by C.H. Haskins. Northern intellectuals, especially the British, great travelers, provide an additional contribution. Under Frederick II, they were Michael the Scotsman, Michael Scotus, and Peter of Ireland, Petrus of Hibernia, both metaphysicians. Under Charles I, they are Henri Fonglin, Henricus Anglicus, and Hector Ilanglet. Final lie, if the court of Frederick I was a little German, that of Charles I is essential lie. French. There are the most pure physicists of the 13th century, Pierre de Maricourt, 1269, and the amiable dramatic poet of the Middle Ages, Adam de la Halle, c. 1285, both Picards. And if Charles I, Guelph champion, was in reaction against Frederick II, Ghibelline champion, by arresting, in the name of orthodoxy, the rise of Averroism, the Parisian influence in the person of royal doctors reopened, and definitively, the era of medicine dialectic. So much so that the empirical medicine of Salerno and the dialectical medicine of Paris find themselves at grips in Naples in unexpected conditions. The schools. The intellectual capital seems to have preceded the political capital in minds of the princes. Frederick II, whose court traveled from castle to castle, away from the cities, had only chosen Naples for one or two of the faculties, as we would say, of a university in its image. To free studia of large free communes, this German had wanted to substitute a studium of state at the discretion of the sovereign, and, by the greatest of chances, the prince at that time, was a philosopher. The schoolwork of Frederick I was aimed at. 1. To create Ghibelline schools of law in Naples, to make play at the Guelph schools in Bologna. 2. To revive the medical schools of Salerno. This was the object of the 3 historical statutes of 1224, 1231, and 1241, the date of the latter being only approximate. 1. The schools were the official seat of intellectual life, and they had respectable titles in the second as in the first part of the century. The private schools gave elementary information. The official education with regard to our second degree was given in the Swabian period by professors. 1 of grammar, 2 of logic, 3 of natural philosophy, naturalia, of which we know a few. 2. 1. Sihuir Rolls, Hist. Diploma, Frederici II, Introduction, T3, P150 and Volume 4. P235 minus 236, 1850 to 57. 2. 2 grammar teachers, Maitre Pierre Petrus and Maitre G, quoted by Pierre de Vigne. 2 professors of natural philosophy, Arnaud Le Catalan, Arnaldus Catalanus, and Pierre d'Irlande, Petrus de Hibernia. This teaching, in the Angevin period, less scientific than literature, was represented by the last 2 chairs, those of grammar and logic. The teaching corresponding to our third degree included, depending on the era, 3 branches. Theology was a private education, but a chair subsidized was original lie occupied alternately by the Franciscans and Dominicans. This teaching remained locked up in the Common Islands under Charles I, verse 1. 2 law being the main teaching of the university official, Naples was on the way to having, under the Swabians, its school of glossators, competing with that of Bologna. 2. In the Angevin period, this teaching was represented by the first 2 chairs, that of civil law and that of canon law. 3 medicine had in Naples, under the Swabians, a destiny which remains obscure to us. The regulations of Frederick II, which we have recal-led and which ruled in the first place for Salem, seem, according to one of the versions that we have, having also targeted Naples. We do not have, however, here no element of fact to confirm this data, such as what would be a teacher's name or an effective teaching accompanied by a date. 1. We know of 2 important teachers, John of Parma, the future general of the Franciscans under the Swabians, A.V. 1247, Thomas Aquinas, the doctor of the Dominicans under Charles I, October 1272 to January 1274. 2. 2 known masters, Benoit de Cernia and Raffredo de Benevent. The first, sometimes called Stone of Isernia, was therefore mistakenly confused with Stone of Ireland, Hibernia. studies. The cycle of medical studies under Frederick II had been fixed at 9 years old, 3 years minimum of preparatory studies in logic, 5 years of medical studies. 1 year internship at the end of the 5 years. 1. We know, however, that there is doubt about the application of this constitution in Naples. The duration of the studies under Charles I was such that the license took place after the 30th month of schooling. 2. There may not be, moreover, there is no absolute incompatibility between the Swabian regime and the Angevin diet, and these two durations are perhaps comparable. Schooling. And also the school year, lengthened as soon as 1278 and more under Charles IL. We obviously cannot undertake to decide whether Arnaud de Villanovo had a normal education successively in Montpellier and Naples. Arnaud de Villanovo, if he was compelled, led to 2 successive cycles of studies, one in Montpellier, the other in Naples, has undoubtedly escaped the rigor of the rules, by benefiting from a system of equivalences. We are reduced to conjectures, but in the case envisaged, 2 facts need to be explained. He taught in Montpellier, he practiced medicine in Naples. The ranks were undoubtedly established, in Naples as elsewhere, during the 13th century. 1. Weard Brawls, Locke, Sit. 2. On the General History of the University of Naples, C. G. Monti, Lei Angiona, p. 19-150, in Story of the Università di Naples, 1924. See also G. Monti, Il Regno Normanno Svevo di Sicilia, chap. 17, 1930. The constitutions of 1231 had created in Salerno the official title of magister. One's examinations were instituted simultaneously, both for practice and for medical information. 2. The complete scale of grades, baccalaureate, license, doctorate, and the system of the corresponding examinations were fixed without doubt official lie under Garles-Wyell, 1301. General data on the third of the 13th century allow you to draw only this summary sketch. Huard Broles, T3, p. 150, 1852. In this sense, A. Castiglione, Hist. of Eel Medicine, 1931. 2. Same origin for surgery, in Naples. The Masters. The teaching environment at medical schools can of course only be summarily reconstructed. G. Muenti very appropriately noted the official list of staff in the registers, but it only offers us names. The Breviarium Practic by Arnaud and the Antidotarium by Arnaud de Piedemonte also give a number of names attached to a number of recipes. But we can only rarely identify the perpetrators and even more rarely link them either to Naples or Salerno. The executives are similar to those of Montpellier, where the Chancellor and the Dean share the administration. The Justiciar, appointed by King Charles I, is the head of the whole studium, assisted by 3 assessors, 1 for each of the 3 nations. It was first Frederick de Arcamariano, 1T260, 6-69, then Landolfo Caracciolo, 1L then 94. The primate, that is to say the first personality of the medical schools, is a Jean de Casamicciola, 1T271-78. We do not see, moreover, that this title was worn by no other. The teaching staff as such includes under Charles I the ordinary professors, usual lie 2, rarely 3, for medicine. To these professors, appointed by the king, are added the ordinary teachers, paid by the pupils, in probably similar numbers. 1. Landolfo Caracciolo, of the same family, disciple of Duns Scotus, was under Robert a Franciscan, university, and ecclesiastical personality 1351. Among the ordinary professors contemporaries of Arnaud, several had fairly long careers. Jean de Gasamexidla, 1T267-78, Simon Gandaccio, 1T278-1T306, Jean de Tosio, 1T294-1T308, Francis of Piedemonte, Parenti 300 and Tominus 20. As to their origins, these masters of medicine, to a single exception, were recruited only in Italy. Naples must have been the first tributary of Cerne. The Salernitans do not reside only at the Salerno examinations. Several are attached to the person of the princes. Simon Gandaccio is an example of a teacher from Salerno teaching in Naples. But in the third of the 13th century, Naples seemed to have to more in Bologna. At least 4 teachers of that time were of Bolognese training. Matteo Protono Bellissimo, 1T269. Richard of Sorrento, 1290. Philip of Castroceli, 1269, then 1301 to 02. Francis of Piedemonte, 1302. The only possible study, and moreover full lie within our subject, is that of the most eminent of these physicians, the primate, highest-ranking bishop or archbishop, Jean de Casimiciola. Jean de Casimiciola, the primat of medical schools, his life, the greatest doctor of the ancient school of Naples. 1. He been, moreover, the main master of Arnaud de Villanovo. Its place is insufficient in medical history, even in Italy. He is one of the most eminent Latin physicians of the 9th century. John of Casimiciola, Ioannis Casimizul, belongs to a noble family of the Gulf of Naples. 2. He was a professor and an authoritative professor at the University of Naples from 1208 to 1278. His treatment of 20 ounces of gold appears regularly, or almost, in the royal registers of this decade. His first period of teaching, it was said, had begun in the Swabian period around 1250 and would correspond to the reign of Manfred. Whether Rigli and Renzi relied on it in an argument is doubtful. We are no longer very sure today. 1. That John received the title of Count Palatine at the same time as that of Primate, 1271. 2. That this title implied 20 years of service. 3. On the other hand, the University of Naples has been nothing less than stable. 1. The authentic data of his biography, which takes up 3 pages, have been collected in the works of G. Del Giudice, Codice Diplom, Di Carlo I, Note P. 252, 1863, and especially G. Monti, in Storia della Università di Napoli, P. 99-100, 1924. The destruction of the Angevin archives in Naples by the war gives a new importance to these publications. See also G. Origlia, I Memorie dello Studio di Napoli, P. 140-141, 1T753. Asterenzi, Collectio Salernitana, IP 345 SQQ, 1852. M. Mastrorilli, La Scuola Medica Napoletana, P. 421-422, in La Riforma Medical, 1924. 2. Islands like Jean de Presidus, of whom he was the older contemporary. Casimiciola is a town on the island of Ischia. Landolfo di Casimiciola, his brother, died about 1273, had the title of knight. 3. The alleged register no longer existed in the last century. It would be about constitutions of Honorius and Theodosius. UF, Code of Justinian, Savoy 150, de Profess, no known application before the 16th century, according to G. Monti. Under Manfred, and in particular, the functioning of the schools of medicine is nothing less than demonstrated under the Swabians. Final I, the author of the Breviarium, a pupil, but a late pupil, of John, so to speak, does not touch the Swabian era, except one only allusion in contradiction with al-el the rest, according to which it would have been well-el enough known to be cal-led in consultation by the Pope in 1254-61, which would imply that John gave him his teaching before these dates. This text, as we have seen, is interpolated 1. Al-el this said, despite our ignorance of Jean's itinerary, despite the absence of a direct document, the first teaching period education, more or less free teaching if you like under the Suabe, is certainly not improbable. The Angevin period is more authentic, and we had time to examine the pieces before they disappear. Charles I of Anjou, Count of Provence, arrived in Rome at the end of February 1265, crowned on the foal lowing January 6, had beaten and led Manfred at Arenvent on February 26, and had made his first appearance at Naples on March 7, 1266. He relieved, or rather he definitively founded, the University of Naples by the Statute on Executives and Discipline of October 24, 1266, and, as early as February 23, 1267, the first confirmation and application of the tax privileges of the professors was made for the benefit of John of Casimiciola, master in medicine, exercising the regency in the city and loyal to the king. 2. We are entitled to believe that Jean was closely associated with the resurrection of the university, not to say the foundation of medical school. His competence was mixed, logical, and medical in accordance to the old statutes of Frederick I. 3. He received the highest salary of these schools, and, in 1271, he is said to have the first rank in intelligence of the medicine over al-el, the other doctors of Naples, inter alios. 1. Edition of Colonel 1E190. See above P23-24. 2. The decision refers to a previously granted general privilege. She seems to attribute it to Charles Ior, cum nos universis doctors, daxerimus examendos. Cf. G. Del Giudice Law, Ciat. 3. Cf. His official titles of 1268-9, 1T269, 1276-7. Doctors Neapolis in Medicine Scientia Primatum obtinet in docendo, Did Sophin teaching end in 1278? It would be presumptuous to affirm it. Our latest documents, however, do not show us then supporting a trial ad aversa, 1D 280, or obtaining an exemption from entrance fees to Patria and Pozzuoli, 1D 282. 1. Was he still held the inspiration for the statute on Program Islands of April 28, 1278? This, on the contrary, does this status mark the intervention of a new influence, that of Simon Gindaccio? We cannot decide too. John was certainly advanced in age in 1282. He would, however, be reckless to make this date the date of his death. 3. His career and his authority in the Angevin era, at the time more precisely of Charles I during the known 15 years of us, have asserted themselves on an alder level only on the university level. He may have had older Guelph affinities. He in any case embraced the Angevin side from the outset, thus taking the exact opposite of Jean de Procida. He is, from the beginning, the faithful of the familiar 1267-82, soon the doctor of Charles I of the 269-82, caring for Beatrice and the other children of the king, 1271. He did service in the field, following the king at Benevento, and in Apulia, January to February 1272, and his brother, the knight Landolfo de Casamacciola, is perhaps himself in the service of the king, when Jean takes the guardianship of his son, 1273. His reputation and his favor go hand in hand. Tax privileges, 1267 and 1282, and donation of land confiscated from rebels in the region. Of Aversa, stronghold at Frignano Piccolo and elsewhere, 1269, lands in Aversa Startia, 1280. Jean undoubtedly had a big situation at the university and at the court. The author of the Breviarium, his disciple, shows it to us at work either in Naples or in the surrounding area, or even in Trani, dealing with Neapolitan knights and French lords. Characteristic scenes of the Angevin conquest and pacification. 1. CFC Minieri Riccio, Saggio di Codice Diplomatico di Napoli P. 183, 1878, and G. del Giudice Oloc. C. 2. Simon Gindaccio, 1T 278-1T 306, and Franois de Piedemonte, 1D 300 and Tominus, 1D 320, attacked Saccia, their name in the two following periods of the School of Naples, under Charles II and under Robert. Franois de Piedemonte sometimes quotes Jean de Casamacciola and Simon Gindaccio. 3. In the opposite direction, Esterhazy Locke set his work, the book or books, by Jean de Casamacciola are lost. The Libre Secret, which it seems was dearer to him than all other books, is the only one of which his disciple speaks to us. The chance, if not nil, seems slim to discover traces of him in the mass of our badly sorted manuscripts. The master's theory and practice are, however, reflected insufficiently precisely in the book of the disciple, where they occupy a place of honor. 2. Recognized borrowings amount to 126 recipes or cures, including 10 cures described in some detail. Ironical lie. We could solve the riddle by saying, the true author of the Breviarium, it is neither Arnaud of Naples, nor Arnold of Corn, nor Arnaud de Villeneuve. It is Jean de Casamacciola. 3. The first temptation we experience is always to replace the author in an already defined milieu. It is the Neapolitan tradition that should be defined here, tradition who was then in training. 2 influences were probably original lie composed in the new schools. The philosophical influence of the GDUR and the empirical influence of Salerno. The court of Frederick IL and his castles in Campania and of Apulia. 4. Was a veritable Aristotelian academy, of which we 1. Has Polulas et pulverium extraxi a codo libro secretissim magistri me chem chariorem omnibus alis libris reputabat. Collar. 1190 Fahrenheits. 2. The author says he gives them first place. Specialiter curis magistri me in medicina expertissimi. Collar. 1055 billions. 3. The return of the Bure d'Alviarium to the Antidotarium, Colonel 107D, occurs following from a master recipe. It would perhaps be excessive to extend his influence by this fact. The Antidotarium. She resided notably in Capua, 1220, Melfi, 1231, Foggia, 1T 240. Manfred followed this example, has traced the story excellently, without it being possible to say that we have it exhausted. 1. Jean de Casamacciola is associated in Lo Breviarium with 2 doctors, and to 2 doctors only. 1, the Irishman Hibernicus, with whom he has 4 recipes in common. 2 degree Michael the Scottish, Michael Scotus, with whom he has 2, 3. It is hypothetical, and yet it is the best guess that we have, that this Hibernicus is the stone of Ireland, c. 1241-59, quoted above. But it is certain that Michael the Scot, 1227-36, is the astrologer, and one of the two philosophical translators quaes of Frederick II. Moreover, the part is made here, and very limited, to this influence, because it stops at therapy and excludes Al theory. The influence of the Salernitan tradition on the New School of Naples, its closest neighbor and closest heiress, seems to be the opposite of the broadest as far as Jean de Casamicciola is concerned. We have no clue that he was a pupil of Salerno, but Sterenzi, by linking it to the Old School, is no less likely. The local influence and the sketch of a particular Neapolitan tradition are not absent. The Garden of Simples seems to be corresponder, at the end of the 13th century, to a transition between the small L square of medicinal herbs of monastic gardens and the great botanical gardens of the 16th century. 4. John of Casamiccipia, according to a picturesque text from the Breviarium, one had been drawn for his use. If you want to scare off poisonous animals, says this passage, bend the street. They hate it so much that if they smell it, they run away. 1. See above all the valuable studies by C.H. Haskins, 1924 and 1929. See also the introduction in Hioard Rolls, Opus Ed, 1852, and the famous portrait of Frederick II in Renan, 1866. 2. Kernel 1,121 grams, 1,135 Fahrenheit, 1,194 F, 1,397 D. 3. Kernel 1,195 D and 1,290 grams. 4. Johann Nordstrom, with regard to the art of gardens, points out the first entry of Oriental technique into southern Italy and Provence, and believes that the rise dates from the Provenal influence in Campania during the Angevin period. See its excellent synthesis, Middle Ages and Renaissance, ch. 7, 1933. Right away. This is what I saw in my time, when my master had a Jardine of Simples, Viridarium, in Naples, where, all day long, so many snakes and poisonous animals appeared, that it was dangerous to go there, and he ordered that rue be planted in several places in the garden, in pluribus locis viridaria, which was done, when it began to turn green. These animals venomous fled, and they did not reappear. 1. He would thus be at the origin of a Neapolitan tradition which would be pursued by 1. Pierre de Sedern, disciple of Jean de Procida, under Charles I d'Ursay, who is said to have created the first state garden at Castel Nuovo. 2. Matthew Silvatico, under Robert, who also had a garden private singles. 3. Let us say in passing that the herb garden of the King of Majorca, cited around the same time in Montpellier, allows the honor to be shared between the two schools. For balneotherapy, another peculiarity of the 13th century, seems having to be attached also to Naples, even to Jean de Casamicciola. My master, says the Brevictorium, sent dropsicles to the bath of vapor, sudatorium, near Napdesi, and necessarily day and night it took them inside 2 or 3 times. After which he made them go to the bath of Arcus and Circulus, and when they came out of the bath, he had their bell lies anointed. If you are not near this bath, have your patients employ a saline, sulphurous, or a luminous bath, either natural or artificially prepared. 5. Roman traditions, fundamental in terms of baths, were certainly easy to renovate in this region. The ovens in particular had already been brought from the east. And thermostations. 1. Kernel 13357 Celsius E. 2. At Mastrorilli, La Scuola Medica Napolitana, in La Reforma Medica, p. 400 Medica, t. 1924. The distinguished professor from Naples considers Arnaud de Villanovo as Provencal. Mr. Filangieri thinks he has to make reservations about the garden, Viridarium, Ordum, or Jardinum of Castel Nuovo, this garden not appearing in the documents only as a pleasure garden. See his beautiful work on Castel Nuovo, p. 26, 1934. 3. E.H. Gittert, Manuel Hist, Literate, Pharmaceutical, 1942. Quoted by Bernard de Gordon, Lilium Medicine, 3rd. 8. P. 142, Paris, 1542. We have reproduced the passage p. 66. It seems to follow that the garden was not in Montpellier itself. 5. Colonel 1T200-254D minerals of the Gulf of Naples, object of the jealousy of Salome, if not of his armed attacks, very popular in the 12th century. 1. Entered medical literature in the 13th century at the same time that the School of Naples entered the history of medicine. There were 2 or 3 local works to disseminate its application. 1, the poem on the baths of Pozzuoli, de Balnes Pudiolanis of Pierre de Boli, physician to Frederick I, Ani 221. 2. The little treatise in prose Balnea Pudiolana, which summarizes and paraphrases the preceding, whose author bears the name of Jean for striking us, and of which we will else speak again later. 1. The sulphurous fountain at Pozzuoli attracted many Lombards, according to Benjamin of Tudela, c. 1161. 2. 13th century manuscript. In Rome, analyzed by P. Giacosa, Magistri Solemitani Nando Medidi, p. 397-399, 1901. The manuscript suffices to establish that the poem is of P. de Boli Neapolitan and not Dicadino Sicilian, his school. Jean de Casamignoia most likely had his classroom in his house, but no doubt the houses of the professors they were located mainly around Saint-Ander. 1. Arnaud de Villeneuve, identified with the author of the Breviarium. Should he be placed in the first rank of his pupils? We admitted it with reservations, and we are tempted here to ask ourselves if the contact between the teacher and the student did not leave traces in the documents. The character who bears the spicy name of Arnaud le Catalan, Arnaldus Catalanus, and who taught in Naples in 1240, did he not open the road to Naples to other Octans? 2. The series of treatises on the baths of Pozzuoli, to which we just alluded to, if they were el genuine, would be at consider. The first to date is that of Pierre de Boli. The second, which derives from it, and of which we have a manuscript of 14th century in Rome, bears the name of the physician Jean, son of the physician Gregory, Ioannis Medicus Gregori Medici Filans. This Ioannis, who has any chance of being from Naples, can't fail to think of Jean of Casamixil LA. 3. There is more. A third treatise, De Bone Pudolif, of which we have a manuscript in valence, is dedicated by Arnold de Villanovo to the Prince of Calabria. 4. 1. The studium, creation of Robert, was built near Saint-Ander. 2. We have already quoted this professor of natural philosophy who taught at Naples under Frederick II and who died during a lesson on the De Anima. He was brought to light by Paolucci, Torraca, and Haskins. 3. Text reproduced by P. Giacosa, O.P. CIT. P. 333-340. Pre-forwarded by I. Carini. Archivi e Biblioteca di Spagna, IP 531, 1D884. See also J.D. Bordona, Manuscritos con Pinturas, I5P 337, 1933, with a small specimen. The mention of the Duke of Calabria, Robert before 1309, his son Charles after this date, is reminiscent of Arnaud de Villeneuve's last day in southern Italy, 1310-11. It would be appropriate to appreciate its authenticity and to bring the three treaties. The three texts on the one hand, the series of miniatures, 18 in the first, 35 in the third, elsco. 1. Perhaps there is an unexpected fact here. Final lie, there is a curious little fact that we believe we should record here. John's son, who was a cleric, received as a benefice from the Bishop de Nola, the Church of St. Christopher. Cristoforo, do you? On the other hand, Master Jacques Blanc, Jacobus Blanqui, friend intimate, and, as we believe, disciple of Arnaud de Villeneuve, was canon of St. Christopher. Cristoforo de Guadalbicali, in the Diocese of Nola, before 1317. 3. The conjunction of these two men in a church in the suburbs of Naples also arouses curiosity, without satisfying it. The counterproof of the teacher-student bond between Jean de Casamignoia and Arnaud de Villeneuve therefore remains in suspense, but maybe one day we can get closer. The situation seems less confused with regard to François de Fiedemonte, given, under the same title, Arnaud de Villeneuve, although at a later time for a disciple of Jean's. With him would be completed a triad of renowned physicians, or worthy of being, originating from the school of Naples. François de Piedemonte, full-lowing and like Gian, seems to have had a brilliant position at the court and at the University of Naples. The fact that he was born in Piedemonte, a small L fief of the Abbey of Montcassin, and not in Piedmont, was established by Algio Liberti. 4. E. 1. I have only been able to compare the small facsimile of Valence Bordona with one of the miniatures of Rome, plate 28-3 of Giacosa's album. 2. Reported by Renzi, unfortunately undated. Collectio Salem, P. 340, 1852. 3. John Exike, Common Letters, Number 5698, October 4, 1317, 1904. 4. UN celebrated medico di re Roberto Daggio and Francesco di Piedimonte in Revista Campana Maddaloni, 1921. I was able to take advantage of this useful and rare article, thanks to the kind intercession of Mr. Filangieri and the kindness of Dr. Giliberti. Also belongs to Naples, by its last period of teaching, 1302 to 1320. He was moreover Doctor of the King, of the royal family, and the object of a salary, a pension, and enviable donations. It must, however, be doubted that, as Renzi thought, Jean was his master. He borrowed, says Renzi, many recipes to John. We only found 2 under this name, we have to say it while L, in the edition available to us 1. The fact, on the other hand, that he was Cal, led to Naples by Charles I on July 26, 1302, at a time when he was Doctor of Bologna and ordinary regent of medicine in the same city, was established by Giamatti, too. He nevertheless illustrated the school of Naples by his lessons and by his book. It figured for 3 centuries in the libraries of practitioners. It is he who is the true author of the practice known as Yohanna ibn Masawai, Meshu the Younger, 3, but his personality faded into the shadow of Meshu, 4. The supplement to Meshu. It was also Cal led the Antidotary, written at the request of King Robert, perhaps around 1310, has the plan of the breviarium and an extent of more than double. It is based mainly on 3 authors, Galen, Hippocrates, and Ali ibn al-Abbas, Ali, 80% of references, with additional authors Aristotelians and physicians from Salerno and Naples. Its constant and prolonged vogue is assessed solely by the success of Excel Lent Venetian editions, from the Incunabula to the editions of the Juntas, 1479 to 1623, for 5. 1. See P28D and 69 billions in Loanus Messu Damas in Opera, ed. of the Juntas, Venice, 1623. 2. Di Carlo 1 to Roberto D'Angio, P231, 1936. 3. Messu the Younger, FL. 1015. Left 3 works, the Grabadine Intitotarium and the Practica Medignarum Particularium, Liber de Appropriatus. The only important ones are often, but wrongly, confused. 4. Messu only has a small number of pages, at the beginning of the book. Head, throat, lungs. They are sketchy, like the first attempt at a sequel to Pierre de Bono, Digestive Tract. 5. This large book was printed more than the breviarium. We noted at first sight 6 incunabula, 1,479, all or Thomas Edison or even a Walt Disney, 1,079. 1497, Venice, 8 editions in 16th, 2 to the 17th century. We reviewed 1,623 and leafed through 1,479, magnificent but inconvenient, and 1,541. There is therefore reason, not strictly speaking, to give a place to this author, but to give him one worthy of him, in the history of medicine. 1. He may not have known John of Casamicciola and Hibernicus, though he names him 2 or 3 times. There is no doubt for us that he must have met Arnold de Villanovo in Naples in 1305 and in 1310. We know that he quotes a recipe from Arnoldus Secundum Magistrum Arnoldum, a quote we looked for, but which we did not find, neither in the breviarium nor elsewhere. 2. He has quoted himself in the breviarium, but it is a plagiarism of an entire paragraph, de debilitate stomachi cum sidi, debility of stoma with thirst, inserted without number between 2 authentic. Paragraphs 3, and whose insertion in the book remains suspect. It is no less true that Arnaud de Villeneuve and Arnaud de Piedemonte simultaneously taught at the University of Naples in 1305. A professor named Renaudus de Villanova was noted in the treasury registers on this date, and we have no hesitation not to recognize in him Arnaud de Villeneuve. 4. They met when Arnaud de Villeneuve had just ended his career in southern Italy and stayed in Catania and Naples, 1310 to 11. 5. 1. Terenzi, Giliberti. G. Monti took care of it in Naples. Bertoni ranks among the 6 best Italian physicians of the 13th century, but does not quote it. It is shocking to find neither Jean de Casamicciola nor François de Piedemonte in the Encyclopedia Italiana. 2. P20 Fahrenheit, ed. of 1623. Remedy for difficulty in swallowing. I 3.1. 3. It does not appear, it seems, in the manuscript of 1429 and in the first 3 first printed editions. The 3 names of Hibernicus, Frank of Pedamon, and Loanus Casamizo appear in 1497 editions and are found again in 1504, 1509, 2586. The editor of 1585 alone made an additional chapter, L2GH 19, Renzi says he looked in vain for traces of his teaching in Salerno and of his time at court. Coal, salt. I3P, 340, 1859. Giamonti gives the answer in publishing this name of Arnold de Villanovo, Storia Univ. Naples, P85, no. 9, 1924. 5. It is rather unexpected to find in F. de Piedimonte a term borrowed to the Catalan language. Unde Catalani blasmantes dicunt buba nigra, cf. 148a in Meju, 1623. The second medical training, the professor of the clinic. The prince philosopher Frederick II, with a marked inclination for metaphysics, had singular practical initiatives. At the beginning of the 13th century, said Dermerg, an ordinance had prescribed, at Salome, the dissection of a corpse substituted to the pigs on which, before that time, the demons anatomical. 1. The A allusion seems to refer to the SoCal-led constitution of 1241, which establishes titrated. 1. The one-year practical internship as the culmination of studies of medicine. 2. The first official regulation of the practice of surgery. No surgeon would be admitted to practice unless he proved a year of medical studies relating to surgery and above all that he had learned the anatomy of human bodies, anatomium corporum humanorum, in schools 2, and if it was not accomplished in this part of medicine, without which the incisions cannot be nor performed or cured. The application of these rules in Salerno, and above all in Naples, eludes our investigations. In fact, we only grasp actual dissection in 1316 and in Bologna. 3. 1. Hist. Of Medical Sciences, IP 302, 1870. Kesudhoff cites as the latest manifestations of pig dissection the textbook of M. Platerio and the 2 manuals by Mauro, last quarter of the 12th century. The last notable Selamatins have been the surgeons, first half of the 13th century. Our texts allow us to wonder whether dissection really experienced an eclipse in the 13th century. 2. Puer Brols OPCT, P235-6. 3. Under the influence of Obdurus and for autopsy purposes, Singer estimates that dissected in Bologna between 1E266 and 1E275. See his important study in The Evolution of Anaomi, P71 SQQ, 1925, and A Short History of Medicine, 1928. We have in any case, under Charles I, confirmation that the profession of surgeon was control-led in Naples, 307. 1. And that the study of the human anatomy on nature was developed at Salerno. On March 7, 1308, again says Derenberg, in another ordered appearance goes into more detail and grants more corpses. It was precisely at this time that Mundinus flourished. This famous doctor whom 5 Italian cities disputed, 2, there may therefore have been in Naples, at the same time as in Salerno, another center of origin of modern dissection. In Al case, the rules concerning the internship and the practice of surgery give an essential realistic note. The spirit that inspired these measures can be found in the authors that we consider, not the dissection, because if the proofs of the application are lacking for Salerno and even more for Naples, it goes without saying that we have none for Jean de Casamicciola. There is no sure text, moreover, allowing us to suppose that Arnaud de Villanovo practiced the dissection. But at Jean de Casamicciola, the internship seems to have overflowed bookish study. There is little doubt that he trained his disciple less in his school than in his rounds among the sick. His essential clinical teaching is thus many times staged in the memories of his student 3. I remember, he said, to have, with my own eyes, seen my master heal in Naples several dropsicles. Of my time, when I studied with him, 4. 1. License to practice to Adam de Marseille, kidney and bladder specialist. C.F. Arcagues. Roberto D'Angio, to P419, 1922. 2. Locke. Sat. We regret that we were unable, when there was still time, to defer to the ordinance of Charles II. G. del Giudice, by publishing the diplomas of Charles I, gave hope for very important ones from Charles II. He has not, we believe, finished his publication, but his papers must have been very interesting. The Angevin registers having been burned in 1943, we have nothing left to do supplement. 3. 10 cures are given in detail. Book I, apoplexy, cataract. Book 2, dropsy, hernia, leprosy. Book 4, syncope, lethargy, quartan fever. Book 3, poisonous animals. Poisonous animals. Colonel 12253 DF. The miraculous treatment of a case of apoplexy illustrates this teaching picturesquely and with exceptional brilliance. Apoplectics are cured this way. We do not intervene in acute and medium apoplexy, but we keep the patients 60 hours so that they are not buried, and if in the meantime they do not return to life, we proceed to the burial. We cure minor apoplexy as my master cured a certain friend of mine who was already in the hands of the priest to be buried. My master went to the tomb before he was lowered there and ordered silence to the priests. Immediately in front of the patient's mouth, he placed a little cotton in lint, and on his chest, previously uncovered, he placed a cup full of water and, looking at the mouth, he saw the threads move and the muscles of the chest shook the cup a little, so that a little water spill let out. Immediately, my master, seeing that he was alive, ordered that the whole school L of the patient and that a poultice be applied to it, made of mustard flour and castoreum powder, mixed with good vinegar. He made him at the same time bind his arms tightly at the joint of the shoulders, as well L as the thighs. With bandages, he put castoreum on his tongue, made him rub the extremities of his feet and hands with nitre and salt, and he made him meanwhile bleed the saphenous vein of both feet. Then the vein at the joint of the nose, then the left basilica and salvatella veins. He then caused sneezing for an hour, and already the patient, stunned, began to get up, and thus he was delivered. The next day he ordered the most energetic enema in his life. Leaves of mallow, charred wild cucumber, pork bell lye juice, added cassia, laxative avens, buckwheat truffle, to salt, oil, and honey. And the patient was cured of this disease, and thereby my master received great praise and great honor and a multitude of friends, and it was said that he had raised a dead man. 1. C214, kernel 1080, C to F. 2. Trifera saracenica, based on myrobalan, CF. Antidotarium 463D. The meaning of Trifera would be that of juvenalis, youth. Guy de Chauliac translated, compound electuary, the polypharmacy and the first chemical cures. The therapy of Jean de Gessamichoila was founded before Al about polypharmacy. Esterenzi has clearly noted this feature. The summary study of it is possible, and it can be useful, without other pretension than to sketch a parallel with Arnaud, limited to a few points. The animal elements, in very small L numbers, are somewhat from superstition. The famous goat's blood, marvelous specific to stone, was according to the text drawn from the lyre of Avicenna and from the Roman practice of the 12th century. It was in use in Montpellier and in Naples in the middle of the 13th century. Jane draws a remedy from it. Arnaud, to 3 borrowed Rahides, add 5, more or less personal. 1. Cantharides applied as a repellent are at least as clear in Jean as in Arnaud, a very problematic initiator of the blister. The plant elements are almost Al escarole, and watermelon, for example, are shipmaster before ending up with his disciple. 3. The sugar it spread. 1. CF. John's electuary, 1E264E, and Arnaud's numerous remedies, 1E263A, 1,265 billions in D, 1,268A and D. The origin is indicated in the quotation from Avicenna 1E263B, 63B, and the powder of Pope Eugene III, 145 in 45 minus 25 minus 1E266D editions. Abawali, for Avicenna, is found only in this disputed chapter 219 and chap 32. 2. See Jean's 2 ointments, 1084D and 1089 Celsiuses, and Arnaud's 2 ointments, 1167 Celsiuses. 3. See above, P44. The Breviarian certifies the medical use of escarole in France, kernel 1E264 billions. The name watermelon, citrullus, was also known there. With Arab therapy, the remedies, says Arnaud de Villanovo, are made with honey, but the moderns prepare them with sugar. Sicily, we know elsewhere, has been growing watermelon for a century, the sugar canine since Friedrich II, 1230. The compound sugars, rose sugar and violet sugar, were prepared by Theodore at the court of Frederick I, 1240. Jeans used rose sugar. His disciple, who cites the 2 products in his editions, however gives Al-Razi shaved for his source direct 1. Jean knew the use of the mandrake, not under the fabulous aspect, but like anesthetic. 2. Arnaud cites 2 interesting applications of it. 1. The direct application, borrowed from Michel Scott, doctor of Frederick I.L. 2. The Fist of Surgeons, without author's reference, but which, after a rather long past, was distributed at that time by Hughes and Theodoric. 3. 1. See kernel 1,203 grams, 1,204 billions, and a 1,217. Add. 2. Fumigations to induce sleep, collar, 20,395 grams. 3. Kernel 1394 Fahrenheit and 1395 E. The surgeon sponge was studied by K. Sudhoff, the mandrake in general by Castiglione. The magic plant, the mandragora, 1932. The origin is remote, and we have texts from the 12th century for Salerno, from the 10th century for Montecassino Sudhoff, from the 9th century for Bamberg Sigurist. The place given to chemical remedies will be more instructive for us, and it will not often take us away from southern Italy. This research was in its first steps among the Latins, and they were indeed primarily of research value. The chemical remedies were not a rarity, of course, but far from it, although they have had the favor of the medical community in its majority. The use of iodine, as specific for wounds and hemorrhages, sodus, the modeste form of the marine sponge, was ancient. John has taught his use to Arnaud against nosebleeds, one and against goiter. The detailed treatment of goiter, with powder and pill LS, made from Spongia marina and Palea marina, dried and reduced to scene dyers, is the cure taken from the famous secret book of John. 2. The use of sulfur as specific for skin diseases was due to the Arabs. Montpellier and Naples knew him. Arnaud cites 2 applications, one against hemorrhoids, which he relates to Michel Seot, the other against pustules, which he relates to John 3. Michel Scott's studies of volcanism and character essential lie local of these studies sufficiently explain this teaching. Arnaud adds 4 formulas of ointments against scabies, 2 against scabies, 1 against leprosy, 4. The sulfurous baths are also a local speciality, ancient that one. Hot springs and sulfurous springs have been studied by Michel Scott. 2 treatises on the baths, we have it seen, had full load one another on the spot. We unsurprisingly find the saline, sulfurous, or aluminous baths in a gene cure and in 2 cures of Arnaud, 5. 1. Kernel 1155C, 2. Kernel 1D190F to 1191 ECF. For internal use, Kernel 1222 Fahrenheit and 1264 D and 2 Arnaud's recipes. Kernel 1062 Fahrenheit and 1264 E. 3. See Kernel 1224, add, and 1310 Celsius, add. See in book IICHS. From Morphia, 41. From Scaby, 48. From Lepra, 52. 5. CSF. 1254 DE and 1305 Fahrenheit, 2306A. See also 1084 billions. This refers to both natural and artificial baths. Arnold de Villanovo talks about baths, artificial minerals in the speculum kernel, 175 Fahrenheit. Metal remedies among alchemical remedies are, if it is the presumed master of Arnaud de Villanovo, a even more specific interest. Antimony, in the form of stibine, antimony sulfide, and in the preparation of eye drops, was not unknown to the ancients, but seemed above a gift from the Arabs. Also the Latins recall lead, some alcohol, others antimonium. The word antimonium may have been introduced by Constantine in Salem, 11th century. It was in use in Montpellier and Naples. It was common to Jean and Arnaud. Mercury preparations for skin diseases were much newer and more characteristic. Mercury, discarded medical lie by the ancients, taken over by the Arabs, buckwheat ointment, had Rhyaces as its advocate. Buckwheat ointment had also been introduced in Salem. Bernard Euler Provenal and Salernus talk about it. Jean uses a mercury ointment against scabies. Arnaud proposes 15 or 16 against scabies, and leprosy. 1. Mercurial medication, very broadened by Arnaud, had therefore had, however, precursors. They were new and quite different popular thing. Gold, admitted in the East, Aurea Alexandrina, remained longer in the field of alchemy and the supernatural, had Avicenna as a medical theorist. Here the difference between the master and the student is accentuated. Jean no longer provides any recipe. Gold, Arnaud will say elsewhere de Villeneuve, was however employed in various ways by many modern multi-moderni. It is occasional lie found in Montpellier. The author of the Breviarium practices external application for leprosy or for the eyes, 2 ointments, 2 waters. Even internal use for leprosy or for the throat, 3 recipes. 2. Gold filings ointments, the water in which coiners extinguish gold, yield however an interest to the Socalade distilled metallic waters. See 1,166 grams in chaps. Of book 2 already cited. Note that of the 13 preparations against scabies, 11 appear in the editions, including buckwheat ointment and an ointment from Jean de Florence. 2. See above P90. Distillation is typical problem of the 13th century. We mentioned it for the first time while studying the breviarium based on the authentic works of Arnaud de Villanovo. The starting point was, it is said, the substitution of the still L from the Alexandrians, ivuc, from the still L of the Arabs, tensi. The new device was original lye used to distill rose water. From there, we moved on to the distillation of the ardent water, turpentine oil, and alcohol. The author of the breviarium here seems much more advanced than his master. He prepares the rose water himself, a prototype, he says, of distillation, oil of turpentine, 2 quotes, fiery water, a quote, and he applies distillation to 20 other therapeutic preparations. Often fanciful in the results, always curious in the intentions. 1. He is no longer at this time dependent on John di Casamicciola. This one uses Beau de Rose, but nothing says that he prepares it, and its contribution stops there. 2. It is the alchemizing environments of southern Italy that should be mentioned in the foreground, and perhaps, in our opinion, those of Spain in the background. Lippmann, who takes the counterpart of Berthelot, considers the distillation of alcohol as a discovery made in Italy from the south on the threshold of the 13th century. The oldest author he cites, however, is Michael Scott. This character, who first came from Toledo, 1217, to Bologna, 1220, undoubtedly goes back to the Arab source, s of Andalusia through Jewish intermediaries. 3. To such an extent that one could say that he represented Spain at the court of Frederick II. 1. Vid. Above P90 Tominus 93. 2. Kernel 1126 Celsiuses and 1357 Celsiuses E. 3. Cf. Art of Mrs. Singer on M. Scott. Alchemia in Isis, 1929. Jewish translators were at least the collaborators of Michel Scott, Abiteus of Toledo, Jacob Antoli of Marseilles, under if he is distinct from the preceding. The Alchemia cites a Jew from Catania, etc. On the other hand, we do not cite, in fact, of previous authors, that Arab authors from Andalusia. Berthelot, whose great figure, just as it was the fashion to obscure that of Lavoisier, may well give a valid indication. He was signaling the distillation of turpentine in wine in Abul Qasim, author Arab of Cordoba, c. 1013. 1. Anyway, it seems that the alchemizing circles of southern Italy have developed, if not formed, at the expense of those of Andalusia. Local research, moreover, was not confined to the Jewish schools. The monasteries took an active part in it. The author of the breviary indeed reveals something about the identity of 2 of his masters in alchemy. One is lucky to be a Franciscan, Brother Thomas II. This monk taught him to distill a plant using the water process of pink. The other is a Dominican, a friar preacher from Rome, he says only. This one introduced him to the water that is called eau de vie, and of which Aristotle speaks in the Book of the 12 Waters. 3. It goes without saying that these environments are covered for us with obscurity. We do, however, have manuscripts from the period where singularly suggestive names are found. Mark of Sicily, Magistri Marci de Secca. In Naples, Richard of Puglia, Ricardus of Puglia, 4, Bro. Ely of Gorton, 5, 1. Lippmann cites Abulcasis for turpentine, as well as Ibn al-Awwam of Seville, c. 1150, Ibn el-Baitar of Malaga, a 1250, 2, rather than St. Thomas Aquinas. The alchemical manuscripts attributed to St. Thomas are from the late period, for example. At the St. Mark's Library, lecture on the Turba treatise to his brother Renoldus, SIC, CF, Breviarium, Kernel 1265 degrees Fahrenheit, from Video Lapidus, 3, Kernel 1148 D. Deafness, vid. Supra P. 93, Note 1, 4, M. Berthelot. Chemistry in the Middle Ages, IP 77, 1893. It is about manuscript contemporary Lombard writings of the Breviarium. Mark of Sicily is related to the abbreviation of St. Thomas, c. 1288. Bichard de Puel was in possession of the Book of the 12 Waters. Vid. Above, P93, footnote 3, 5, quoted by Michel Scott, the logic professor. The study of a scientific writer around 1300 is incomplete if it does not situate it, according to Aristotle. The assimilation of the Aristotelian encyclopedia was of any way a first and necessary stage of modern speculation. Of the 3 possible aspects, moreover, his science, his metaphysics, and, fundamental lie, its logic, we only have to consider here the last 2. 1. The second series of Aristotelian translations, accessible, we know, from the 3rd quarter of the 12th century, spread only in 2nd quarter of the 13th century. Theological circles, in fact, have been refractory to metaphysical Aristotelianism in the meantime. The medical circles, on the other hand, opened up a little from this time to scientific Aristotelianism, using translations made from Greek, then from Arabic in Spain and Italy. 2. The first manifestation is found in the specimens which we still have medical courses. In Salerno, around 1170, Elementary Intelligence was founded unofficial lie on the ARS medicine, development of the medical corpus of Constantine, and comprising 6 works. Johannicius, Isagoge Galen, Ars Parva, Hippocrates, Aphorisms Thophile, Treatise on Urine, Predictions Philaries, Treaty of Pools. 3. 1. It goes without saying that we simplify arbitrarily we know so as not to extend beyond what is necessary. 2. See the substantial study by Berkemeyer, the role played by physicians and naturalists in the reception of Aristotle in the 12th and 13th centuries, Oslo 1928, Warsaw 1930. 3. A Birkenmacher, OPCIT. The list of Paris authors of 1190 has a lot of analogy with this corpus. Around 1241, the authority confirmed, as basic works, the authentic works of Hippocrates and Galen. The Naples program of 1278 is the first program official worthy of the name. He prescribed the full Lowing authors for regular lessons, the books of the Ars Medica 2 times. Thophile, Treatise on Urine, Philaredes, Treaty of Pools, 1 time. 1 time. Diseases acute 2 times. Isaac Viaticum, Diets Universal, T the urines, T the fevers. 1 time, 1 time, 1 time, 1 time. The simple comparison ensures that the list of textbooks has changed little over 2 centuries. The last 2 famous professors of Salerno, Urso, 3rd quarter of the 12th century, and Mauro, last quarter, were already commenting these authors by taking inspiration from Aristotle and by using for this purpose the Greco-Dacian translations. The introduction of metaphysical and dialectical Aristotelianism transports us to the court of Frederick II, which we have said was in fact a real Aristotelian academy. 2. The prince philosopher had surrounded himself with translators and professors of logic and natural philosophy fed not only on Aristotle, but also on versions transcribed from Arabic, with the commentaries of Averroes. It is significant that at this time, at the very end of the great century of Muslim Spain, 2 characters having certain affinities with Spain, and also with the Spanish Jews of emigration, were the main translators of the prince, Michael the Scotsman for natural philosophy and Jacob Antoli from Marseille for logic. The spread of Averroism is a first result. Frederick II of 30, like later Manfred D. 1263, are even concerned. 1. G. del Judice, Codice Diplomatico del Regno di Carlo I, April 28, 1278, p. 265, 1863. 2. On the Aristotelianism of the court of Frederick II, cf. Haskins OPCIT, to send their translations to the University of Paris. The translation of Logic by Antoli and its official consecration are a second result more important for us, since it has an impact direct on medical revolution. The statute of Frederick II, said to be of 1241, is indeed an era in the history of medicine. Aristotle's logic takes place for the first time, legal lie and imperatively, in teaching and, what is more, in medical education. 3 years of study of logic are instituted there as a compulsory preface to the studies medical as such. 1. These preparatory studies of logic perhaps applied, from Frederick II, in Naples, at the same time as in Salerno. In any case, under Charles I, the chair of medicine and the chair of logic appears together in the documents. We see Professors 1, 2, 3, 4 move from the chair of logic to the chair of medicine. 2. We see others combine the 2 titles. 3. And yet, despite appearances, the Angevin period with regard to the Swabian period turns out to be good at the same time as a retention period in the letter, a reaction period of the mind. Metaphysical Aristotelianism is henceforth excluded. 4. Logical Aristotelianism, in the first rank in right, no longer has in fact in Naples then a subordinate rank. So much so that, in the Angevin milieu, we note a curious conflict. The conflict of practice, represented by the doctors of Naples, and logic, represented by the physicians of Paris. 1. Nisi pria studiet ad minus triennio in scientia logicali, unless he first studies for at least 3 years in logical science, CLF. Puelbarol is lock. Sat. 2. A case in Salerno, Peter Merancio, Petronius Merantius, from Salerno, 1280. C. Renzi. Collectio, IV, p. 583, 1-856. 3. J. de Casamicciola, 1T268-9 and 1T276-7, and after him, J. Caracciolo, c. 1290. The fact of this accumulation by J. de Casamicciola is not far from it, contrary to the supposition of its passage in the regional schools at the time of the Swabians. 4. The floor is now Thomism. St. Thomas Aquinas belongs to Naples by its origins. It studies as a pupil 1240 to 1243. His last teaching, 1272 to 74. The author ends with a curious diptych in which he first presents the portrait in the form of a satire of the first Parisian doctors. I remember, indeed, he continues, to have seen one of them who was the first Maximus in the liberal arts, the best of logicians and theoreticians who, in medicine, did not even know how to prescribe an enema or a particular treatment, and hardly knew how to cure aches, ephemera. Next to this logician, full lows the portrait, in the form of a panegyric this one, of Jean de Casamicciola. The doctors of Naples, like my master, and several others, 3, who have attended schools and who study enough to have the science of the universal. Do not forget the particular science. Also, they are more attached to the particular treatments and to be sure of teaching data and true factual data, vera experimenta, than to always cry out about. Universals, 4. 1. Colonel 1392E on the authenticity of the passage, or rather of its terms, see above, p31. 2. Phrenesis, which Lalande translates as meningitis, opiacit. P102. 3. A.E. Quamplur's manuscript of Wolfenbüttel, Italie probi viri, other sources. 4. In the tone of controversy, Latrer, watered down by the good C. Wolquiro in Cambir, see above, p40. The page here echoes, at the end, a conflict that may not have been purely academic. The identity of the targeted adversary, ancestor of comedy doctors, escapes us. There can be no question of seeing in this light the court physicians whom we know, Armand de Troyes, doctor to the queen, and Jeanne de Nesle, doctor to the king, who are moreover from the end of the reign. The text remains full L of meaning and interest, even if we resist the temptation to modernize its expression. 1. He completes the sketch of Jean de Casamicciola, and he transmits to us, at the same time, if indeed Arnaud de Villanovo is in good cause, the assessment of the principle concerned on his medical training style L at the Naples School. 1. We translate experimented by factual data. The meaning is common lies that of remedy. The translation by experience would be of an inadequate modernism. Tables. Table of outside text. Face-to-face of the page 3. I. Charles I, Protector of Science, 1282. The Hawi translation of Al-Razi, continent of. Shaved miniature of Jean, monk of Montgasson, representing 1. Abu Zakaria Jahia, king of Tunis, offering the Arabic book. 2. Charles I of Anjou, Count of Provence and King of Sicily, receiving this book and delivering it to his translator. 3. Farad ben Salem, Jewish translator of the book in Latin, symbolic document of intellectual cooperation culture in the Middle Ages, taken from the continent of Ras. Famous Angevin manuscript, copy, established for Charles I from the translation made on. 6 February 1278 to February 13th, 1279. MS Latin N 6.912 of the National Library, Paris, Volume 1, P1. I. Braierium manuscript, 1430 Tominus 33, the page on dialectical medicine and empirical medicine. There we find, lines 9-10, at the bottom of the column of left, the word Neapolitani instead of Montespessolani. Emmys number 81, 4 August. Hyman 2794. F140R Library of Count Augustus, Wolfenbüttel, Brunswick. Unpublished shot, 14. III. Edition in the name of Arnold de Cum, 1541. The title page. Strasbourg edition, P1. Copy from the British Museum. Unpublished photo of M&M R.B. Fleming Amp Company, London. 33. Edition in the name of Arnold de Cum, 2541. The preface by Thomas. Merkley. The publisher Rief reproduces this notice on Arnaud de Villanovo by giving it a postiche title in the name of Arnold de Corn. Same edition. Unpublished shot of the same. 5th, manuscript of the Breviarium, 1429. Of the Breviate, the title page. We find the name of Arnaud de Villanovo at 3 times, in the title and at the end of the preamble. He'd been emphasized in ancient times. M.S. No. D.II.3 F6R Basel University Library. Unpublished shot. 6th, Princeps edition in the name by Arnaud de Villanovo, 1483. the edition in the name by Arnaud, 70 title page. Arnaud de Villanovo seems personal. I take credit for the work. Original edition, Milan, Rome. Copy of the National Library, Paris. Unpublished shot, by I. Naples in the Middle Ages, 2465. Naples in the Middle Ages, 113 the city and the port.